I think now, after they kill one Israeli people, we need to kill all the people in Tel and Sarah, even Jit and Farata. Why? Because we don't want it to happen again.
It sounds like you're saying one Jewish life is worth hundreds or thousands of Palestinian lives.
Not million. One Jewish life, it's 10 million, okay?
That just sounds racist.
Yes, I know. I know, but this is the truth. Because God chose us. Because of this, you are jealous.
These inflammatory views, rejected by many Israelis, are crucial to understanding the growing violence in the West Bank, which many extremist Israeli settlers see as land given to them by God.
The Bible is the authorizing that this land, it's belong to us, okay?
Israel occupied it militarily.
Yes,
And
after-
under international law, that means that no civilian settlements can be built here.
but the God not write in the Bible, the international law.
So you're a lawyer,
Yeah,
and you're saying the only law that really counts for you is the Bible.
yeah, of course.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula, Jay Scott. Episode 206, They Can't Stop Lying, and a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
We're here. We're doing it. Guys, welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news show, non-tribal approach to news and life all day long. We're here with you guys today on this wonderful Tuesday afternoon, and we'll be here for the next however many hours. You guys know that watch the show. We can go as long as sometimes 5-hour shows, but that's not, the quantity of how long we're here. It's determined on the quality of the work we do and our engagement with you as well. So it's not that we go with the flow. It's that we do the thing that is important and relevant right now. And that's why we do 2 shows a week, because sometimes we'll knock some stuff over to the next show on Thursday. But it's an ongoing process, what we're doing in this space. It's never ending. Even if we miss a show with you guys and we have, on location, we have to be out of town for whatever reason. And we got actually some events coming up we'll tell you guys about later. But whatever the case may be, even when we take a breath, we're never really taking any sort of break. You guys understand this too, because there's no pause button on the empire. There's no pause button on the genocide and the occupation and the manipulation that the media conducts on behest of the Epstein class and the pedophile class and the child eaters, right? And the rigors of the economy and the rigors of the narrative. There's no pause button on that. So how do we function in this space when it's human behavior that it's part of the needs, right? We need the need for safety, shelter, food, family, pursuit of happiness, all the things we fight for, right? The freedoms that we are entitled to, freedom of speech, the things that we wake up every day thinking about that are being taken away from us, the right to privacy, the right to protest. So we're in an ongoing battle for this stuff every single day. Narratives that have been captured, people that have been turned on each other, otherwise good people, not all good people, as you saw in the opening. That's not good. There's no amount of justification for that insane rant. And we're not putting that rant out there to show we know that these insane people exist that talk about superiority and supremacy and God's plan for the chosen, and everybody else is jealous and deserves to be. We know all that, but the point is, how do we fall for this as a planet, right? As a human species, how do we fall for this? What is the mechanism in place to confuse people, otherwise good people? Not those type of people, the people They may not be putting enough time in. And not to draw excuses for them, but we have been able to get some progress. We have seen people open their eyes to this capture. We've been doing this for a number of years now, and during this time, I have to say, like, the good news is that we have reached people, and you guys know that feeling when you reach somebody in your life reaches out to you. Maybe a half-assed apology, maybe a sincere apology, maybe. And those moments are important, but we have to keep going. So there's no pause button on this battle. So we take it day by day. We're here with you now. We have a lot of stuff to get into today, but the general theme of today's show is they can't stop lying. No matter how much the truth is right in front of our freaking faces, they will continue to double down on the lies. Whether we're talking about the massive amount of wars and illegal occupations and expansionism and imperialism on behalf of the warmongering class and the Epstein class that we're conducting simultaneously, there's an excuse every single time. There's an excuse about how pharma behaves. There's an excuse about how the two-party duopoly behaves and how one of them's just slightly better than the other one. So we have to all invest in that slightly better one. So that's the type of thing that when we're consistent and we act from principle, we act from a place of courage and conviction, and we talk about it all the time on the show. We talk about these values and why they're so important, because we're consistent with them. And when we do that, eventually we might actually reach people, and then this thing becomes worth it. And so that's why we're here. Homeless from the left, homeless from the right, homeless from wherever you are from. What that means is you're no longer a willing participant in the plugging in to the matrix, the fake world of whatever it is that you fell for, identity politics, the culture war, whether you fell for the our team versus their team, the sports mentality. We are done with sports politics. These are our lives. This is not a championship professional sporting match every 4 years. These are people's lives, and we're done playing that game. We're done with tribal politics, and that's what it means to be homeless from that. It means we are non-tribal. And the tribalists that are still around us and in our lives, we don't scoff at them. We feel bad for them, and we can have empathy for them, but we do have to keep our distance if they're going to continue to be bullyish, right? And taking up our time and telling us that we have to prove something to them when it's right in front of our faces. So we stay true to our principles, right? We stay true to our approach to every day and all the chaos, and we come out in the end. We come out in the end. Even when it seems like our numbers are shrinking, because there's ways they shrink our numbers, even though we're reaching people one at a time, we can see that mechanism of shrinking our movement. When you get one part of the movement distracted by something else, and then we can't organize as well. So those bumps in the road happen, but ultimately we will prevail because there's numbers. We have the numbers. It's actually the only thing we have. They have everything else. They got everything else. We have numbers. And so let's keep doing what we're doing. I want to thank everyone for being here today. If you're a first timer, welcome. Like, seriously, if you stumbled on us, it's a tough thing, because when you're getting a shadow banned, which we are, it's hard to have people stumble on us. So this has to be some sort of viral marketing element where you guys are sharing it out with friends and family. So I do like to believe that, and based on the conversations we've had with folks and loyal viewers, they turn us on to their friends and family and colleagues. So we welcome those direct invitations to the people right now. Thank you for being here. If you were recommended from another one of our shows that we align with, that are part of our community, if it's Due Dissidents or Hard Lens Media or Truthwire or RBN, or there's such a long list, actually. I hate not being able to cover all of them. Garland Nixon, obviously, we do a lot of work with Garland. If you're heading over from the Jimmy Dore show, we did that the other week. while Jimmy was gone, and you guys didn't check out Jimmy's back now. He's angry right now, as we all are. And the things we're going to be getting into today are stuff that we all have been, we've been part of the I guess the pitting people against each other and being bullied and being kind of deflected, right, and gaslit. And so you got these moments of, I don't know, vindication, but it doesn't really feel that great. Actually, we can't undo that type of behavior that people put us through during these last 5-6 years. So we're with Jimmy, we're with all of those guys I just mentioned, and if you're coming over from their space, again, welcome to the Homeless Left. Let's get started. I just want to make sure we are up and going and we haven't been booted off. I know we've been having a problem with getting booted off of Facebook, so we're not on there right now. I didn't want to deal with that. They've been like throwing us off for some reason. Very bizarre. But this is the main channel that we never get bumped off of. So I have to give credit to Rumble. They never bump us off. All of our lives are up there. Every single one. We've never taken anything down. So Homeless Left on Rumble. That's the main one. And then as far as YouTube goes, I mean, it's been a battle, guys. It's been an uphill battle with YouTube, up and down. We've gone from 100,000 people watching a live and a couple of our videos, that kind of blew up, and then it's knocked all the way back down to, just hundreds or whatever, and then back up. It's been wild. So if you guys are on YouTube right now, please share this out. Give direct invitations to people that you think might benefit from what we're doing here. Because those are the people that we do notice, is those direct invitations. And we'll just keep doing it that way. We're assuming you're not going to just, random strangers are not just going to see us on their feed. They literally make an app. They put there's an active push to keep us, the Homeless Left. Even if you type it into YouTube, the Homeless Left or THL Presents, it doesn't even come up. Can you freaking believe that? We're almost to 1 million views on the channel, and it doesn't even come up in the search engine. How insane is that? And this is our second attempt. For those that don't know, the first channel, the Homeless Left, doesn't exist anymore. We got terminated, just so you guys know, and we're very clear about that. Having these conversations is too dangerous for the community. I want to be clear about that. We haven't got an apology letter. We're never going to get an apology letter. So we're assuming they're sticking by that. The Homeless Left dialogue on the channel on YouTube is too dangerous for the community, and they're trying to keep the community safe from this. So we just started another channel. That's how we're doing it. We're going to keep doing that. All right, cool. Here's the Twitter. You guys, you can follow me on Matt WEINGLASS. Homeless Left, we're there. If you guys want to follow us there, we do a lot more of the work we do on at Matt WEINGLASS. But either way, we appreciate your support there. And Twitch, we're just kind of messing around with Twitch a little bit if you happen to find us there. So thank you guys so much. Let's go ahead. And I'm seeing like a lot of people starting to come in here. So that's good. It'll be a slow build today, as it usually is, or it has been, at least in the last few months. It's been a slow build, but we'll go with it. We'll take what we can, and let's get into the show right now. Again, it's called They Can't Stop Lying. We're going to be covering some more Fauci reactions. We got this U.S.-Iran deal, which doesn't actually exist. We got some Ukraine is winning dialogue narrative that is falling apart by the mainstream media. We're going to look at that as well. Tyler Robinson update on the hearings for Charlie Kirk. And we got some AI updates, some artificial insanity with the Flock. There's a new product from Flock called Flock Alpha. It's pretty damn insane what they're doing over at Flock. Okay, let's get to the show. Oh, by the way, we're going to be joined by co-hosts Craig Pasta JARDULA and Jay Scott today. So we got a pretty live action show. Plus, later in the show, we talk to you directly, talking back. So get your super chats on there, get your Rumble rants, and we'll be sure to get to all of those and not let any of them slip through the cracks. And we will be talking back with you directly. It's a participation space. You're not just kicking back with a bowl of popcorn. You're actively participating, and we like that here. Okay, I think we're ready to go. We like to start off the first segment of every week on Tuesdays with a little real fake news update. Let's get to it. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Speaking of Pfizer, the reason we do this segment with you guys every week is because we know that the mainstream is owned by Pfizer and by Moderna. They're all just one long 24/7 commercial for those products. And that's how they behave during COVID. Specifically during COVID, you would cut to a commercial for a Pfizer vax or a Moderna vax, and then you come back and you hear more lies, intentional lies about how it's time to get vax, it's time to get vax. That's how they did it. That's how they did it on MSNBC. Rachel Maddow telling us that it's safe and effective and it stops transmission. We know for a fact she lied to us, never apologized. We know that CNN's been behaving like that. We also know that Fox News did the same thing. They all are in on it. They all did it. Some to different various degrees. We haven't really gotten any apologies from any of them. We had a half-assed one from a Chris Cuomo a few months back, but this guy's Cuomo's taking the side of Fauci right now, saying, he's got to do what he's got to do because that's how the law works. And you can just plead the fifth 111 times, and that's totally cool. Well, let's go to CNN right now. I want to break this interview. You guys might have heard about this. RFK Jr. appearing on CNN with Dana Bash. And this was an all-out brawl. We're going to break some of it down for you guys right now. But keep in mind, as we're doing it, yes, there are moments that RFK Jr. Hits out of the park. But understand this, RFK Jr. is not in a position right now where he's going to change anything. And that's by design. But calling out Dana Bash in the middle of this interview a few times, it might be worth something. So let's look at it in all the various lies, the things being said and the things not being said, because this is a real fake news update. Let's go for it. Here's the beginning of the interview, and you can tell right away they don't like each other very much, and that seems pretty sincere.
You have been placing nearly all the blame on the COVID pandemic and the way that the U.S. responded to it squarely with Dr. Fauci. But of course, he worked for President Trump. Does President Trump also deserve some of the blame?
Well, President Trump, as you recall, wanted to end the lockdowns. I think the thing that did the most damage to our country was the lockdowns that shut down 3.5 million businesses in our country with no due process, no just compensation. All of our churches closed our schools, and our children are still paying the price for that. And yet we had the worst outcome of any country in the world.
Okay, so she's going to push back on that, but I just want to say up front, what he's doing is he's cherry picking a moment in time in the early close down. This was March of 2020, and Trump did say several times publicly that he would like to open really soon. And of course, he was coming from an economic position, and it didn't seem like he was too into this CARES Act, which everybody voted for. It was the biggest upward transfer of wealth in human history. That happened in March of 2020, an actual transfer of $5 trillion that is not accounted for. So that's a thing. Now, also notice his wording. He says he wanted to end the lockdown. Well, he wasn't able to do that. And it's too bad he's not sitting with a real journalist that could call him on that and say, well, it's too bad he wanted to do something that he didn't actually do. He was very ineffective. But Dana Bash can't do that because her job is to pretend that the lockdown was successful and effective and that millions and millions of people would die if we didn't do it. That's her job. So you can see how this can get a bit confusing. But yeah, go on. And I just can't wait for her first interruption. I think it's coming right here.
How so?
We have the highest death rate from COVID of any nation on earth.
Well, let me just say, because I've heard you say that before on the death rate from COVID. It's not accurate because
we amplified death rates. In fact, we did it all over the planet. We combined dying with COVID and dying from COVID. That was on purpose. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't somebody who was bad at math running the numbers. It was somebody who was good at math and knew how to steer shit by upping cases. So CNN was one of the stations that put the fake number on the screen. So RFK saying that we had the highest is actually playing into that lie. Isn't that a little disturbing for those of you guys who are cheering on RFK? And like I said at the top, he does get some jabs in, and they're good jabs. We'll get to the jabs, but, and no pun intended on the jabs, but this moment is very insincere and it's very damaging because we're still holding on to this garbage that we had millions of people die from this thing. That's all bullshit. And we know this because we know how people died. They died in the hospital from remdesivir and ventilators. That's how they died. So let's get to the censorship part. He definitely is big on that part. I think that's probably the most important part of this, not to give it away. But this disagreement is total theater. It's not real. Although I'll say this, they do seem to genuinely dislike each other. That's pretty apparent here.
Public health experts say that there is a combination of factors that went into that: higher rates of chronic illnesses, which I know you would agree with, gaps to our healthcare system, and misinformation about vaccines.
You just said what I said was inaccurate. What I said was accurate. We had the highest death rate from COVID of any.
Well, there are other countries that had higher, but
you can
go ahead.
argue about why we had that, but nobody can tell you. I mean, we have, as you say, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. But Anthony Fauci was mismanaging the COVID pandemic, and he was doing it under the Biden administration. President Trump wanted to end the lockdowns, and in fact,
but he didn't. But he didn't. Okay, he did the same thing that Biden did, and he did Operation Warp Speed, and Biden took it from there. They passed the baton. And at the end of Biden's 4 years, he passed the baton right back. So let's be very clear about that. And there's nobody at CNN, there's nobody at Fox, there's nobody at MSNBC now or later that is going to talk about that. No matter how many interviews this guy does, we're never going to talk about that part, just to be clear.
In Anthony Fauci's diaries, he talks about how President Trump is calling him every day, trying to get him to reopen the country.
Yeah, well, the lockdowns were done by governors. I mean, certainly Anthony Fauci and the president had opinions, but the lockdowns were done by governors.
They didn't have opinions. They had top-down policies. And so I think RFK will clarify it. And she knows what she's doing. She's lying. That's not how things work. You get top-down instructions. That's why all the hospitals did the exact. Isn't that weird? All the hospitals did the same thing. They whipped out ventilators. They whipped out remdesivir. They didn't give care packages to people when they got dismissed from the hospital. They always did that until 2020. They didn't do that anymore. They didn't give you vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc. They don't do that, right? What else did they all do in unison? They banned ivermectin. They banned hydroxychloroquine. So what is she talking about? It was a governor's decision. Every hospital made their own choice. No. They all did exactly the same thing because it was top-down instructions. That's how shit works. She knows it. She's lying to her audience. I hope he can call her out on that.
And largely because they were hearing from hospitals saying that their ICUs were overrun and they needed some help while that was happening.
Well, that's not true. That's just not true.
It is
what
true.
You're saying is not true. No, they were doing it because Anthony Fauci was telling them from the top, you need to lock down. There were ICUs that were empty all over the country, including in New York at the height.
I'm asking you, I'm going to go back to what I asked you at the beginning, which is President Trump. And he was the guy in charge. And you tweeted back in 2024 that he let bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci shut down the entire country. Again, the president was in charge.
The president was trying to reopen the country when he left. The country was kept closed for another year, almost a year and a half after that.
Doesn't it kind of show you that the president doesn't have much power in this? That what's going to happen is going to happen? Isn't that kind of what we're concluding here? Of course, Dana Bash isn't going to go down that. She doesn't want to talk about that part. That it was exactly the same policy, and the censorship was exactly the same. The Trump's team censored, and then Biden's team censored. And we know what happened to all those brave, courageous doctors that had actual treatment to actually help people, and they weren't allowed to practice medicine. We know how all that worked. So that's what's being revealed here. But no, that's not what this particular style brand of journalism is gonna get to with this the 5 people watching this live on CNN.
How do you prepare for the next pandemic? I mean, that's literally part of your job now, because experts think it's going to happen within the next 10 years again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did virtually everything wrong the last time.
So what about now?
The principal thing that we need to do is we need to listen to what's happening to doctors on the ground. There are 15 million frontline physicians around the world. They're mainly now connected through the internet. We can tell on the front lines what's working and what's not. If we had listened to those doctors during the COVID pandemic, we would have saved potentially millions of lives. There were therapeutics out there that were working. There were doctors that were having no deaths from COVID and treating, in some cases, thousands of patients. And we weren't listening to them. Instead, we were doing the opposite. We were shutting them down. And then, Dana, the other thing that I would say is that we need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation.
What does that mean?
She sounds very confused. She sounds like does not compute. Everything he said was spot on. And even I'll even throw him a bone here and say maybe even in that monologue, which was good, he doesn't necessarily have to mention remdesivir and ventilators. What he's saying is that if you shut out doctors that have ways to treat people that are proven, then that's the problem. And we need to fix that problem. And that's why we look at our Constitution and say, not to mention the Hippocratic Oath, the do no harm, and to allow doctors to practice medicine. All those, so he's nailing all that without saying the real killer, right? Which he can't say because Trump also pushed remdesivir, and especially he pushed ventilators. He even talked about more ventilators in the debate with Kamala. You guys remember that? The Kamala debate, 2024. He said we need more ventilators. So RFK can't talk about that part. But this part he gets right. Dana Bash does not compute. And I bet her 5 viewers that are watching this live also are having mental breakdowns on their couches watching this. I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to do. But I want to talk about.
That's something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written.
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to.
Yes. A public health crisis needs people that know what the F they're doing to do science and to do medicine. And the way you do science and medicine is you figure out you do your own research, you come up with your own plan, and then you debate it, you talk about it, and you share, and you converse, and you don't censor, and you don't punish. That's how medicine works, and that's certainly how science works. Science is not so there's one size fits all shit. So she knows what she's doing. And now we're going to change the subject. Let's change I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't know what your First Amendment stuff and your Hippocratic oaths. I don't care about any of that. Next topic.
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on, but.
Yeah,
you were saying you were. Yes, I do.
You were part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing
Mr. Secretary, your job
is a fierce skepticism toward authority, and
yes,
you weren't doing that. You were beating up
My
on
job
people
is also
who were dissenting.
No. Okay, you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have conversations about public health?
Me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to prevent the next pandemic.
Question, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's actually telling you that you were the problem. And if we want to not have that problem again, you need to do your freaking job. But she's not going to. She's not going to admit it. And next time this thing happens, she's going to do the same thing, which is protect the interest of the donor class, protect the interest of the people paying her paychecks, which is Pfizer and Moderna. So it's never going to happen. But yeah, this is absolutely a good point he made right here. And he has every right to call her out on her stupid show. Because she's asking, what do we do? What do we do next time? Well, you can stop lying and fear baiting. You can start with that.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also.
I don't want you to say things that I disagree with, so I want to cut you off rather than refute them in an honest way, because we don't like doing that. We like cutting people off so the audience doesn't hear stuff they shouldn't hear because they're fragile and they're going to get confused and they're going to start doing really crazy things like drinking bleach and eating horse paste, which we told our viewers that's what they would do. So we have to keep that's how stupid they are. Our viewers are stupid. The American people are stupid, and they're gonna drink bleach and eat horse paste. So I don't want to give you a chance to have any opinion that's different than the thing that I'm supposed to do to earn my Pfizer paycheck. So yeah, I'm glad I was able to summarize that for anyone who missed it.
So factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine prevented deaths. There is data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The cases in the U.S.
vaccine protected children.
I think that what I have talked to scientists and doctors
You've talked
about.
to scientists. Can you show me one study
Yes, I can.
that shows that
I can.
children are protected by?
Look at her shuffling papers. She's looking for a study. Is she going to find it? Probably not. But she's looking.
The COVID vaccine.
I can tell you that there are.
vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that because of vaccine disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You are saying nonsense. You are saying something that you cannot show me a single study.
I am not saying nonsense.
You are talking what somebody told you.
Excuse me.
And you
let me
cite me the study.
What study? No, what studies are you talking about? You're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
Cite me the study that you're talking about.
I am not here to defend.
Study. Cite me the study.
This is not productive. I am not here to defend all of the. Let me finish.
Talking on.
It's not totally unproductive. I mean, there might be seriously, there might be a few people going, this is weird, right? And they might actually start thinking. I don't know. It's nice. It's a little disruption. It's disruptional, and she's not used to it. But she should have known she was getting this, and he knows what he was doing when he came on. So the theater part of this has gotten a little out of hand, and it's good. It's good to shake up CNN a little bit once in a while.
Since you're making assertions you can't support, and then when I call you on them, you're telling me that I'm arguing.
Okay, do you want to talk about assertions that you can't support? I'll get there in a second. Let me just say, for the record, that I am not saying that the entire way that the COVID reaction was accurate. It was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You were scaring people.
You were scaring people. You created the scary environment. And people didn't make mistakes. They acted as the person they were. The character that you have as a human being is demonstrated in these crazy times. And COVID was a crazy time. It became more crazy and more scary because of people like her. So the character of her and anyone else in a position of power, media, politics, and any of us in our own home lives, and how we treated ourselves, how we treated our family, how we treated our friends and coworkers, that's character. And that comes through. And there's no way around that. There's no justification. Oh, we did the best. We did the best with what we knew, with the information that we had at the time. So good for him for saying you did the scaring. You were the fear monger. You did that, not accidentally.
Why are you saying that?
Because that was the job of CNN.
Okay.
Was to put the chyrons up about how many people are dying.
We were trying to we were listening to the leaders in this country, including the president, who had a daily press conference.
Wait, I thought you just said before that the governors did what they wanted to and they weren't listening, and that advice is just advice. Fauci gave advice. Why are you mad at Fauci? He just gave advice. Governors did what they did. So you're not going to take responsibility for what you did because you were listening to who? To Fauci. It's insane if you try to understand the logic, the cherry picking on this and making it convenient. It's convenient to say you had no choice when you were instructed to do something. You did have a choice, Dana. You could have said no, and you could have lost your job. Like countless others, hundreds of thousands of people lost their jobs because they said no, because they had character. That's happened. So you weren't one of those people. You were not one of those people. The only news person I know of that publicly told us he did not get the vaccine was Tucker Carlson. Somehow he got away with staying at Fox News and not taking it. He's the only one that has told us this. I don't know. I mean, he was high up enough. He found a way, but he said, I'm not doing that. And I'm pretty sure that he would have left at that point and not waited till later when he actually got fired for being anti-war and anti-pharma, which he eventually did get fired. But he didn't take the damn thing. She did, and every one of her colleagues did. And she has zero accountability for her role. And she wants to ask RFK about, what are we going to do with the next pandemic? You're going to show exactly your character all over again. That's what you're going to do. We all will. We all will show our character yet again the next time that they create a pandemic. And you know they're planning it right now.
Explaining what was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
I want to talk to measles.
Actually, were you reading the science yourself?
The measles cases in the U.S. just reached a 35-year high. The second record-breaking year in a row, 93% of these cases are among the unvaccinated. The outbreak is happening on your watch. And even before becoming HHS secretary for years, you have been one of the leading voices questioning the efficacy of vaccines. Do you accept some responsibility for this measles outbreak?
Absolutely not. First of all, this is an international outbreak. So, and we're doing better at handling it than any country in the world. Mexico has 15 times the amount of measles per capita that we have. Canada has 4 times the amount of measles. England has 2 times the amount of measles. Did I cause those measles outbreaks?
You're the most famous.
Did I cause 137,000 cases?
You're the most famous vaccine skeptic on the planet.
Let me tell you, because actually Anthony Fauci in his diaries answers the question about why we're having a measles outbreak right now. The reason we're having a measles outbreak because of the COVID lockdowns, because people children during that period did not get vaccinated. And in his diaries, he says this is going to cause massive outbreaks of measles and more children. He says this are going to die. Let me finish, because you could accuse me of something. Now, let me.
No, I didn't. I asked you a question.
Yeah, let me give you the answer. He says in his diaries, more children are going to die from measles because of these lockdowns than COVID. So if you want to know, and that age group that should have gotten the MMR when they're 18 months and didn't.
Okay, so now he has to push the MMR, and this is sad. This is sad that he has to push this. And by the way, let's not forget that he also, as HHS secretary, he has allocated another $1 billion for COVID jabs. He's done this, and she's not going to say that. No one. He can go on any single show on these mainstream. None of them are going to ask him why did you just give Pfizer another $1 billion? Because he did. He just did that a month ago. And now he's pushing the MMR for measles. And it's sad. It's sad because now he's going to fall right into her trap. And I think this is, and I maybe that's even giving him too much credit. It's not that he accidentally is falling into a trap and losing this round, because he's going to lose this round. What I know it was looking good there for a second, but he's losing this round, and it's rigged. He went on there with the intention of losing this round. And you're not going to like how this thing ends. Here we go.
Get it? They're the ones being infected. The people in this country, and we have stopped the outbreaks at record speed in South Carolina, in Texas, in Utah, in Virginia. We've done better than any country in the world. I dispatch immediately the epidemic intelligence services to those states. I get on the phone with the governor, and we stop them in their tracks. Nobody else has been able to do that.
You have a bully pulpit.
Let me tell you just one last thing.
Go ahead.
The communities that are suffering from measles are almost all religious communities that just don't vaccinate. The Mennonites have not vaccinated since 1796, since Edward Jenner invented the smallpox vaccine. It's hard to blame that on me as much as you want to blame it.
No, I don't want to blame you. I'm asking you because you have a very powerful voice on these issues for people who are skeptical. Let me finish. Let me finish.
And I've never questioned the efficacy of the MMR vaccine.
Okay, let me finish.
What you should.
I want you to do is please use your bully pulpit to right now, as we're getting close to back to school, are you willing to say to parents who have not vaccinated their kids that they should vaccinate their kids for measles because it is safe and it will help them save their children's lives?
And this is the point of the interview. This is why this moment, this is what it was all about. All that other stuff, kind of theatrical. They don't like each other to begin with. We had a few little jab moments, which was great. No pun intended. He got some jabs in there. But this is just totally pathetic, and this isn't by accident. This is why they brought him on. Listen to his answer.
We tell people on my websites, my public
right now, look into the camera,
that parents should get their children vaccinated for measles. A measles vaccine is effective. It stops measles in about 97% of the cases. Well, people should get vaccinated.
There it is. Stopping the thing. It stops the thing. What else does it do? Does it do anything else good for you? If that was even true? Well, let's say it is. Okay, it stops measles. What else? What else does it do to you? What other foreign products of poison and horrible crap are being put into kids' bodies? What kind of metals? Mercury? What is the thing that is making it worth it to take the thing? So that is pharma placement right there. That is Pfizer top-down placement, and that is why he was invited on to do that interview. The full thing's 20 minutes. You guys can go watch it on Twitter. There's people cheering on some of the stuff. I mean, we gave credit to the little jabs he gave her, but ultimately that's why he went on. That's why. So it's a big mess. That's not real journalism. It's fake news, and it's been the whole time. It's doing the bidding of Pfizer, Moderna, and all the people that pay the paychecks. That's what it's always been, and it's not going to change. And that's why we have to come here and do a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. All right, guys, moving on. We're going to stay on topic here before we get to all the worst stuff. I want to bust right into this next one before we bring in Craig Pasta. So let's just dive right in. We're piggybacking right off of that one. We're going to do a little We Know What It's Not. Here we go, guys.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are still baffled. They're looking into it. All the rest of us, we got to just be patient. Don't say anything. Don't complain. Don't ask questions. Stay put, because the medical experts will be back with their assessment of the autopsies and all the reasons why they're going to try and make excuses of why our loved ones keep dropping dead. All the children, all the athletes, all the myocarditis, all the neurological problems, all the heart attacks, all the rapid cancers. Why is this happening? Not our place to answer the question, because we're not doctors. We're not scientists. So keep your freaking mouth shut until they get back with an answer. And by the way, they aren't obligated to come back with an answer. They would probably just rather we wait it out and let a certain amount of time go on until we forget about it and we move on to the next thing, which is kind of what's happening. But let's, in the meantime, while we're waiting for the experts to come back, there's one thing that we know that is absolutely 100% positively sure, and that is we know what it's not. For those who thought that Trump was going to get on the side of the Fauci hearing, the side of who? Rand Paul, Ron Johnson. No, he's not even backing the Republicans sitting there calling out Fauci. Trump decided he wanted to back Fauci. And you guys remember the auto pen response? Because that was the one thing. If Biden signed an auto pen pardon for Fauci, then maybe, just maybe, Trump could have said something about that and said, let's look into that, because I don't know if an auto pen pardon makes any sense for this clown. But no, he did the opposite, if you guys remember this.
Well, the only thing you can really think about is the auto pen, because the most powerful thing the president has, they say, is the power of pardon. So he was pardoned by Biden, and I respect that. I know how powerful it is. It's a very powerful, they say it's literally the most powerful thing a president has. Now, whether or not I sign my things directly, always, almost everything I sign directly. You're witness to many of them. He signed very few. The only thing I know that he signed was Hunter Biden's pardon, but I'm not sure that he signed, he probably didn't sign this one. So I can't tell you what the law is. I've heard that you have to have a lot of proof. You need to have letters. You need to have all sorts of things that the person operating the auto pen has to know exactly what it's all about. He didn't know what it was about because I saw him testify. So maybe there's something on the auto pen. Other than that, the power of pardon is very powerful.
And that was that. Now we heard people say, well, he's just staying out of it. That's, he has other things to deal with. He's playing the long game. All the 60, 70 chess. We've heard it all, blah, blah, blah. Well, any of you guys think he's staying out of it is dead wrong. Because now he's come out and literally is telling us that he doesn't want to see Fauci hurt. Don't hurt Fauci. He's a good guy. So he's not staying out of it. Check it out.
I think really Dr. Fauci's a very nice man, but we let him do what he wants to do. He gets a lot of television. He loves being on television, and we let him do it. Sometimes he says things that are a little bit off, and they get built up, unfortunately, but he's a nice guy. I like him, but he's called a lot of bad calls. He said, don't wear a mask, and he said, don't ban China. They were bad calls. He admits that, and I don't hold that against him. If I did, I wouldn't have him. No, I think he's a nice guy. Huh? I don't want to. I don't want to hurt him. He's been there for about 350 years. I don't want to hurt him.
I don't want to hurt him. What kind of language choice? I don't want to hurt him? How many people has he hurt? And he's talking about his long, lengthy career of hurting people. That's what he's talking about throughout the AIDS epidemic, which he pushed by giving out drugs that killed people. That's what he did. If you don't believe it, go watch Dallas Buyers Club. Fauci's the bad guy. He's giving out drugs to people that kill them, and he knew it, and everyone around him knew it, and yet he can still be this science czar all these years later. So no, Trump wants to protect that legacy. He's making it absolutely clear that nothing will ever happen to this guy. He and Biden are on exactly the same team. So it's kind of a shame that Ron Johnson and Rand Paul are only uniquely going after Fauci for this 4-year period that Biden was in charge, when it's the same thing, both presidencies. It's not any different. It's protect pharma, protect pharma. And then to call out, what is he calling out Fauci for? Being back and forth on masks? This clip, by the way, this clip was shared out by Rand Paul, and it's frustrating because it's just scratching the surface of the lies. This is not even, we're not even getting through round one with this. And I get it. It's fun to see the clips of Fauci lying, but this is just barely dipping your fucking toe into the pond with this.
Analysis studies show that, contrary to what we thought, masks really do work in preventing infection.
No doubt.
So no doubt.
So when you find out you were wrong, you don't double down.
People should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. Right now, the message is the vaccines are very effective in preventing serious disease.
So the data are very, very clear that A, you need a booster.
The nature of those viruses that were studied were evolutionarily so far distant from what turned out to be SARS-CoV-2 that no matter what you did with those viruses, you would not be able to do that. Obviously, there are two possibilities that are being entertained, and I think we need to keep a completely open mind until we have definitive proof.
Dr. Fauci, did you delete any emails or records related to the Wuhan lab or the origins of the virus?
No, I did not. I am very happy to testify before any congressional oversight committee. I have nothing to hide.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
I have not been misleading the American public under any circumstances.
We're just scratching the surface. What comes out of a clip show like this? And it's like, da, 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 da. Yeah, okay. What comes out of this? What did we learn? We learned that Fauci was back and forth on masks. Fauci was trying to protect himself from the gain of function, which he pushed. And Fauci was saying whatever he needed to say about, I'm transparent. And then he says, I'm not going to say, I'm going to plead the fifth when I get into the hearing. So that's it. That's not That's so freaking surface. And that's the only thing Trump admitted to. He got some stuff wrong. This plays right into the narrative of CNN, right into the narrative of the mainstream saying we did the best with what we had to work with at the time. And Fauci might be a little egotistical. And that's why his journal showed that he just liked being a celebrity. We're not even tapping into any of this. Deliberate. The deliberateness of the pandemic preparation, planning and plotting and Event 201 and patenting this thing and knowing that there were cancer carcinogens put into the actual vaccine, which is not a vaccine. They had to change the definition of vaccine. All of this stuff. Not to mention the lockdowns and all this. So there's so much beyond this. And so Trump has no interest in going out of any of his way to get to the bottom of this, as we've seen with previous fake investigations into 9/11, into JFK, into the Epstein files. He has no interest in getting to the truth of the matter. How do we know this? Well, we know this because he did it his first term. Operation Warp Speed, according to friend of the show, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden, who we hope to have back soon, she looked at a timestamp and saw Operation Warp Speed actually started in March of 2019. I kid you not. This is the draft. It's a draft that was, this has been released by Rand Paul, and it's dated on March 29th, 2019, where they're starting with the language of a vaccine as a single most important tool now missing in our fight against the coronavirus. The fight against the coronavirus in March, not of 2020, of 2019. So this thing had been being planned the entire way, and Trump was part of it. Obviously, he was part of the Epstein elite. So he played the role that he was supposed to play, to be 100% absolutely clear. And to see Rand Paul put this out is cool, but why are the people in the hearing only going after Fauci for the particular 4 years after Trump left? And it was only when Biden was in office. That's the only time they were going after him. And that keeps this issue, what? It keeps it a polarizing issue. Dems versus Republicans, right? That's the point. That's the point. So the vaccine part of this, the Operation Warp Speed part of this, is exactly Trump's brand, and it's also Biden's brand. It's both of them, as we know. And now we have this. This is Trump, who bragged, and we're glad that this footage came up. There would have never. This is what he said. There would have never been a COVID vaccine without me. This is Trump, who also gave pharma full immunity. He has been vaxxed 16 times. And as you guys saw, he's commended Dr. Fauci. If MAGA has a problem, they need to take it up with their daddy. And they're not, because they have to protect their hero. It's called hero worship, and we know how that works. So they're not going to actually call him out on this. But we have the clip. It's right here. This is Trump bragging about the vaccine. Here he goes.
That you received the vaccine. Mrs. Trump also got the vaccine. Would you recommend to our audience that they get the vaccine then?
I would recommend it, and I would recommend it to a lot of people that don't want to get it, and a lot of those people voted for me, frankly. But, you know, again, we have our freedoms, and we have to live by that, and I agree with that also. But it's a great vaccine, it's a safe vaccine, and it's something that works. And we've been working round the clock, and what I got the FDA to do, this would have happened. This would have happened in many, many years from now if I didn't get involved, and if we didn't get involved.
And there it is. They're all working together. They're all on the same team. And anybody that has a problem with this, this is not a partisan issue for the last time. Anybody pretending that this is doing that on purpose to keep us confused and in our camps. So there needs to be a new Maha movement needs to happen. And it needs to be called something different. This play on words of make America. We're done with make America. Make America what? America got duped. How about we make humanity healthy again? Why don't we do something like that? Let's come up with another thing, because we know Dr. Mary Talley Bowden's on board for that. We know all the ones that are not, they're not falling for this Maha stuff. They're not falling for any of this. It's designed to keep people in their camps and confused. And it'll always be that way until we actually start a real movement that's non polarizing, non-political. It's humanity driven from the bottom up. That's it. So before we end the segment, you guys know we have to give you guys just a basic report. A couple news headlines we heard, completely unrelated. We can't seem to find any information other than what's happened to these people. It's really unfortunate. Bulgarian actress Natalia Doncheva passes away at age 56 following a short illness. We tried to look it up and see if we could find anything about it. Nothing about it. They've now rewritten the article. They have now new articles about how it was a long illness. So short illness doesn't sound right. Long illness, that feels much better. But this was the original one. So just if you guys, it's funny, right? The short illness is now a long illness. So let's see. There's a few more. This is from UFC. This sucks. Monday, August 3rd, our beloved fighter, Alan Nascimento, was found unresponsive after suffering an apparent heart attack in his sleep. Well, that's very common these days. So I don't know what all the fuss is about. Especially healthy people that are athletes. Happens a lot. And I don't think we should make a fuss about it. But I just thought you guys should know this literally just happened. Despite the efforts, blah, 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 couldn't do anything for him. It was a little too late, unfortunately. One more announcement just came in. This is the PBA Tour bowling guy. This is Jacob Butterturf bowler. Well, maybe he wasn't much of an athlete because, bowling isn't really an athletic sport. So he must have been unhealthy. But apparently, yes, the PBA is deeply saddened by the sudden passing of Jacob. Thoughts and condolences with the family. So, and you're not going to find much more on any of these. This is just common now. It's just common. It just happens. And that's the world we live in now. Because we need to keep our mouth shut and not ask questions. Those questions are dangerous. And they should only be asked by medical professionals. Not us. So we have to stay put. We have to wait for them to come back and tell us what really happened to our family, friends, and loved ones and all these celebrities. By the way, every celebrity we're showing you guys, think of all the ones that don't get tweeted about, don't get articles in Deadline. Thousands. We're just showing you the ones that come up on our feed. But we're not allowed to talk about it. We're not allowed to ask any questions. We have to stay put until the medical professionals come back and tell us what really happened to everybody and what's going to continue to happen to everybody. And we just need to get used to it. But as we're waiting, there's one thing we know for absolutely sure, 100%, without a doubt, we know what it's not. All right, guys, let's get on with the next part of the show. We are hustling through now. We are rocking and rolling, and we are ready to bring in our co-host right now. Back to the homeless left. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to THL, Craig Pasta Jardula. I see we caught Craig deep in reading, deep in thought. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you there, Pasta. It looked like you were in the middle of I'm
in the middle of a great book. I'm trying to understand the Iran deal. I think I'm getting to the part over here where he's got his zoning and the art of the deal. He's ready to get a deal going. It says negotiate and fake it 6 or 7 times before you really, really, really mean it. So now we know. This is the real one. Matt, this is the real one this time.
It's
for the deal with Iran because they desperately want it so badly. You know what I'm saying? And the Strait of Hormuz is still being controlled by them. And this is it. This is it this time. I swear this deal is it. If not, he's going to unleash hell.
I think you might be onto something. I think we all just need to be patient. Like the art of the deal, it's a long game, right? It's like 10 games of chess stacked on
17 D chess. Yes.
17 D chess. Yes.
17
I think we're at 17 now.
Yes.
Well, he did seem hopeful. Trump just told us, he told his base, and we have no reason to think he's lying to us because he told us that they called him, right? So Iran called him and said, let's make a deal. So he's going to tell us
begging for a deal.
Begging. They begged. And he has no reason to make that up. So let's hear it right from his own mouth. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, this is at least the 5th time you've turned off airstrikes against Iran since April to negotiate. What is your message to the American people who are wondering what has changed this time? Why should it be any different?
Well, you don't know. I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens. But it's a very, very tough thing to do. I think I'm very proud of the fact that I'll give people a chance. This is a big move. To do an attack that big on a country, I'd rather not do it. Now, we've already, through lots of large attacks, but they were normal large.
Normal large. This is large.
I mean, they just let him run his mouth. This is like whose line is it anyways, right? Like, just keep making it up. Just keep going, right? Until we'll give it, and then we're gonna. Audience, can you raise your hand and give us another? Give us a location. Give us an item, and he's gonna work it into the scene, right? That's what he's doing. Are we done with this? You want to hear a little more of it?
Please.
Let's keep going. Let's see where.
Might as well.
Let's see where this monologue goes.
Senses, because what happened cannot have a nuclear weapon, but hopefully they'll come to their senses. So they called me, and they said, please don't attack, we'll make a deal. That's the real truth, and everyone knows it. And who wouldn't call? And they found out through leaks and sleazebags, a lot of sleazebags, leakers. Leakers should be put in jail. They have to strengthen up the laws for leakers. But in this case, leakers helped because they said the severity of the attack, and Iran knew it. They knew what was coming. It was going to come last night, and it would have gone on for a long time, and there'd be essentially very little left. There'd be nothing left. And if I'm given a chance to let a lot of people live, I want to give that chance. So I'm under no time constraint. I don't happen to be running, but a lot of very good Republicans are running. And you have a sick ideology taking place right now that, hopefully they'll be defeated because they'll destroy the country if they ever take over.
Wow. I mean, this guy, Pasta, I know we're very harsh on some of our fellow lefties when they go out in the street with the no kings and they blame everything on this one guy, and we try to educate them and tell them it's bigger than Trump. But man, if you cut from this little scene and you cut to a scene from Schindler's List where Joseph Fiennes is saying total power is when you have every reason to kill and you don't. I mean, that would fit this guy, right? So they call him Trump the Nazi. It's like that's what he's saying. He's saying I like to let people go. It's like what are you yapping about here, man? And you don't have power. That's the point. You're pretending to have power. None of this is real. We know for a fact that Iran's not only not calling him, they're not looking to have any deal. So what happens from here? This is how many times, Pasta, can we hear this BS about they call me, we're this close, we're hope we'll get there by tomorrow. How long till the base goes, wait a minute, there is no end to this?
Well, whoever's left is going to be still standing by him no matter what. They've already passed that Rubicon, right? They've already went over that line. Mr. Leahy used to say on the, what was it called? The Trailer Park Boys, don't cross the shit line there, Ricky. Well, Donald Trump crossed that line a long, long time ago. So if anybody is left right now at this point, they're going to stick with him no matter what. They just want their confirmation bias, and that's what, he seems to be giving them. To be honest with you, I can sit here and say this is the biggest joke of a presidency of all times, and I'm not exaggerating. I mean, this guy, every single time this guy opens up his mouth at this point, it's so nauseating. At least Joe Biden, the good thing about him was that he couldn't talk sometimes, and he wouldn't talk. I'd rather have that at this point. It is a system that is decaying, that's in front of us, that really is the problem. Obviously, this guy is just the mouthpiece for it right now. But it makes me just wonder who the heck is still supporting him. And you do have a lot of podcasters out there, independent media folk out there. Yeah. We should really call them the alternative mainstream media because they're following the same rhetoric as the right wing they have on TV. The way Fox News praises this guy. I mean, we are talking about, hurting the dumbest of the dumb at this point. And if you are still supportive of this guy or believe anything he says, you should really look in the mirror and have a real long talk with yourself, because this is just beyond at this point. I mean, it's ridiculous. And how many things are we really suffering on? He said the other day, gas is going to fall through the floor, the price, once this is done. The short-term pain for the long-term gain. No. It's everything this guy said he was going to do. There's a clip of him saying one thing, and since he's been in office, it's a different. I mean, I really just, I think the best thing that's said this whole segment, because the majority of this segment is Donald Trump talking, but you said, until we really have a real movement out there where we come together and say enough is enough, nothing's going to change. I just would think at this point, we wouldn't be caught in so much partisan politics and yelling at our neighbors, because this guy was the final straw. He's exposed it all, man. That's it. No more. We had our Obama situation. You had your Trump situation. Is enough, America. Get your head out of your ass and let's go, because these guys are destroying the planet. And they don't care whether you live or die. And by the way, great segment you had on before I came. And Tiffany Cianci called me. She wants to do these shows. We got to dive into this Maha situation, because like you told, not today, but eventually, because, she's got a lot to say. And you even said this is the tip of the iceberg. And we got to make sure that this doesn't happen again, because unfortunately, from what I saw, from my WBAI show the other day, last Wednesday, there's a group of people who are just digging their heels in deeper and still standing behind this vaccine like a Dana Bash. Wasn't it cute to see two people arguing, two Zionists arguing over the vaccine? They're still Zionists at the end of the day. We have no representation in Washington. We have no representation in the media to hold our government accountable. It's time to do some real work, and that's all I got to say.
It's a fight on so many different levels, but like if we can change one person's mind with one little conversation point that we're making just by our very real observation that's based on non-partisan, non-hero worshiping, I guess that's what we're attempting here, is to get people out of that hero worshiping where their savior can do no wrong. And we've been there with the Bernie stuff and the Obama, before that Obama. So we know this. We know this, how this works. And so let's I guess just keep doing it. But here's something. I want to give Trump a tiny bit more credit than the rest of his team when we're talking about keeping a straight face. And we mentioned whose line is it anyways. I make that comparison not just to mock him, but that it does take a certain amount of talent to stand up there like a Ryan Stiles or a Wayne Brady, and to just ad lib and just go on, just make shit up on the spot. He's much better at it than Rubio and Bessent. Here's Rubio. I want people to look at this. Watch the mannerisms and the inflections and the stuttering coming from Bessent and Rubio. I'm going to play these back to back and just understand like that. I think these are the clips we need to be sharing out. Show people that they're not, they lack that confidence of just BS that Trump is a lot better at lying. So here's Bessent, who sounds a little bit deranged, like a Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber, basically saying, so you're telling me there's a chance. He's not really saying anything. He's saying that there's this itsy bitsy chance that something might happen, and we're hopefully fingers crossed that this something will happen by tomorrow.
We've seen President Trump last week threatened what would have been one of the largest military campaigns, or the largest military campaign since World War II, against the Iranians. And now because of that, we are in talks with the Iranians. And I think there is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait and move towards a more normalized position in this conflict. And that's because their Air Force is wiped out, their Navy is wiped out, substantial portion of their missiles are wiped out. More importantly, their missile production capability is wiped out. So anything that happens in the Gulf will benefit Japan and indeed the rest of the world, Joe.
All right, here's Rubio.
I think that there's a conversation and a negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran on how more ships can be able to go through there safely in the short term as we move towards these longer term talks about denuclearization. And suffice it to say, there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly. Okay, thank you guys.
We're hoping that will happen very shortly. So he's not saying anything. He's just like, we're just sitting here hoping that something will happen, because we really have no ability to do anything. So we're just hoping. It's a feeling, and I think this whole thing's been about feelings. Hey, Craig, real quick, I'm seeing there's an echo. I think that might be coming. Gabrielle pointed it out here in the chat. It might be coming when I'm from your end when I'm talking. Actually,
was that better?
I think that's better. Yeah, I think we fixed it.
Let me make sure I have the right microphone on. Yeah, I got the right microphone on.
Yeah,
so.
but there was so when I was talking, it was coming through your side. So I think we
Okay,
fixed
my bad.
it. Okay.
Is
So
that better? Ooh.
yeah, that's actually, I don't hear it any, so I think we're good. I think, yes, we're being told in the chat we are fixed. Very, very good. Okay. So, I mean, obviously they get their daily memo, they get their email, what the talking points are. That's always been a thing. We understand that that's how presidential staffs work. They all have to go around and say the same stuff. But again, what we're saying is that this is not a sustainable method. And I think that when you said about Biden, how Biden didn't really have to talk if he didn't want to, a lot of the stuff they were getting away with Biden was stuff that was moving the ball forward. It was adding more. They didn't have to worry about an Iran. Iran is a whole nother monster that we're not really used to. I don't even think in our lifetimes we've really understood the level of pushback and the consequences of effing with Iran versus all of the other countries we've effed with, right? And Russia's a big one, but Russia's obviously, Putin has certainly played the long game on that one. But Iran is making these bold moves, and it's going to be very difficult to maneuver out of this. I think this very deep hole that this entire administration has gotten themselves into. So maybe we just let it ride out until they can't do it anymore. I don't know.
Well, I think that what the clip coming up is going to probably be the thing that really kind of, I think, really shines the light on everything that's going on, right? The military-industrial complex, how much power and control they have. Well, they're about to get a bunch of no-bid contracts, Maddie, because we're running out of missiles. We're running out of all that shit. They got to go find wars out there. And like I've always said before, the United States military-industrial complex don't care who wins the war. They don't care who loses the war. All they care is that they have the war, so they can provide weapons to whatever said country, Israel, France, England, our allies, maybe, who knows, Germany, Italy. I mean, I was just in Peru not too long ago, and Peru was going to be purchasing like F-16s or something. I'm like, why would Peru need that? Whatever, that's why they try to get all these governments in, little lackeys in for them elsewhere, so they can buy weapons from the military-industrial complex. And big pharma is in control of these countries, right? As well, they control all the health regulations and industries in these countries. So, I mean, this is what it's all about at the end of the day. There's going to be a couple groups, a couple industries. Smedley Butler talked about it years ago. They're going to make money, so much money at the end of the day. So, I mean, what better clown to send out than Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, and Scott Bessent to go sell the circus? The best way to sell the circus is get yourself a good clown.
Yep.
We got ourselves a bunch of good clowns.
And it's a great clown show that we're watching right now. And you indicated about we're running out. We're not just running out of storyline. We're also running out of actual stockpile. And this is from RT earlier today. U.S. missile stockpile has been drained by the Iran war. That's from Reuters. According to sources, Pentagon used up almost the entire supply of its most advanced ATAC MS and PRSM long-range missiles after 5 months. It's been five months since we started this thing. The shortage sparks fears U.S. may have fewer options in potential future conflicts. Well, that might be a good thing. We won't be able to be so aggressive anymore in the future. But here's a shot of that that was posted with this tweet from RT. Here we go. Well, that's just stuff. So
there goes your tax dollars.
It's gone.
It's so funny to me the way the conservatives in this country push back and goes, "Oh, you can't have communism and socialism." Yet they're okay with all this money, right, being spent on war to go bomb these other people like it means anything to them. Meanwhile, the roads suck, can't drive anywhere, potholes, it's terrible. We have no high-speed rail, can't get around this country unless you spend money. And now the airline tickets are through the roof since gas is through the roof, right? But yet, the main American socialists, those kids who get out in the street with a Che Guevara shirt and everything like that, they just want to see your tax dollars going to people at home, education, healthcare, infrastructure, rather than going to war. it's just so funny to me, across the board. Not that I think that, socialism and communism is something to kind of like, I get the negative parts of it. Too much centralized control by the state is a bad thing, but we have this thing called what's it called? A corporate government kind of like cooperation. The private state, industry that's working together, where you have all these like the flock cameras, right? They're all, subcontracted out to this company that is in bed with the state. This is what's going on over here, ladies and gentlemen. So it is fascism as a whole, and every single type of capitalist system you see out there is going to eventually kind of curtail into some form of fascism, where the corporations are going to control the state because they can buy the state, because that's what our government is. It's for sale, and whoever the highest bidder is, they get to play. And meanwhile, the rest of us, we get to fight the wars, build the roads, build the economy, and get nothing for it. Get who gots. Got to come together, folks.
Yeah. And there's another part of this when we talk about how do you keep the manufacturer consent through this thing that we can obviously not come through victorious. We know that we've lost this thing. There's no way to win it, but you can still make the case to the audience. I'm talking about the Fox News audience. When Netanyahu comes on with Sean Hannity, they can still try to make the case that these people, they just really, really super duper pinky promise they want to kill us really bad. And it's that down with America, sentiment they've been pushing forever. And Netanyahu is going to tell the Fox News audience that they're trying to kill Trump right now. And they wanted to kill Lindsey Graham, and Sean Hannity's like, oh yeah, I also got the tip on all that. Yeah. So these two psychopaths talking about all the stuff that Iran wants to do. Meanwhile, we're literally killing their leaders. We're literally killing their schoolgirls. We're literally killing them. But they want to do it, Pasta. They really want to, and we should take that. We should take that seriously.
Kill Donald Trump. They just gave out Melania. A fact sheet on Melania and Barron. They openly say they want to kill they want to kill me. They want to, kill my family. By the way, they wanted to kill Lindsay. Yes. That was not known, but it was known to me. That's correct. No,
the inside scoop, ladies and gentlemen.
One down, more to go.
Yeah. I think you try to get my blood boiling. They wanted to kill Lindsay, not Senator Graham, not Lindsey Graham. Lindsay. He's on a one-name basis. Poor him. Oh, we're going to miss you, Lindsay. I think one bouquet of flowers was left at the gates of Lindsey Graham's residency, and somebody said they were from Publix and there was a 2-for-1. So what the hell? They wanted to leave black roses, but instead, they let blood roses.
This is
just disgusting.
Yeah, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you. If it wasn't for Putin or the mRNA. Damn it. And if it wasn't for you measly kids, I would have gotten away with it. So this is just a bunch of nonsense. But they need to keep that going, right? For the small amount. How many do you think, what is the percentage left of those that voted for Trump, Pasta? What do you think the percentage left that's buying this at every turn?
I'd say about half the voters are still sticking to their confirmation bias, and within that half the voters, right? And losing half is a lot, right? You know what I'm saying? Because usually, elections are won or public opinions are won on the periphery, right? You always have your people who are set in, your hardcore Democrats, your hardcore Republicans, and then you have those independents wherever they move, whatever. That will kind of dictate where, public opinion goes. I think Donald Trump has lost a solid half of the people who voted for him.
Yeah,
I'm judging that by where he goes out and how he gets booed now, and whatnot. So I would say at least half, and that is a lot. People don't think, oh my God, because you're going to still have these people out there, I think he loves the country, right? That's why I support him. He loves this country. He cares about us more than the Democrats who care about immigrants and murderers, and Really? I mean, that's the whole thing. Unfortunately, the people that do still support him are kind of controlled by their biases. They're motivated by their biases. Right? There's still people out there that are okay with ICE Nobody's done as great a reporting as Ryan Christian's done on ICE, that he's been doing, talking about what's going on. And if they were principled, these conservatives, they would have been rejecting this. But this is what you get from the conservatives when they get into power, right? You get the tough on crime mentality. Oh, the Democrats, they're weak when it comes to foreign policy. They're weak when it comes to criminals. They want to let criminals out all over the place. They each play this game. They go back and forth. The kabuki theater and the media highlights what they're told to highlight, so therefore they can swing the power to the other side. And it's nothing more than a two-party illusion, and that's what we're trapped in, this hamster wheel of this tribal, cultish behavior, right? And I mean, just hearing these things, and there are people out there, and I live in Boca Raton, so I know this, right? There are people, the meat store I go to, they're all Brazilian, and they all want Bolsonaro. They don't care that he's a Zionist, right? Son and all. He's a Steve Bannon Zionist. So your choices in Brazil, you can get a Zionist or a vaccine salesman. They do not care. A lot of people are still going to look at this, the Republicans, as the lesser of two evils because they are so fearful of the woke ideology coming from the Democrats. And I'm not talking about Democratic voters. I'm talking about the Democratic Party and their globalist fourth industrial revolution mentality. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. This is all by design.
All right, let's get on to the next segment. I just want to put a couple of these up beforehand because we have been getting some super chats here. And I'll say this one came in before we started. Appreciate it, Citizen. Why is no one talking about Obama, Emmanuel, pizza parties? You know, we covered the pizza parties early when we started doing the show, and we've been up on that. So I'm gonna look if he's talking about, or if no one's talking about it, we'll maybe circle back and have another discussion about it since Emmanuel.
We know what pizza means.
Oh, our audience knows what pizza means.
Pizza.
And they certainly, when it comes to Obama, they know what hot dogs means. Particularly, he had an absolute like.
Are you talking about Michelle Obama or
No. Obama.
Oh, you said hot dog. I thought about Michelle, right?
That's a natural connection to draw, of course, because we are. There's
the MMA fighter. How stupid.
Yeah. No, but there's literally hot dog parties that Hillary told Obama, you got to cut out the hot dog parties I told you not to have them at the White House too many more. So just let's take a step back. She literally emailed that to Obama. Just letting you know. You guys know that happened.
Too many hot dog parties, guys. Tell Richard Branson to stay at home.
Yeah, exactly. We know you and Lindsey Graham were liking that hot dog party. That's right. Hey, we might have disagreed on a bunch of stuff, me and Lindsay, but just like my other fellow Democrats, we had a lot in common, and it's the food we ate. We had a lot in common with the hot dogs. All right, so with that said, I do appreciate the jewels. I'm trying to figure out these jewels. 20 jewels. Thanks, Leora W.
Leora.
Cool. I don't know the jewel thing, but it seems like it's a good thing to get jewels. It seems like whatever that is. Is that like a? It's like
better find out it's not code from the Epstein clan.
No, it's not, because I think viewers they're able to, like, I don't know, maybe our YouTube is set a certain way. You can click on it or something, but it's cool.
I don't know.
I'll do one more. This is in relationship to you were talking about clown show. So Citizen let us know that add Trump and you have America's biggest clown contest. Yeah, clown contest. That sounds. They should do a clown contest. Who's the biggest clown? And this last one for now, we'll get to the rest later, but this one leads into our next segment. So I wanted to just highlight this. Thank you, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
For the super chat. And what he's referring to here, I'll read the comment. The data company already found a way around the moratorium on the data center in Salem. Don't know how much else. Article is behind a paywall. So what Chris is talking about is there was a protest near where his dad lives, and it seemed to have worked. On our last show, Chris Sepp told us that they shut the data center down. That was by his dad, and that people had showed up to the city council meeting, which is great. And we want people to do that. And you guys got to go check out the DFLOC. DFLOC will show you how to go to your local council meetings and speak up. But now he's saying that they found a way around this thing. So I think we talk about it. Never celebrate too soon. It's a constant game. What did we say last week? Possibly, we were telling audience, it's a constant game of whack-a-mole. So just because you hit one on the head doesn't mean it's time for a party. Another mole's going to show its head. You got to whack that one. So they're going to find another way, even if you shut one down, or you got one flock camera off, or you got one vote that went your way in the Senate, right? With the U.S.-Israel merge, that House comes back and they vote. So it's whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole. Always be ready for what's their next move. And I think with that said, that's going to lead into our next segment right now. Pasta, have you seen this opening? I don't know if you've seen this opening because you're your first one doing with this. Been doing with Jay, and I've done a few. Otherwise, it's called Artificial Insanity. We got a fun lead into it. You ready?
Go ahead.
Here we go. It's time for Artificial Insanity. Here we go, guys.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things, you know.
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
As he says there, Alex Carve, he's telling us that Palantir and all the rest of them, we're here to scare people and occasionally kill them. That's what you got to do that when you're, pushing your billionaire Epstein class surveillance state, digital ID propaganda and policy around the globe. And that's what we've been seeing this entire administration, no different than Biden. In fact, we would argue it's gotten even worse since Biden. And we can see the paper trail on it right now. Let's look at where we are with the data centers, particularly. And if you guys, we did report this last Thursday on Top Censored News, and not too many people cover this. The actual executive order that Trump put out, this was last week, and he's permitting, what he's doing is accelerating the federal permitting of data center infrastructure. And if you scroll through the actual, and this is on the website, you guys can go look at this up. If you scroll through it to Section 9B, it's talking about qualifying them, and this is the Secretary of Defense or War, whatever you want to call him. He has the privilege now, because this went through, executive order has been signed. He can identify any of these installations as military installations, which means a whole nother set of rules applies when it comes to how do you deal with protests. If you're protesting a military installation versus a corporate installation, there's way more severe penalties, and we know what that includes, right? That includes domestic terrorism charges, and that's what we're heading here, and possibly implementing, a malicious state of any sort, or a military state where you might not even want to be doing elections anymore, because it got so out of hand with the domestic terrorism. And by domestic terrorism, we're talking about people protesting these actual data centers and the flock machines. So that's really bad. And if you guys missed that, now you know. Maybe you also missed this one, but I'm surprised if anybody that sees this clip, we're going to see Trump justify it right now, justify data centers and why we should all embrace them, because they're here to help us, guys. Come on. They're here to help us. Think of all the jobs and the safety. The list is so long. Why can't you guys just get with it? Why can't you just bend over and freaking comply? Here's our president.
And these companies are spending tremendous amounts of money on the communities, the local communities. So I think it's important that we tell the local communities that, because other nations are trying to get us to slow down, and they're spending a lot of money on propaganda, on press, PR, trying to convince everybody that this isn't a positive thing. And if we don't do this, we're going to be left behind. And even communities compared to other communities. You have some communities that really want this. This isn't all negative stuff. You have communities that really want the data centers. And frankly, those are the smart communities, because it means tremendous numbers of jobs, very little actual disruption. And the ones that don't want it, the happiest people in the world are foreign countries, number one, and number two, other communities within our country, because they're begging for them to be there. And some of them are great communities, very, very forward-looking communities.
I mean, it just gets so nauseating. Every single time this dude opens up his friggin' mouth, man. Like, it's just beyond. I mean, I'm sorry if you want to play this.
No, I'm with you.
We get it. It's like pulling teeth at this point, man.
We get it.
They're great communities, Matt. They're awesome. And the communities that don't want them, not that smart. I mean, who is he talking to? Who is listening to? Who are you trying to convince that track and trace systems, where they're collecting all the information on us, are a good thing that great communities want? I mean,
it's the same people that fell for ICE. It's the same people, right, that said it's to keep you safe. We need the protection. People. We need the protection. Nothing. What could go wrong? And if you resist, you're stupid. because smart people realize that this is progress. Smart people realize it's jobs. Smart people realize, and they're begging. They're calling like Iran, but they have to wait on hold because Iran's on the phone begging for a deal, and then you're on the phone begging, and he'll get to your call soon. But everyone else is calling. The smart people are calling. They're saying, "Please, Mr. Trump, please bring a data center to my town, so my entire life can be upended, and my family and my community can be upended. Please, please bring this awesome forward-thinking technology that's designed to keep us safe and competitive." And so he's doing this out loud, obviously, because he can get away with it. No one's challenging him. And the media, the legacy media, who they spent 10 years saying Russiagate, where are they on? It's not. Shouldn't that be enough? Shouldn't that be enough if you guys fell for that shit, the Russiagate? Where is Rachel Maddow on this? Where's Dana Bash?
Well, you'll see as some of them will come along, will be opportunistic when it gets so much. Now, if we keep on turning on the news and seeing that certain cities, the flock cameras keep getting hit down or cut down. In Minnesota, there was a city where they took down some cameras, over 10 of them, and they're like, "Oh, police are surprised that this is happening. These license plate tracing cameras are used to help, cut down on crime and stuff." But this is what you get every single time the conservatives in this country get in power, right? Yeah. You get the religious push that we need to get behind, the religious freedom movement of sorts. We have to find Jesus. There was another pastor from Florida that was thrown off an airplane because she was saying Jesus is going to protect the airplane. And hey, man, if you love Jesus, that's cool, but love Jesus on your own time. Don't thrust it on anybody else, especially when it comes to the lawmaking of this country. And if you're going to look at the lawmaking of this country, the Constitution is as clear as day, right? And those, what Ben Franklin said, who give up a little temporary liberty and freedom those who give up liberty and freedom to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or freedom themselves. I mean, it never rings true today. And this is what they do, the conservatives. We got to be tough on crime. It's the immigrant, the illegal immigrant. We got to catch them. The rapist, the bad guy. Your neighbor is the bad guy, right? Not the state, your neighbor. And it's fascinating to me how little principles the conservatives had in allowing this movement to take place, right? You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution doesn't mean a thing. It's nauseating at this point. It's sad to where we are. And Trump pushing these data centers, I mean, come on. I am happy, and I think, Matt, that we have to concentrate. We got to do what we got to do to get people aboard. And if the data centers are going to be bad for our water supply, and it's going to ruin a lot of water, and the liberals and the left get behind it in America, so be it. Then push that point. Obviously, a lot of conservative-minded people who won't have their principles thrown into the waste paper basket, they're going to sit there and say, no, this is against the Constitution. This is against the Fourth Amendment. We don't need to be, interacting a 1984 dystopian kind of world upon us by filming everything. And we were laughing about this the other day on the phone, right? The first day of Donald Trump, he mimicked the first day of Barack Obama when the anti-Wall Street president and Barack Hussein Obama announced that his whole administrative cabinet, his finance cabinet, was picked by Citibank. They told him who he can pick, and we were like, wait, that's not who we chose. Same thing that happened to Donald Trump day one of his second administration. He had Larry Altman, Sam Altman, Larry Ellison up there from Oracle. And Larry Ellison said, wouldn't it be great when, in the future where everything is filmed because there'll be cameras everywhere, there'll be essentially no crime because we'll be watching and getting everything. Well, that is upon us. So thank you, Donald Trumpers and conservatives over there who said they were mitigating damage. No, you just led us into the other dark alley in which was opposite of the dark alley the Democrats are at. Reject both parties, reject both systems. Yeah. I mean, it's the same fucking message every time.
And on top of that, Trump is outright making a killing on this technology, not just giving away taxpayer money to these psychopaths, giving away 500, you mentioned Larry Ellison, $500 billion deal for his Oracle Star technology that's not just pre-crime, it's pre-health, mRNA cancer. We're going to find your cancer before you know you have it because we can anticipate you're going to get the thing, and then we're going to give you your mRNA jab, and you'll be fine, and you'll know you're fine because you didn't actually get the cancer that we told you were going to get. Just like we're going to lock you up before you commit the crime, but trust us, you were going to murder someone tomorrow, so we're going to arrest you today. Just like Minority Report, Tom Cruise, right? So they talk. Anyways, on top of all that, Trump's making money off of his own pushing of these data centers and flock, and we know this because More Perfect Union showing us that not. So as Trump is pushing these data centers, the takeover of America, he is profiting personally from it. So they dug, what More Perfect Union did is they dug through his financial disclosures and discovered that he secretly bought up 25 million in a handful of construction firms building out the AI data center boom Americans are actively opposing. And of course, some of those same companies saw their stocks nearly double in value since Trump took office. So it's not just the big tech donors getting rich off of these pro-AI bullshit policies. It's Trump himself. And we should expect that by now. And just that reference to Obama, and we did talk about this, Pasta. I'll say those are exactly the same in line with the people that got you in. You're going to say, F you, I don't need you anymore. Here's my cabinet, Citibank people. And then Trump's like, F you, Maha. I'm giving a Trump RX investment opportunity to Pfizer, and I'm bringing Larry Ellison in for a $500 billion contract. I think the difference between Obama and Trump is that Obama kind of did it behind closed doors, right?
Yeah.
He did it, that Julian Assange had to reveal the emails from Citigroup on day one of his presidency in 2009, where Trump literally has a camera on Larry Ellison as he's giving him the $500
press
billion
conference.
Yeah. So there's nothing behind closed doors.
It is in your face with Trump, and that is something that, I guess that my co-host on Wednesdays at WBAI always talks about. The one thing that is great about Donald Trump is that he is just blatant in your face with it, right? It's no longer covert, it is overt. But I mean, that shows you the conditioning of the people out there and where we're at, because you would think this 40 years ago would have probably caused some uprising in the streets. Instead, somebody's people see, around the pool and whatnot, wearing Make America Great Again hats.
Yeah.
Have fun on that, pal.
Right. Well, here is moving to the flock part of the discussion. And we've already covered with you guys that even though flock's being taken down in some areas, a lot of these switch outs are happening where they're just switching it up with another company. There's a few others out there doing the same thing. So you guys got to be careful that just if flock gets taken down, they're still going to replace it. But let's look at some, there's a paper trail on when this started. And if you guys go back to April 2024, there were 0 flock cameras. And now in August 2026, flock cameras have exploded to roughly 200,000. So did Trump greenlight this?
Yes.
Yes, of course he did. Of course he did. These kids figured it out. Watch this real quick. They're giving us and they're using the information available to us through groups like DFlock. So you guys remember, DFlock is a great way you guys can track all this shit they're doing in your community. And they have a record of everything and dates and timestamps and everything. Here it is.
This map up. This is from January 5th, 2024 through July 2026. I want you to watch how many flock cams showed up across America. All right, we got a few. See some bubbles. We're in July 24, some more bubbles. It's getting a little hot. Oh. Trump got into office in January and shit went fucking nuts. Look at that. Look at that, bro. Remember day one in office, like the day after fucking the inauguration, he was up on stage with Larry Ellison and Sam Altman and all these technocrats about building the. Has this map up? This is from
how long?
January 5th, 2024 through July 2026. I want you to.
Did it just?
Yeah, start over again.
Yeah, let me get to that. He's pointing out exactly what we're talking about. This is great to see these kids get this out to their audience. Let's see the rest.
Technocrats about building the AI state and stuff. This isn't even. We're even a step below AI here. Not to say these things aren't going to be integrating that, but they're putting cameras all over the fucking country.
Yeah, that's
the last administration was censoring people all over the internet. This administration is allowing people to be fucking tracked everywhere.
There it is. And that's his like cut and dry, like the timestamps there. You guys can see it. It's not just he's pushing what Biden was doing. It's been amplified. And that's why he was hand selected by the technocrat class to come in and bring this in. And he had his whole base on board to do it. And it worked.
Somebody said, Donnie, get in there. Get your suit on.
Oh my God. This is insane. Okay. So what pushback do we have? We have We have Thomas Massey, who is in how many more weeks does he have till he'll be right where Marjorie Taylor Greene is? What does he have? Like
I'm assuming it's in the beginning of January, right? Like January 6th is the inauguration day for the other, right? I'm assuming. So they have an election in November, and then in January, whatever. Yeah,
4 to 5 months or something like that. But this is what Massey's doing. He's doing this. So Shadow of Ezra tweeted this out. Massey announces that he's introducing legislation to immediately stop federal funding for flock cameras and any other mass surveillance cameras. So it's not just flock, like we said. There's other ones that are doing it too. So any funding for mass surveillance cameras operating even under different names. He's comparing flock to the FISA program, called them un-American and saying they are always abused by bad actors. Of course they are. Here's a clip of Massey.
Yeah, he says it too, by the way.
Here we go. Here it is.
How many fans of flock cameras do we have in here? I heard a few boos. I didn't hear any claps. The government, yeah, we could all be safer if we all wore body cameras and head cameras and we had them in our living rooms and our bedrooms and on the street corners. It might make us safer, but in another way, it's going to make us less safe. And we cannot be trading our freedom of movement, our freedom of privacy for a little false promise of security. And these flock cameras have already been abused, just like the FISA program has been abused by the FBI. I mean, the FBI goes in there and looks up people on Tinder, some of these FBI agents, or looks up girlfriends that they've had to see if they're in the files. Well, you get the same thing going on with flock cameras. We don't elect angels to Congress. I guess you already knew that. But neither are the people who run these systems. And so we're far better off having our privacy. And so I'm going to introduce a bill that says that we're not going to give any federal money in order for it to be constitutional. I don't think I have the ability to ban flock cameras in any given city, but I sure do have the ability to say we're not going to give you money for the flock cameras. And so my bill will basically, as they say, follow the money. If you get grants for your police department or your municipality, whether it's a city or a county, to enforce safety or to provide protection of your citizens, we are not giving you that money to buy flock cameras or if you use flock cameras.
I gotta say, Pasa, I'm a little envious that the right has this guy. They have Thomas Massey doing his job. Like we didn't get this, right? We didn't get an AOC who said I could get more done in one term.
We had Cynthia McKinney.
Okay, yeah.
We had Cynthia. People forget about her at one point and stuff.
Yeah,
and,
you're right.
Yeah. And the thing is that, Thomas Massey, he also supported, Mitch McConnell at times. And, obviously I'm not crazy about his economic situation, but, I get it. We thought we were getting the squad. We didn't get anything close to what they got Thomas Massey. But unfortunately, the conservatives rejected him because they were told by Daddy Trump to reject him.
Yeah, and that he went crazy, or no, it was Tucker went crazy, Candace went crazy. Massey's been an evil asshole the whole time. He's just now showing his face. He's got a narrative for all of them, and they all listen. They go, "Oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Don't listen to this guy who campaigned for you 3 times." Yeah, all of a sudden but he's not crazy. He's just mean and evil. That's what I'm hearing. That's the Trump narrative there. But no, if you're Tucker or Candace, you're just cuckoo. But when did you become cuckoo? He can't identify that. When did the change happen? Because these people all campaigned for him. When did the change happen? What happened? And again, we never had anyone doing this. I know McKinney, you're right. But in the sense that like this is how you should do your job. They all should do this. This is what the job should be. Is you say I don't have the power to do this in the city by city, but I can restrict money. Here's a bill I'm going to do. Because this is what the American people want. These are what my constituents want. This is what the whole country wants. So I'm going to work for the people that voted. It's a crazy concept, Pasa, but you're actually doing stuff for the people and you can see it. The American people don't want flock cameras. The American people don't want data centers. That's a fact. Okay. So before we wrap this one up, I do have some more bad news about the tech industry, the technocrat surveillance state. Because it's not uniquely Trump. They're going to get somebody to push it And this technology is going to come out one way or another. And I hate to be a Debbie Downer about it, but this is what Flock has prepared for next. Hold on to your seats, guys. This is called Flock Alpha. Here's the advertisement for it, and we'll talk about it. Flock Alpha, not good. Man, I knew they were going to put on that music to make you, yeah. No, it should be horror music. We should change the soundtrack in post, have it be like horror music.
Can I start a Give, Send, Go out there to take donations and money to buy slingshots for teenagers out there to have target practice, and any Flock camera they shoot down, they can send it on in. And we'll give them a little prize for it. I'm gonna get my nephew a slingshot. So you see those things?
You guys, look at
Have
this.
at it.
Look at this. This thing is this. They're just gonna be floating overhead.
That's it.
This is Flock. This is not. You can't. And how do you take these down? They're gonna be just constantly in motion. This is bad. There's no way we can regulate this. They're going to obviously they're going to package it for our safety and security, but this is just 24/7 constant surveillance. Here's a breakdown. We'll go over this from Hustle Bitch. Flock just launched autonomous drones that can spy on you from 2,000 feet.
That's ridiculous.
Those Flock cameras already watching your streets. Now that wasn't enough. Now the same company is launching autonomous police drones, and they're called Flock Alpha. The drone sits in a waterproof docking station. When a 911 call comes in, it can launch automatically and fly up to 60 miles an hour before officers even arrive. Officers can deploy it straight from their smartphone. These drones, I hope they're not doing it while they're driving, because that's texting and driving, and they should get a ticket for that. Anyways, these drones come packed with thermal imaging, high definition cameras, powerful optical zoom, and the ability to read license plates from 2,000 feet away. Flock already built one of the largest interconnected camera networks in the country. Now they're putting eyes in the sky that can watch you 24/7. Yeah, and I'd say.
So think about it. If it could read a license plate from 2,000 feet away, what can it read from 1,000 feet away? Right? Everything you're looking at, everything you're reading, everything you know what I'm saying. It's like any papers you have in your car. I mean, this thing is completely an invasion of your privacy. Yeah. And at the end of the day, who's going to be pulling the strings? Who's going to be using it? You trust that person?
Yeah.
And I don't want to hear this shit that I always hear all the time, Matt. Well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you got nothing to worry about. Like, shut the L up with that stupid line. That doesn't mean anything.
No.
We have a right and a reasonable expected right to privacy. Yeah, I understand once you step outside your house, you have no right to privacy. That doesn't mean that the state is allowed to spy on you. I mean, come on, people.
Yeah. Yeah. And so they're obviously like you said in the tweet, they're gonna call it for our safety. And we should know by now, it's never for safety. It's never for helping us have better lives. We want to make you feel like, yeah, we're all on the same page, right? We're all in this together. If you see something, say something. This shit, we've been living with this our whole life. We're not going to fall for this again. And for me, Pasta, this makes it much harder when you start thinking about how do you fight this? Because at least with the Flock cameras, and you have we talk about DFlock, how are they going to gauge where these are going? Because not only are they spying on us 24/7 from the sky, they're constantly moving. So how do we keep track of these things and where they will go, where they won't go? I'm going to guess there's not going to be too many limitations of where they can't go. That's for sure. We know that off the bat. So yeah, this is bad.
Maybe paintball guns, right? Pa, 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 pa. I don't know. Who knows? And you know what? Since there's DFlock, I'm going to open up a website called Flock D's Nuts. And I'm going to have people put in stories of when they take down Flock cameras or articles, or where they're at, or city councils. But Flock D's Nuts is NUTS is not available. NUTZ is available. But we need to start movements, and we have to start putting on people going and rewarding them for going to city councils and speaking out against this.
Yes.
Finding out who's signing the contract, where they're getting the kickbacks for, and hold these people accountable. I mean, we have to show up to these city councils. I got this guy who comes on my show, Alex Strenger, on Mondays. He is a Zionist, and we disagree strongly about, our beliefs on what's happening in Israel, Gaza. But, I mean, this guy used to show up with clown suits on to these city councils with that other guy, Alex Stein, right? There was part of that same kind of push to do so. Now, they were pushing back against the woke ideology. They got to do this now when it comes to the flock cameras. We got to start showing up and abuse these councilmen for allowing this to happen. Find out who's been paying them off, who signed on the dotted line, and who's infringing on our civil liberties. Flock these nuts.
You know what? Let's end on that note. Leave them wanting more. That's a good one. I like it. Pasta, thanks for coming in on these ones. And I know we got some stuff. We got some cool stuff in the works. Just tell people what you got coming on. And I know there's stuff. There's stuff we can't fully announce yet, but there's stuff that maybe we can say are in the works. So yeah, let them know.
We're working on talking about this Maha movement, kind of picking up some of the bits and pieces of COVID. Because we have to talk about it again. And it's a bit no better time than in the wake of this whole Fauci situation. We'll see what happens with Rand Paul and his vote to hold him accountable for pleading the fifth when he has a pardon, which shouldn't be able to happen. And don't get me wrong, Dr. Fauci, I don't like him in any way, shape, or form, and I believe he should spend the rest of his life behind bars. But understanding that he's part of a bigger system, and I think is the most important thing, and I think it's why we need to revisit the COVID protocols and what had happened, because it can easily happen again. Tomorrow on Drive Time in the Morning at 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., we do it Monday through Friday at that time. We had on Nico House on Tuesdays. On Wednesdays, we have Colonel Karen Kwiatkowski, who was just on Judge Knapp. She goes on Judge Knapp's show every Tuesday, and she joins us every Wednesday. So if you want to call on in, pick up the phone, or just simply listen in, you can do that as well. It is a call-in show, so you can throw your opinions around the ad. Fiorello is on assignment, so we're taking a little time off until we get the ball rolling over there, but we will get something rolling on there. But until then, come on over to Pasta 2 Go. That's the number 2. Pasta 2 Go, and come watch Drive Time, and you can watch it on Rumble. Same title of the channel over there. Drive Time in the mornings. Come in, call in, have a good time, man. And thanks for having me on, Matt.
Love it. Thanks so much, Pasta. Well, we'll see you next time. Okay.
You got it, brother.
Awesome. All right, Craig Pasta Jardula, everybody. We have some more show coming up. We're going to be right back with Jay Scott. We also have some breaking news for you. We're going to get to that right off the bat, and we got a bunch of other stuff to get to, some Ukraine updates, some other stuff as well. We got some more show for you guys. So let me go ahead and we're going to take a little 2 or 3 minute. We'll be right back with Jay Scott and some breaking news, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is the Homeless Left. Here's a little Jake GTV commercial for you guys. Have some fun with this one. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Israel has the largest skin bank.
That's antiseptic. Do you know a neighbor that talks down on our greatest ally?
What's a blood libel, Daddy?
It's a Talmud thing, baby.
Report them to your local FBI.
Did you know the Talmud says that Jesus is burning in excrement and feces?
With the help of Palantir and flock cameras, we can keep our neighborhoods safe from antisepticism. See something, say something.
Brought to you by Palantir. Because you're not chosen.
Okay, we are back. We're rocking and rolling, guys. Welcome back to the show. Homeless Left. I'm Matt WEINGLASS. We got a lot more show coming up. If you guys just join us, don't worry. You can always go back and watch the replay of our live streams. They are both on Rumble and on YouTube. YouTube will occasionally take us down or give us little whatever. They come up with all weird type of can't see this in this region. This has been blocked out from that region. Rumble doesn't do that, guys. So you can always go in to the Rumble channel, and you know that all of our episodes, all 205, 206, they're all on there. Why? We don't expect you to watch all. That's a lot. That's over 1,000 hours of content. But the point is that we stand behind all our work. That's the point. And if you don't see something, it's not because we took it down. If you think that you've been unsubscribed to our channels, we didn't do that. That was done nefariously by the platform itself. That's how it works. We've seen this on YouTube. We have a lot of people say, "Oh, I've been unsubscribed. That's weird. Did you guys do that?" No, we didn't do that. Why we wouldn't do that? We won't even do that to people that we have to. Occasionally, you would do a little timeout if the people are going at each other, but we never will unsubscribe anybody. You guys, so always check that for yourself. Check it right now if you're on YouTube. So make sure that this didn't happen to you, because it does seem to happen, and we have other people in the community. This happens all the time. We talked to Garland Nixon about this all the time. We even know with Jimmy Dore that when he was a few years back, when he was almost at that 1 million followers, they didn't want him to get there. You can't get to 1 million. You can't get to 1 million. So they kept knocking people off, and he just like hung around the 900,000. You're like, what the hell? You can't just take away people. I have the people. You just take them away. So they always are up to something at whatever level you're at. They just don't want channels picking up steam. We got up to 100,000 people watching one live. 118,000 watched one of our lives just a couple months ago. What happened to that? What was that? Why couldn't we recreate that? Why are we not building like a normal, like you would say on a timeline when you see like a graph, like a building graph, you'd be like, oh, this is where you had this many, and then that led to this, and then this. It doesn't work that. If you graphed us out, you see it's a freaking roller coaster. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. But we're gonna keep pushing it. We're not like gonna let some weird slope deter us. We just keep going, and we know you guys. We rely on you guys. We expect you guys sharing us out with friends, family, colleague. Recommendations to those say check the show out, because we ain't gonna come up on people's feeds normally. Like random strangers they're not gonna get the Homeless Left on their feed. It has to be sent to you. It has to be invite. Hey, I thought you dig this show. Check it out. Send them a segment. That's why we put all our segments up. We put our segments up so you guys can pinpoint a topic that resonates with you or resonates with a friend or family or coworker that you think, oh, this could start a conversation. Extend an olive branch. Check out this 15 minutes they did on Flock. Check out this 20 minutes. Those guys over at THL, they did the thing on Fauci, and they got it right because no one else is talking about this. I mean, I'm just examples, but you guys know what I'm talking about. So this is we're all doing this together. It takes a team, takes a village. So we'll keep going in that regard. Okay, let's get on with the show now. We are back, and we're ready for some breaking news. Let me go ahead and bring in our co-host Jay Scott right now, and he can help us with this first story. Here we go. Welcome back, Jay.
What's going on, Matt? Appreciate the opportunity to come back. As always, great work, man. So yeah, ready to jump right into it.
Excellent. I guess you let us know as we were starting the show, and I appreciate this. We had some breaking news out of the UK, and this is certainly, we do know we have a lot of our audience coming from the UK, so we know this will affect them, and it should affect everyone. So let's go ahead and throw in that open here, and we'll get to the story. And if you found anything since, we'll just wing this. And you guys know that when we do breaking news, we sometimes have to wing it because we don't have all the information in front of us, but we want to keep it as up to date with you guys as possible. So I'll play the intro in, and let's get to the story. Here we go. And this isn't good news. Just giving you guys a warning, a precursor. This is certainly not good news, but here we go. We have some breaking news coming out of the UK. Anti-Zionism is now a protected philosophical belief in the UK under the Equality Act 2010. So let's see how this thing unfolded. And this post we got this in our feed just short while ago. So according to David Miller, yes, anti-Zionism is now protected by UK law. We have set a binding legal precedent. The anti-Zionism, so the act is the Equality Act 2010, not to be mistaken by the year 2010, but I think that's just the number on the page. And the Employment Appeal Tribunal finally handed down its judgment this morning. The University of Bristol attempted to overturn my 2024 employment tribunal victory. It has been comprehensively dismissed. We won on every single account. Jay, take over. News. So this is good news.
Yes, this is great news.
I misread this. I thought it's okay. I thought it was Zionism. Okay. I'm going to pass it to you. Take this story, Jay. And this is what I tell the viewers, that we have to kind of dissect this. This is actually really good news. Okay. I'll pass it to you, Jay. Go for it.
Yeah, so, long story short, this is a big step forward in establishing the difference between actual anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And the IHRA has done, everything in its ability to, change the definition. So actually, the UK is now possibly a step ahead of America, because in America, since Trump got back into office, he decided to codify the IHRA definition, which is largely controlled by Israel, as the definition of anti-Semitism in America. So, the UK has tons of laws to, protect against specific classes of people, minority groups, and different beliefs. So now anti-Zionism qualifies as one of those protected beliefs. And when you think about it, it makes complete sense, because what Zionism has become is nothing more than colonialism. So if you're against colonialism, then you should be against Zionism. So the UK, with its long history of colonialism, I guess, has come to terms with the fact now that it can't discriminate against people just for saying colonialism is a bad thing. So this is a big turn of events, in my opinion, because usually the UK is in the opposite direction, and like they are cracking down on people, who hold anti-Zionist beliefs. So this is where Zionism started. Don't forget, guys, it started with the Palestine Exploration Committee, which was founded by the Freemasons, as well as the British monarchy. And that was kind of the start of when political Zionism got up and running back in like the 1840s, I believe. So the home of Zionism has now officially declared anti-Zionism as a protected belief. So a rare W coming out of the UK.
This is incredible. And I'm just trying to process this, Jay. And I apologize. I misreported up front in the sense that I'm seeing these trigger words, right? I'm seeing Zionism, protected, anti. I guess the way I'm processing is because we're so used to bad news after bad news after bad news of making it illegal to say anything against a foreign country, and people, especially in the UK, as you mentioned. I mean, they're usually knocking on doors. I mean, we have actual viewers of the Homeless Left that end up in jail for protesting, and it's unbelievable that they could pull this off. And I'm just, again, these trigger words, and as I'm processing, I'm realizing my first question right now is first of all, let's take a little mini win here. Let's enjoy the moment.
It, savor it. You know why? Because one of their biggest tools is to get you fired from your job, right? If you're critical of Israel, they come for your job. And that's what this whole lawsuit was about. This guy sued his employer because he was fired for having anti-Zionist beliefs. So he sued his employer, he won, they tried to overturn it, and now this ruling officially establishes anti-Zionism as a protected belief. So, you know, the IHRA is definitely shitting bricks right now, because, like, you know, the way they perpetuate the narrative is they say, if you're critical of Israel, you're critical of all Jews. This ruling now puts it into law in the UK that you can be critical of the government of Israel and not be classified as a racist, and that's no longer grounds to fire.
Wow, this is absolutely incredible. And again, another trigger word, we usually see the word philosophical as that's usually a Zionist maneuver to say you're coming after my religion, you're coming after my belief, and I'm a victim of you. But it's like to say that to be anti-war, anti-imperialist, anti-genocide, anti-Jewish supremacist, that's a philosophy. I can't get my head around this. I guess for me, I would call it it should be a protected principle, because that's what it is. It's a principle. But to call it a philosophical belief, that is quite a statement to be put into an actual law. I'm Jay. This is huge. But at the same time, we're hearing this. I can't help but think, what are the Zionists doing right now to get rid of this, like, as soon as possible? No, I mean, that's what I'm looking, because this is as it says in the tweet here at the bottom, this is a public humiliation for the genocidal Zionist regime, whose assets in Britain bullied the university into sacking me and then dragging them into this futile appeal. Their legal strategy has collapsed. Their pressure campaign is spectacularly backfired as of now. But what are they working on next? I guess I don't know. But
so, you know, again, major W, this doesn't erase all of the power, obviously, that Zionists have, because they still, you know, have tremendous influence in the media. But, you know, again, I just encourage people, you don't have to be religious, but just look up the war of Gog and Magog, you know, in the Bible, and you'll see that no matter which Armageddon story you look at, you know, the quote unquote Jews are at the center of the story. So if there is going to be an eventual rug pull of Israel, you know, this is showing you that, you know, that may happen one day. So a lot of times things that happen in the UK wind up filtering down to America at some point. We can see the popularity of Israel, you know, like plummeting over here. And, you know, let's not forget the famous Albert Pike quote, you know, when the people need a hero, we will provide them. So let's just, you know, recognize that, yes, Zionism is a terrorist colonialist ideology, but also be wary of whoever the quote unquote hero that emerges is, who winds up defeating them. So just keep an eye out, you know, for what comes next. And if it happens to be a Palantir, you know, surveillance backed, you know, guy, because let's not forget, JD Vance has been critical of Israel. Maybe they're setting JD Vance up to be that guy who comes out, does the rug pull, and then installs a surveillance state. So
yeah, I mean, that they could fast track that with just by switching out to JD. I mean, if this is legit and this is going to stay, I can't believe, because I honestly, my money would have been on the rug pull, the bad appling of Netanyahu. That was the thing I would say is, oh, we just have to get rid of the guy that went too far, and we got to get Israel back to the way it was. But but if this is an actual law now in the UK, I mean, I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah.
I can't
mean,
believe
it's good news. Take the win, and I don't want to be the negative guy at the end of the day. We got to take the win right now, because at the end of the day, this is a huge win against a terrorist ideology. But just recognize, like, you know, unless there's some insane terrorist attack that just turns everyone against Muslims, Israel is so unpopular at the moment. I really don't see how they could reverse it. And even now, if they tried to pull some false flag like that, you know, a lot of people wouldn't believe it, because we're already so suspicious of everything that's going on right now. So the future does not look good, you know, for Israel. So, you know, for everyone over there believing in that insane ideology, now might be a good time to rewire your mind. Don't just leave Israel, which you probably will wind up doing once it comes crumbling down. Make sure that you get rid of that supremacist mindset, you know, before you go anywhere else, because otherwise you're not going to fit in too well. So
no, not at all. Do we want to see any of the announcement itself, or did we pretty much cover it?
Yeah, we pretty much covered it. So
I figured.
Good news, guys. Take the win. Enjoy the win. And let's get that over here in America too. Let's recognize anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism.
I'm going to get this up on our channel as soon as we're done with the live, and I'm going to cut out the part at the beginning where I said, "Watch out, guys, it's bad news," and it'll be the good news part, and then explain. I like how you explained everything, because we need people to see this. So I'll get this out as soon as we're done with the show today. This needs to be because I don't know if anyone else is covering this right now, and I'm just glad you brought this
breaking news. It literally popped up like right as I sent it to you, so maybe about like 15 minutes before you went live. So now is a good time for it.
We'll get this. We'll chop it at the right part. We'll get it out, and people need to share this out. This is excellent. I'm realizing how many blockers I had. I'm seriously, I'm sitting with the fact that these trigger words, like I just assumed this is working against us, right? Like this is every law works against us. Like there's never been one that went our way, like at all.
I can't blame you at all, Matt, because it's been all bad news coming from the UK in particular. Like the UK has been the worst of the worst recently. So
well, on that note, let's take a breath and get into the other stuff of the day. We talk about, I mean, we've been calling the show's they can't stop lying, because everything that's literally right in front of our faces, they just keep doubling down. We can see they're lying, and yet they continue to lie. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about whatever illegal war, illegal occupation, all the imperialist stuff. We talk about pharma, just constantly lying, the propaganda from the media, all the media lying when we're seeing it right in front of our face. So this next story is no exception to the let's keep doubling down on the lies. And what we're talking about is the notion that Ukraine is winning. This has been fed to us from day one of the Ukraine war. And the left is very guilty of this, because this was the packaging of Joe Biden, the packaging of that, the entire, like we are, everyone get their blue and yellow flags in their socials, and we're helping out our friendly neighbor out there in Europe, and never mind the neo-Nazi stuff. They're just trying to defend themselves against a very evil threat, because Putin wants to take over the whole world. And as it's happening, they're telling us the whole way Ukraine is winning. That's not, they're not able to do that anymore. And I like that we had Professor Morandi go on Piers Morgan and educate him about why not only you can't do it anymore, but that you're the one responsible for lying about it this whole time, and you should have some self-awareness about it. And I'm shocked that, go ahead.
I want everyone to watch Piers Morgan's face. As Morandi is doing this. It's priceless.
It's pretty good. This is a good one. Morandi's had some hits lately, but this one is no exception. I think it definitely goes on his top five, if not top three. I think it's pretty good. Here we go.
Let me give you a word of advice. Your media outlets, regardless of whether Russia or Ukraine is good or bad, that is another issue. Your media outlets in the West have been misleading the people for 2 years now, saying Ukraine is winning, Ukraine is winning. Suddenly everyone is saying Ukraine is falling apart. Dishonest narratives and reporting dishonestly to your own people ultimately hurt the people of England and Europe and the United States. And your endless wars based upon this nonsense and this misinformation lead to huge waves of refugees. And then the people of Europe feel overwhelmed by these refugees that you yourself brought upon yourself.
Yeah, he's kind of speechless there. Usually he'd be like interrupting him by that point. But no, he let him talk. And I think, who knows, is Pierce doing some reflection there? I don't know. But it's good to say this to his audience, and good to say, again, you're not only lying on behalf of the war machine, but you're making things much harder for people who are there and don't and are listening to you and have been listening to you for the last 3 years, 4 years. Tell them that Ukraine's got this locked and loaded, and we're sticking it to Putin with all the sanctions, and it's all going to work out, and we're going to be able to hold true, and never mind all the neo-Nazi stuff, but we're on the right side, and all this. It needs to be said, because this type of stuff is still happening. Let me jump to the Aaron Mate post, and then we'll go back to the Ukraine one, because this, I think, in relationship to people being there and not understanding how bad it actually is for Ukrainians, how bad it is that we use them as cannon fodder. We've been using it. Lindsey Graham told us this. John McCain, both of them, rotten hell. They told us that we needed to go down to the last Ukrainian, and that as long as we don't have to have Americans killed, we can kill all of them. Because we have a plot and a plan against Putin. And so this
Russians are dying. It's a good investment, he said.
Russians are dying. It's a good investment. And here's Aaron Mate telling us, for weeks, the prevailing establishment media narrative has been that Ukraine is winning the war. Meanwhile, Russian ground forces are advancing, and it's about freaking time. I mean, how much long game chess does Putin have to play before he's like, it's time. We can't do this forever, guys. Ukrainians are resisting forced military conscription, and Ukraine is losing control of vital ports. And we knew this was going to happen, possibly on the path to becoming a landlocked country. If proxy war cheerleaders like Piers Morgan think this is winning, maybe they don't have Ukraine's best interest in mind. And what he's referring to is this tweet, which was translated from Italian. And it's kind of sad to see this, because these people, they don't know what's going on. And they're there. I just returned from Odessa, where an unprecedented Russian aerial offensive has completely blocked Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea, threatening an economic disaster that at the moment appears underestimated by international media. Yeah, well, they're lying. It's not underestimated. It's deliberate lying. That's what's going on. In the city, once witnesses paradoxical scenes with Russian drones and missiles flying over beaches full of swimmers, or being shot down off the coast in view of thousands of smartphones pointed at the sky. For about 10 days now, Moscow has begun systematically targeting all vessels approaching the port. Notice how he's not saying targeting citizens, because that's something that Israel, I'm just as a reference. But anyways, with no regard for nationality, now neither captains nor ship owners dare to approach the three major Ukrainian ports, Odessa, Kornomorsk, and Privdeni. For Ukrainian farmers, it risks being a disaster. With exports blocked at the peak of the harvest season, their warehouses are overflowing, and agricultural commodity prices in the country have collapsed. With the sunflower harvest starting in just a few days, the situation risks becoming critical. And that's what there's a picture from Odessa. And so I guess this like shock that the media is not covering this. They can't cover this, Jay, because that would go against what they've been telling us for 4 years, was that Ukrainians got this, and it's any day now Putin's gonna fold. He's gonna say, "You got me."
Yeah, I mean, this should have been obvious from the very start. Russia is a far bigger country than Ukraine. And the moment they started launching the hypersonic Oreshnik missiles, I'll never forget the moment Putin went on TV and said, "Hey guys, let's do an experiment. You can pick the target, let me know where to shoot, and I promise you we'll shoot at that target and you won't be able to shoot down our missiles." So he was demonstrating essentially that Russia is unstoppable to an extent in this war against Ukraine. The reason this has taken a long time, or longer than one might expect, is because the Russian government has done its best to minimize losses on its side and maintain normalcy within Russia for the most part. So these predictions or these estimates that Russia has lost millions of people are just ridiculous. Like Russia has not lost like nearly as much people as Ukraine has. So their strategy is to simply degrade Ukraine to the point where it's no longer a threat while minimizing the impact on Russians and minimizing the number of casualties on their side. So that's why it's been taking long. But from the moment Putin said, just, I dare you, shoot down this missile. We'll tell you where we're going to shoot, and you still, and the time we'll shoot it, and you still can't shoot it down. It should have been obvious to everybody that Ukraine does not stand a chance, in this war. So it's just been a bottomless pit of money and arms trafficking to other terrorist projects that NATO has going on around the world, which is why you're hearing about arms that were given to Ukraine popping up in Africa, as well as in Haiti and in other places, because it's an easy way, like to get the arms out using government money to other places that America wants to destabilize. So I don't think, the people running these countries even really thought Ukraine stood a chance.
No,
They're
they
just
didn't.
trying to hurt Russia as much as possible. So it's really sad because there are a lot of people in Ukraine who probably thought that NATO and the EU actually had their back. And that's just not the case.
No, not at all. And we're talking about who people are targeting. Well, Putin's been very strategic, going after drone facilities who certain people happen to show up in at the wrong place, wrong time, if you know what I mean. But he's targeting very specific areas. Whereas what is Ukraine doing? Well, Ukraine likes to target beaches full of tourists, like this one.
Huh?
So now, some people in the Ukraine have claimed that this was an accident. And
Of course.
do that.
Of course.
But,
Yeah.
At the end of the day, what they've been doing is targeting warehouses of, first they were trying to bomb the oil refineries, and they stopped being able to attack those because Russia was able to essentially shoot down most of their drones and missiles. So then they started targeting warehouses for a company called Wildberries, which is like the Russian equivalent of Amazon, right? So, that alone seems like you're just trying to disrupt people's lives at that point. And so now Russia has started to defend those. So essentially what they're aiming to do is to terrorize Russians to the point where they become upset with their government and ask their government to stop the war. But in reality, what's happening is they're riling Russians up more, and they're getting Russians to pressure Putin more to hurry up and escalate with Ukraine to finish Ukraine off. So it's having the opposite effect of what they want.
Can I rephrase that, because we've talked about this a lot, about this narrative, this Scott Bessent approach to warmongering, which is because he's the guy, Scott Bessent's the guy that implements all of the tariffs around the country, around the world. We're sanctioning a third of the planet, and he will tell you each time it's because we're making life uncomfortable for a particular people, so they have no choice but to get in the streets and demand their government, get takedown or insurgency or whatever. They're gonna be forced to make a difference with their government, either by asking nicely or taking it down with force, right? They know that's not true. It's not that they got it wrong. That's the spin, so they can justify all of the horrible treatment that we're giving them. That's not the outcome they actually think is going to happen. How do we know this? Because it never happens that way. We're 0 for 100 with that philosophy. So unless they're really, really stupid and think that number 101 is going to work, they don't actually believe that, Jay. That's a marketing spin to keep the narrative of this is the only way We really hope the people there, hope the people in Russia stand up to Putin. Yeah, really? Is that the same thing we said in Venezuela and Cuba? Is that what we're saying in Iran? What do we say this every time? It's not real. It never happens. And by the way, you want to see another example of people not succeeding in asking nicely for their government to stop doing what they don't want them to do? Just look right here. It doesn't actually work. It doesn't freaking work. No matter how bad our lives are made, you can't get it's not a thing. Desperately begging your president to stop murdering people is not a thing. It doesn't work. We can do it out of principle. So we know that's not going to be a thing in Russia. And so we know. I'm just saying they know that. They get the money, right? They get the upward transfer of warmongering money. They got that for that's what they get from this 4 years, right? They get to do that with that as the excuse. Okay. Yeah.
It's that, and like I said, the arms trafficking.
Yes.
It's a combination of things, and they need to blow something up for marketing purposes, right? So that's how they keep the money flowing. If they're not putting out videos of somewhere in Russia getting bombed, then they're not going to be able to continue collecting checks from NATO and the EU.
Right.
So.
Right. All right. Well, circling back to the Nazi part of this, because we've been saying not only have we been saying that Ukraine has no chance to win this, all we've been saying the whole time is that we instigated this from the beginning. It's been a NATO instigation. It's not Putin's aggression. Putin's playing a long game of chess on this, but he's reacting to a NATO aggression. On top of that, we're talking about the neo-Nazi battalion, the Azov battalion that we elevated them in 2014 when we switched out their government for a fake government led by in a fake election, which is where you get Zelensky from. And during that entire time, we saw how the neo-Nazis took over that entire area. And if you guys have been listening to Laura Loomer try and tell you she went there herself and saw no neo-Nazis, that's another part of the scam. Of course, there's neo-Nazis. They're everywhere. And Nick Cruz is going to remind us this. Yes, anti-fascists, we say we shouldn't support Ukraine because their government is controlled by Nazi forces. Well, the liberals, and those are the vote blue no matter who, corporate Dems, they're saying you can't say there are Nazis in Ukraine. That is Putin propaganda, that's been what we've heard the whole time. Ukrainian military, at every chance they get, they tell us that they're Nazis. So just a reminder, and this is an actual Ukrainian officer, Beresedesky, who's saying, I'll translate it, you guys can see it. Many officers and soldiers of Ukrainians armed forces see themselves as heirs to the Waffen-SS Galicia division. That means they see themselves as Nazis. Here it is.
Хлопців з золотими левиками на рукаві боронять нашу землю. Тобто вони пам'ятають про чин дивізії Галичина. На сьогоднішній день багато з тих хлопців стали командирами, очолили підрозділи, бригади, взводи, сотні. За всю нашу історію ми гідно стоїмо.
They all know what he's saying, right? When they're standing, they get it. They're not, this isn't a secret, right? They're just outright saying some of
the pushback is like, oh, well, there's racists in every military. You can't control that. But we don't have a KKK division, in the American military. So they're the only force I can think of in the world, except maybe the IDF, where like open supremacist ideology is embraced, in the year 2026. So, this isn't something that's new. The Democrats that, love to demonize Putin before Trump took office. While Trump was in office last time, in 2018 and 2019, I'll never forget, Ro Khanna put forward a bill and co-sponsored a bill to make sure that the arms that we were sending in Ukraine did not end up in the hands of the Azov battalion, who's the most influential battalion in the Ukrainian army.
Right.
So, and then all of a sudden, when Biden got into office, he forgot all about that. And then they withdrew the bill. You know, he doesn't talk about it anymore. And if you bring it up, he acts like you're crazy. So, like, at the end of the day, this isn't something new. We always knew about this. Ukraine was famous even before the war started for having some extremist groups over there. They have streets in Ukraine named after Nazi leaders.
Oof. Oof. And
we have
again,
MLK Boulevard over here, JFK Boulevard. They name their streets after Nazis in Ukraine. And again, I'm not saying every Ukrainian is like this. However, it should be acknowledged that the ideology is far more openly embraced over there than in most parts of the West. And because we're ignorant of the history, we don't even understand who these people are. But make no mistake, they are Nazis and they hold the same ideology that we were supposed to be fighting in World War II.
Yeah. And the other ideology they hold is very similar to Zionists. And this is why, and people don't, I know people have a hard time with this one. And this is why Laura Loomer thought she was successful at selling this by hanging out with Zelensky and saying, you guys have anti-Semitism laws, right? The opposite of the thing we just reported on in the last segment. You guys jail people for anti-Semitism. How can you be Nazis? And that's your big conclusion as a journalist. That's her determination. If you guys jail people for 8 years for committing anti-Semitism online, which they do, how can you be Nazis? Because it's a similar philosophy and they work very well. They both need each other. It's a very dependent relationship. You need Zionists need Nazis. They work very, very well.
And this is like, Israel would not exist if it wasn't for Hitler. That's just the truth about it, right? Because with the Balfour Declaration that happened, you know, before 1920, they were trying to get Jews to move to Palestine, and most Jews weren't interested in it.
No, they didn't want to do it. No.
Yeah, because that's not their home. That's not their land. That's not where they're from. They might want to visit because their religious book has stories about that land, but they weren't trying to move over there. However, after the Holocaust happened and they felt more threatened, then all of a sudden, more of them started going. And then, of course, you know, we have all like incident after incident of Jewish people doing like Nazi crimes and pretending to be Nazis to scare Jewish people all over the world, to get them to go to Israel. So a lot of the worst anti-Semitic quote unquote attacks that happened in the Middle East following the Second World War were actually done by Zionists who were trying to get all the Jews to move to Israel. So Israel would not exist if it wasn't for the Nazis. So they may claim not to like Nazis, but they need Nazis.
Yeah. And that supremacy mindset is very it's very compatible. If you think of, these aren't opposites. So people got to get out of their head that Nazism's on one end and Zionism on the other. No, this is a very compatible mindset of there's a superiority element to it. They can agree on being better than a lot of people, like be very, very much in agreement on what is goyim and who deserves to be less than, and they need each other to exist. So it's a very compatible mindset of how you look at the world and how you behave.
Yeah, and just follow the money and follow the connections, right? Because like I said, the whole idea of political Zionism really got kicked off with the Palestine Exploration Committee, right? That was founded by Freemasons, Switzerland. And the Freemasons, they're an offshoot of the Knights Templar. Switzerland was founded by the Knights Templar. The first ever Zionist Congress was held in Switzerland. Some of the most famous Freemasons, right, in American history supported the Nazis. You know, like you have, what's his name? Henry Ford. You remember Henry Ford? Like they did tons of business like with the Nazis and all that. The Skull and Bones, another offshoot organization of the Knights Templar. Prescott Bush, George Bush's grandfather, was actually found guilty in court of collaborating with the Nazis before World War II and during World War II. So they have been profiting off both sides of this equation for a very long time. So just follow the connections, guys.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, to top this off, we do have this from the German Chancellor. This is interesting. You want to read this one here?
Sure. So protection from Russia as a pretext, Merz prepares a plan to suppress traitor states in his country. So just to set up the context here, there's some major elections coming up in Germany later this year. And a lot of the polls are saying a party called the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland or Alternative for Germany, they have been openly favoring better relations with Russia, right? So there are some elements in that party that are probably a little bit on the extreme side, but I wouldn't say the whole party is like that. However, you know, they're being framed essentially as Nazi collaborators with Putin overall. So the German chancellor is developing secret mechanisms that would allow the federal government to limit the powers of state authorities and act in circumvention of their decisions under the pretext of protection from a Russian invasion. So the main source of Berlin's fears is a possible victory by the Alternative for Germany, the AfD party, in elections in the eastern states, which, according to German officials, could hinder the redeployment of NATO troops.
Wow.
So plans are being developed to protect intelligence agencies, as well as to ensure that neighboring federal states can safeguard on critical infrastructure and key personnel, said Roderick Kaiswater, a CDU member of the Bundestag. The CDU is the party of Merz, which is the ruling party in Germany right now. So Defense Minister Boris Pistorius has already raised the possibility of restricting access to intelligence briefings for representatives of states with AfD participation. So the Telegraph emphasizes that Germany plays a key role in NATO logistics as major routes for troop deployments to the eastern flank pass through its territory. However, authorities fear that regional governments formed by the AfD could use bureaucratic delays to hinder the movement of military equipment. So long story, and this is a picture of where these elections are going to be happening, where it looks like according to the polls right now, the AfD may win enough votes to form a majority government there. So this is the equivalent of Trump taking away the rights of democratic states to protect his authority to do whatever he wants. That's essentially what's happening in Germany right now.
Man, all right.
When the people want something else, what's the best way to do that? Just take away the power from the people. Don't listen to the people and try to figure out why is it, they don't want to be the center for a war with Russia. Gee, I don't know. Maybe the fact that we can't shoot down Oreshnik missiles, maybe they don't want to be the target of Oreshnik missiles if a conflict against Ukraine escalates. That kind of sounds like self-preservation to me.
Oh yeah. Destroy them. Don't listen to them. Destroy. This is the playbook of Trump as well. Obviously, they're sharing the same blueprint. And so let's end it with this from Putin, I guess, is saying. So President Putin is saying, and I'm going to read this, and then I guess it's not translated on the video, so I'll just read this and we'll play it without the sound. But what he said, so in the western part of Ukraine, there are lands that Stalin gifted to Ukraine after World War II. Yes, it was Stalin who gifted those lands to Ukraine, but he gifted them within the framework of a single state. Apparently, it never occurred to him that a situation like today's could arise. By the way, I'm sure that sooner or later, Ukraine will lose these Western lands. What belonged to Poland, Hungary, and Romania will eventually, historically, return to its place. There was only one guarantor of Ukraine's territorial integrity, and that was Russia. but they found it necessary, possible, and beneficial for themselves to declare Russia their enemy. Here is Putin. Yeah, I think this is not going to be in. So yeah, if you want to, yeah,
and just to kind of summarize what he's saying there is he's saying that, you know, he said many times his ultimate goal is to eliminate the Nazis in government in Ukraine, right? And, you know, unfortunately, you know, there either is going to need to be a complete regime change in Ukraine, or it seems the more likely route is Russia is going to have to take the parts it needs to secure, you know, its own borders and make sure that, you know, it is secure from Western attacks. And then whatever's left is likely going to be split up between those countries, you know, that Putin just mentioned. So Hungary, Romania, Poland, which used to have bigger lands that are now part of Ukraine. Once Russia takes what it needs to ensure its own security, you know, the rest of the lands will go back to those guys. And, you know, like, it's unfortunate that, you know, that's the case. But when we did a coup over there and we toppled Ukraine's government in 2014, and we installed a government that was threatening to join a military alliance with NATO and put nukes on their borders, Russia was forced into a position where, you know, it had to defend its own interests. They don't want nukes on their borders. So how much can you really blame them?
Yeah. Yeah.
So literally, not only to the last Ukrainian, that not only do they want to fight to the last Ukrainian, they're willing to fight to the last of Ukraine.
There it is. That's the end of the Western media narrative. I wonder how they're gonna tie this one up in a bowl.
Yeah, and really quick, you know, just to remind people, what Aaron Mate was pointing out, you know, that this economic blockade is going to collapse their economy, you know, what is left of their economy, right? So how much longer can this go on? Like, Ukraine is going to become a failed state, you know, like, very soon, assuming things keep going in the direction they're going. So NATO is soon going to have two options: either get involved directly or Ukraine collapses. And at this point, given how low our munition supplies are right now, I just don't see how that's possible. I don't know how NATO could get involved directly and actually have a viable path to victory. It doesn't make sense.
Man, I guess we should have known better when we were ripping up that Minsk Accord, knowing that this was the only way it was going to be ending anyways. And by the way, the mainstream media narrative falling apart, they get a free pass on how they've covered this for 4 years. They might have to now create a storyline in which Ukraine is falling apart and it's not their fault, it's not our fault, and they might have to admit to that. But the one thing they'll never have to admit is that there were Ukrainians not on board with this the whole time. They're throwing that part of the story away. Yeah. All the video, all the footage of them being forced out of their homes, kids crying, mothers screaming. We saw a wife have a heart attack, or a mother have a heart attack while their son was being taken away by force. I mean, this is neo-Nazi behavior. This is the stuff Western media refused to cover for the last 4 years. And I fear, Jay, that they'll never have to account for that part, because now they have to deal with the economic collapse, and they'll just say, well, we won't bother you with that part of the story. They just have to figure out how to deal with this part. But we're not going to forget that, because we have the video footage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all you have to do is look at Zelensky's campaign promises, and you'll realize that Ukraine, even though there is a large neo-Nazi segment of Ukraine, it's definitely not all of Ukraine. And the reason why Zelensky won power was because he said that he was going to make peace with Russia. And then he got into office and did a complete 180. He was about to sign that peace deal with Russia. And then, you know, Boris Johnson flew over representing NATO and told him, nope, you're not doing that, buddy. And this is where we are today. So they didn't vote for this. Ukrainians did not want this. They did not vote for us. But now the country is gone because the West saw it as what they believe is an opportunity to weaken Russia. Or maybe this was always just an arms trafficking and corruption operation. Who knows?
Yeah. All right. Let's get on to the economic story here. I'll just put a couple more of these up from the super chats. We got another one from Chris here. Curious if non-lethal ammo works on camera and drone. Non-lethal ammo.
Like a BB gun?
I think that's what he might be referring to. That, yeah. Non-lethal ammo. I mean, yeah, we got to get creative if we want to have a, yeah, not lethal, not, you know, bringing weapons that aren't going to be lethal, but being effective. Good idea. Chris told us earlier. Oh, let me get this one. Citizen. We knew Ukraine's done the moment they hit Iran ships.
And then back down.
And then back down.
Sorry, it was an accident. We didn't mean to hit your ship. We just happened to hit your ship out of all the ships that were going around in that area. Yeah, okay, whatever you say, bud.
Yeah. And thank you, Donald Duck's mom, for a super chat. We love you. Thank you so much. And one more from Citizen. We appreciate all of the always appreciate you, my friend. Anti-Zio juice, our psyop. See, we deserve special treatment. Yeah. I always have to piece together. It's a good. Well, we appreciate you, man. Good. Thank you for the super chat. Definitely. Okay, let's get on with this next one. I'm gonna let you take the lead on this one, Jay, but I'll put up this first screen here because this is what are we talking about here? We're talking about the yet more backfire of Trump's genius 7D chess he was playing on the entire world. And we're talking about the tariffs, and let's see how effective they have been. Shocker, not that effective. Apparently, according to bar chart, U.S. tariff revenue turned negative last month for the first time in history. And you can see on this chart, the 2000 up through 2026, and this insane spike here, which now is on the way down, right? That's what we're seeing is an up and down kind of thing here. What can you explain this chart to us?
Sure, exactly. So remember Trump's original plan, right, was his tariff revenue was going to replace income tax. That's what he told everyone during the campaign.
Yep.
Matt, can you guess how much revenue the government gets from in tax every year? Just throw a number out there.
God, I mean, the billions, I guess.
It's like $1.5 trillion.
$1.5 trillion. That's right.
We get from income tax, right?
$1.5 trillion, which aligns with our Pentagon budget for 2027. Is
exactly. So my God, it's somewhere between 1.5 and 2. I don't remember the exact number, right? But my point is, at its height, that what you're seeing in that graph is the income from tariff revenue was $30 billion under Trump. So that is less. That's about 3%, less than 3%. It's like 1.5% at best of what we would get from income tax. So he told all of his supporters that, we're going to replace income tax with this. So I just have to throw that out there real quick. But anyway, so Trump's genius idea was that, he was going to use tariffs to revive the economy, and, it's going to be the new golden age for American manufacturing, right? So what actually happened was he put the tariffs in. We saw price increases because the manufacturers and the retailers passed those prices on to the customer. His backup secretary, his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, started laying the groundwork to make sure he could profit off it when the whole thing collapsed. And then a court judgment came in that found Trump was implementing these tariffs illegally, because you're supposed to go through Congress to do something like this. And Howard Lutnick knew this the whole time as he pushed Trump to do this. And he did something called, as soon as it was announced that it was illegal, his firm decided to, quote unquote, buy the revenue ahead of time. So they essentially did a cash advance to the companies, right, that were being charged these tariffs. So they gave them some of the money now, knowing that they would be able to make a profit. So now the tariff revenue that you're seeing paid out in that graph, not all of it, but a good chunk of it is going directly to Howard Lutnick's firm. And the chunks that are not going to his firm are going to the companies that were large enough to absorb the tariff costs up front, which would be your Amazon, your Walmart, your huge retailers, not the mom and pop shops. Those are the ones that Howard Lutnick was making money off of, right? So they get this gigantic refund. But the funny thing though, Matt, you know who didn't get a refund from all of this?
Who?
It was actually the people who paid the higher prices. The people who, all of us who paid the higher prices at the store because of Trump's tariffs don't get the refund. The refund goes to the businesses who pass the cost of the tariffs on to us. And this is what you get in Trump's golden age, guys.
Yeah. Well, here's from Bart Chart, the 10-year Treasury yield soaring. It's not great, folks. Tell us what's going on here, Jay. It's hard to see the numbers on it.
This essentially shows you that the cost of our debt is going up. So that means that, like, for people who don't know this, our government spends more money than it takes in every year. That's why our debt grows all the time.
Yes.
And we're essentially taking out new credit cards to pay for the old credit cards, and the interest rate we're paying on the credit card is continuously going up. And, this is particularly worrying because if you go to the next chart that I put in, I believe that was for the 30-year bond. The 30-year bond is like, these bonds prices are supposed to move in conjunction with the Fed Treasury rate, right? With the Fed rate. So every month or so, the Fed comes out and makes an announcement about whether or not it's going to raise or lower interest rates or keep them the same. And the market is supposed to react to that. And right now, what we're seeing is a disconnect between the market and what the Fed is announcing. And that's most pronounced, in the 30-year bond, right? Okay. And the 30-year bond is essentially, the confidence that big investors have in the government's ability to pay it back. And so when the Fed when the Fed changing its rates does not impact the 30-year bond, the market is essentially saying, we don't trust the Fed to be able to do its job and and the U.S. government overall to be able to manage the economy properly. In normal times, when the Fed rate goes up, the interest rate goes up. When the Fed rate stays the same, the interest rate stays the same. When it goes down, the interest rate goes down, or the bond yield goes down. And the most recent announcement from the new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, was that he was keeping the Fed rate at the exact same level. But even though he made that announcement, the 30-year bond still went up. That is new. That is dangerous because it means that the Fed does not have the same ability to impact the economy because investors do not trust the Fed the same way they did in the past. So this is somewhat of a breaking point, you could say.
Yeah. And then we know that the mortgage rates, that's been an issue. Unusual Whales lets us know that the mortgage rates are up to 6.66%, highest level in a year.
And just to put things in perspective, right? If someone took out a $500,000 mortgage like 4 years ago versus today, the payment they would have on that same $500,000 mortgage is like 70 to 80% higher. So that means home ownership in the space of 4 years has become 70 to 80% more difficult to achieve in America. So whenever the Fed raises the interest rate, it affects the mortgage rate. When the interest rates and the bond yields are going up, it filters down through the rest of the market. That's why everyone should pay attention to what happens with these rates, because it affects your life every day. And of course, it affects credit card rates and all that too.
And speaking of credit card, I guess our country, we're allowed to have trillions a debt and credit card, but the American people are not. We get punished. Look at this, this chart.
This is credit card and auto loan delinquency. So as you can see right now, after the financial crisis in 2008, credit card delinquencies went up, right? And you can see leading up to it, look at the difference between 2001 and 2007. It's going up, right? So, and then after the financial crisis hit, it went up even further than that. So where we're at right now would be the equivalent of maybe 2003, 2005 right now, right? In this next cycle. So, this is what's called a leading indicator. That's a sign that something bad is going to happen in the economy when people are not paying back their credit card debts and their auto loan debts. It's a sign that people are under pressure. And when you combine that with the fact that we know inflation is going up, we can explain why this is happening. People don't have the ability to handle their debts the same, and it's showing in all of the numbers right now. People are feeling the pain.
And then this next one, this is from a Kobesi letter who's saying that, let me grab this one. So the hedge funds are rushing back into tech stocks. So this was from the week ending in Thursday. Hedge funds recorded the largest purchase of U.S. technology stocks since December 2022. This marked the third largest weekly purchase in at least 5 years. The move was primarily driven by long additions, followed by short coverings. Let me bring this down. So this chart, can you explain what's going on? This is okay. So this is the last week of July that we got this data from.
Exactly. And, I want people to really look at this chart, right? Because right before that little red square, look how much on the downside it is, right? They had one of the largest sell-offs in tech stocks right before they had one of the largest, like rushes into tech stocks right after that. So what we are seeing is wild swings in the market right now. So I'll be honest with you, it's really difficult for me to explain this, right? Because this is supposed to be smart money from rich people. And when I look at this, it just doesn't bear any resemblance with reality. Like if you look at the path of escalation that we're on with Iran, the only way this chart makes sense is if we do not go to war with Iran and if there is no tech bubble. And I can't personally see how either of those things, are not going to play out in negative ways over the next few years. So part of what could be going on is maybe they're playing some financial games, maybe they're doing it with debt. But long story short, one of my theories, and this is just, my theory, Matt, but I've been talking about this for a while. I think we're going to see the maximum escalation in geopolitics and war once the early investors in ChatGPT, Anthropic, and SpaceX have fully offloaded their shares onto everyone's retirement portfolio. That's when I believe we're going to see the maximum, escalation in geopolitical tension. So maybe this is just their way of riding the wave a little bit longer. And, the reason I say that is because if the Iran war goes full blast right now, then the stock market is going to tank because of what will happen to oil. And, not to get too conspiratorial, but in Whitney Webb's book, One Nation Under Blackmail, she pointed out shortly before Epstein was arrested, he had some strong words to say about tech CEOs. He literally went to the media and said he knows that there are quote unquote tech bros who have very strange sexual habits. And he has evidence of their sexual habits. This was something that Jeffrey Epstein said right before he got arrested and then wound up, quote unquote, killing himself in jail. So that tells me maybe the tech bros are actually some of the most powerful people in the world right now. And maybe he overplayed his hand. That if my theory is correct and we don't see the maximum escalation of this geopolitical moves until ChatGPT and Anthropic, investors have sold off their shares, that will be yet another indication of who the most powerful forces in society are right now, right? And think about it. They have the most intelligence because they have data on all of us.
They're just getting more of it. They're getting more of it every day. Yeah. That's the whole point, right?
Exactly.
Keep collecting. That's the data centers. That's the flock stuff. They won't stop. And then the legislation's still going through to make it illegal for us to protest. They can continue to get away with this and go bust down every constitutional right for all of us as they're gaining more and more information. And information is that power, right? Information is the new oil. It is that whoever has it, the most of it is
that's literally the tagline. Right? Data is the new oil, right?
They're telling us.
Didn't oil run our policy over the whole last century? And now they're saying data is the new oil. So again, guys, by all means, call out the Zionists and call out the Jewish supremacy, but just realize there are probably other forces that we should worry about at least as much. And I think there's a good case to be made that the big tech is probably one of those forces we should pay a lot of attention to.
Well, I think the Zionists have also paid attention. That's why they're all in bed together. That's what they're not saying. The Zionists aren't, what are the tech bros up to? Let's see that they're all like,
there's a lot of overlapping interests for sure.
They're all, Palantir, Oracle, these are all Zionist entities. And we talk about Oracle, right? The Larry Ellison cash grab, that's what got him to the second richest. He was second richest in the planet because of Oracle. And then I guess he moved down a couple notches.
But just think about it though, Matt. JD Vance is Palantir's top guy. And he has been the one who's been painted as offering some resistance to Zionism.
The guy that's willing to negotiate and hear what the other side has to say.
So think about it. That's all I'm saying, guys. So pay attention to the big moves that are happening and watch the money flows.
Yeah. Do you want to see this Oracle one you said since we brought up Oracle?
I think this is really important because long story short, what you're looking at now is the cost of Oracle to issue new debt, which means the cost of Oracle to borrow money. So your credit card interest rate goes up when you have bad credit. You have bad credit because your finances don't look good to the credit bureaus. Right now, essentially, Oracle's finances do not look good to financial markets. And so the cost of their debt is going up and they're having to pay higher interest rates. So they were recently downgraded, I believe it was in early July, to a BBB minus bond, which is one step above quote unquote junk bond status. So, the biggest companies in the world, they're usually either AAA, A, or somewhere along those. And right now, Oracle is on the brink of simply being labeled a risky, likely bad investment, for, junk bonds. So my prediction, though, is that there's absolutely no way that the government would let Oracle go under, right? So before that happens, we'll likely see Trump come out and say that, Oracle is in our national interest, and just to make sure Oracle stays afloat, they're either going to give them a bailout or they'll take a direct stake in Oracle, because Trump has now set the new standard that he's taking stake in companies, which is something that was never done before Trump and is considered socialist in some aspects. But I would argue the way it's being implemented is simply socialism for corporations and Zionists and some of the worst people in humanity, instead of socialism for U.S. citizens.
Yeah. Well, they're allowed to have it, Jay. That's part of capitalism. Is socialism for the rich. Capitalism is imperialism. Those are like two fundamental pillars of capitalism: is the imperialism arm and the socialism for the rich arm. So it is funny that we've been arguing. They've had us pitted against each other, arguing about socialism, communism versus. It's incredible. And then to see all the countries that we're annihilating that are actually trying to do socialism and communism, and then we say, see, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, we just blew up their economy. It's nuts. And like he's saying, it's like that we only exist. The petrodollar only is still in in one piece because of it being rigged, the system being rigged for the rich. They get the bailout every time. They're too big to fail. I mean, my God, when are we going to figure this out, man? I don't like too big to fail. What the F are you talking about? What about us? The people, what are we? We're too small to succeed? Is that,
you know what I'll never forget?
That's
Matt?
it, right?
I agree. I agree. And you know what I'll never forget? In the financial crisis, instead of the government giving the money to people who were about to lose their homes because they were given, mortgages with sky-high interest rates or they lost their jobs, we gave the money to the banks. Like, we easily could have let the shitty banks who put people in bad positions fail and ensure those people stay in their homes. But instead, we helped out the corporations and gave the finger like to everyone else. So that is just a microcosm of how our government works. It's socialism for the rich and corporations and bootstraps for the rest of us.
Yeah. And we'll end with this. This is a funny little meme. We have the war of worry, and we know how this game is. We figured out this game. Ceasefire plus 5%, war negative 1.5, ceasefire plus
a little bit.
Was that?
It just goes down a little bit once people realize that the war is about to go back up. So yeah.
Then it's the same thing. The war of worry. Love that one. All right, I think that wraps up that one. Do we have? You want to jump real quick into the deal? Okay.
Translation.
Let's do some loss of translation. I'm gonna. Okay, so we got. I see them. Okay, I see it on the thing. We got the three of them. Yeah, these will be good. Okay, cool. I have not made an intro yet for the show, but maybe I'll come up with one before we put this segment up. But we do like this idea. It's a good idea. We haven't done it in a while. But let's just get started. Maybe I'll edit it together and put something fun together, like our other little lead-ins that we have. Okay, I think we're all good to go. Let's make sure here. Boom, boom, boom. And we are locked in now. Okay, great. Let's start this one off. Okay, guys. Oh shoot, we have I gotta come in and out of the share because it's telling me the sound is a problem. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick
StreamYard, try that man. You guys got to get it together, man. Like we're over here, we're trying to do a live show, and we're on here giving you guys so much business, man. 4 hours straight, and this is how you treat us. Come on, man.
It's really bad, man. They got to figure this out because Rumble Studio is trying to get us to go directly through them, and I'm considering doing that because we don't. This StreamYard thing, man. This is up to $88 a month. What the hell?
Oh, wow. Can you still get like the distribution through the other channels at the same time, or does it get it exclusive with Rumble?
It's saying that it can do multi-stream, so I need to look into it and see if it can handle our Twitter and our YouTube. We might just switch over, just do Rumble Studio because we're already on Rumble. We're already part of Rumble Studio. The Homeless Love channel is already part of Rumble Studio, so we don't have to pay. I don't think we'd have to pay any addition. So I'll look at that. I think the only thing is they just make sure it has to say Rumble Studio like on your screen so everybody knows. You guys have seen that on other shows where I think that's the one thing. StreamYard, at least they don't force their logo on us. If you pay the $88, they won't force the logo on your screen. But that's the only. We'll look into it because this is getting ridiculous, throwing us off in and out. I don't know why our Facebook one cuts off. I don't know why the sound cuts off when we share. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Okay. Resetting. Let's start this segment now. We're calling this Lost in Translation. It seems there's a lot of time. If we're not hearing it said in English, we're not actually hearing the truth. What we hear in English, however, on Western media, every time Israel talks about what they're doing and not doing, they have prepared a statement, prepared language that sits better with us, the Western audience, right? Because we can't understand Hebrew. But when they talk in Hebrew on Israeli TV networks, that's when I think a little more honesty comes into play. And that's why we call this Lost in Translation. Let's start with this one. This is a settler who is going on Israeli TV and is claiming that the Torah permits them to erase anyone who isn't obedient to Israel. What do you mean by erase? That's weird. Okay, let's hear it. I'll turn the volume
Not
down.
even tolerant of, but obedient to. You can't just acknowledge their right to exist. You gotta be obedient to them, Matt. You gotta be obedient.
God. So he's saying a pledge that it will not be silent and will not rest until the people of Israel return to all of greater Israel, as was promised, right? So, and he's got a crowd. Okay, like Menorah said, oh shoot, this is a fast one. Okay, I'll rewind it. Like Menorah said, the amends will be that in all of this area, we will dispossess, sorry, and expel, as the Torah says, because there's no way. Oh man, this is I'll rewind it again. Okay. There's no way for us to live here in the land of Israel if we don't expel them from here. This must be known. It must be remembered there is only one option, that in the land of Israel, there will be sovereignty over the entire land, and there cannot be a single Gentile here who opposes the people of Israel on this land. That will be the amends for the expulsion from Gush Katif. Katif? Thank you. And look, he's got all the people. They're all probably cheering along. They're all in unison there. That was not an extreme thing to say. So this is, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, and this is your first time hearing of Greater Israel. I'm hoping you guys are, loyal viewers of the Homeless Left, and it wouldn't be. But by chance, if this is your first time hearing about it, they're not just talking about Israel and Palestine, right? They're talking about parts of Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Syria. And guess what? All of that is coming out of our tax dollars because they can't do it by themselves. So the only way they can accomplish that goal is by using the U.S. military. He is saying anybody in any of those countries who is not obedient to Israel must be banished or killed. That's what he's saying. And in the West, they tell us, no, this is self-defense. The Israelis want to live in peace with their neighbors, right? No, they literally want to get rid of all of their neighbors. So it's like, look how much of the world that is.
This isn't a conspiracy theory. Yeah, this is real. This is what they talk about it all the time. Yeah. We don't hear about it so much on Western media. They don't like saying Greater Israel. They like to equate that with some conspiracy theory. Yet Netanyahu's always putting up maps. He's always pointing out these countries. This is real,
on
guys.
Their uniforms. It's on the IDF uniforms. On their badge, there's an image of exactly that country that you have on that map. Not Israel as it is today. They have an image of Greater Israel on their maps. But like you said, in the media, they pretend it's just a few bad apples, Matt. It's just a couple bad apples. Most Israelis don't think like that.
Yeah, of course. It's an extreme. I'm sure all the people in the room when that settler was talking, I'm sure they were like, dude, you're going a little too far. No, they were all fine with it. There's nothing extreme about saying that kind of stuff in Israel. That's why they go around doing it. And it's bizarre to me, Jay, that this mechanism of say the thing out loud there, cheer about it, and then if we accuse them of it here, we get labeled anti-Semitic, and that's part of it, right? That we're accusing them of wanting to do more harm than they are. We accuse them of manipulation of the technique of what genocide is, and if we call it out, we just hate Jews. It's crazy because they're telling us it's just not in English; it's in Hebrew. That's the only. And that's why we show you guys this. If you guys didn't know, now you know.
Exactly.
Let's get to this next one. It's the translation is above the screen. Okay, so I'll just put this up here. I don't know if you want to read the translation first, and then we'll play it because I don't think it's in the translation is not in English.
Sure.
This is what this guy is saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe in achieving the biblical borders of Greater Israel with which God blessed us, giving us a vast land. As a minister, I am working towards that by establishing ourselves in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria. Gaza belongs to Israel. I want to colonize it and repopulate it with Jews.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I was told that they just need to give the hostages back, right? I was told that Hamas wasn't very cooperative because they like to use civilians as human shields, and if they only didn't do that, if they just cooperated, they could have their state and Israel could have theirs. What does he mean? Gaza belongs to Israel and Lebanon and Syria? What?
Yep.
Colonize it.
All of it. And Bezalel Smotrich, the genocidal minister of Israel, stated without any shame that he wants to conquer the biblical Greater Israel that occupies the lands of up to 7 different countries, including Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and parts of Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Also a little bit of Turkey, too. These criminals are repeating the same idea as Hitler's Lebensraum, only these genocidaires, instead of using race as an excuse, use God, who tells them they must conquer and massacre all of these countries in the region. Of course, you won't see these statements in the Western press, not even if you pay for it. So, and again, this is their finance minister, right? Talking like this, that's one of the highest positions, like in their government. You know, this is what he's saying. So, like at some point, you know, we have to call out whenever people say Israel is defending itself, it's such complete bullshit, man. Like even like, you know, Dr. Robert Malone did some great, you know, whistleblowing on what was happening during COVID. He was one of the inventors of the mRNA virus. I just saw him put up a post talking about how he got back from Israel. And oh yeah, you know, he has to commend the Israeli people.
No.
Yes, he has to commend the Israeli people because they're so strong, you know, because the Palestinians just want to kill them. The savages want to kill them, and he just wants to commend the Israeli people. And he's doing the both sides thing. He says, yeah, Israel, you know, they're cracking some eggs as they make their omelet, but you know, they're cracking their eggs. And it's like, no, they're not defending themselves. Their whole ideology over there is colonialism. And I'm not saying every Israeli is like this, but like I saw another poll, 80% of them want Palestinians completely expelled. Over 60% of them want Palestinians murdered. It's like they literally said they want all Palestinians, men, women, children, to be treated like Amalek. These are the polls that are taken within Israel. And you still get people defending Israelis and Zionists saying, oh, yeah, they're just defending themselves, guys. And this is why this segment is so important, Matt, because in Israel, they don't talk like that. They tell you what they're actually doing because they got to rile their people up.
Yes.
That's the only way they can make any progress with this goal. They got to have their people excited to do it. And they got to demonize other people.
Yes. And this guy, Smotrich, he's not, this isn't just in some garage and some extreme podcaster. This is on a rate. This is being broadcast publicly to mainstream listeners that are hearing this in their day-to-day activities, whether they're at the coming from the gym where they all do their little yoga classes, working out to kill, take the land, little songs, get some pump for their workout. Maybe they're driving back to their free house they were given by U.S. taxpayer money. Maybe they stopped at the doctor on the way, also paid for by U.S. taxpayers. And then they catch a little listen to this little interview. And it's totally normal. It's totally mainstream. And it's totally cool. There's nothing extreme about this in Israel. The thing you just read is what he's talking right now. Let's see one more. Because there's so many of these. We got to do this segment more often. This is from RT. And this is Ben-Gvir in 2017 saying that he's spitting on Christians is an ancient Jewish tradition and shouldn't be considered a crime. Really? Ben-Gvir
who's the Minister of National Security, yet another person with a top-level government position, says that spitting on Christians should not be considered a crime. Now, just to, give him a little bit of, I don't even want to give him any leeway, but he's talking specifically about in this context where there's some march that Christians do through Jerusalem. This is the time it's okay to spit on the Christians. Maybe it doesn't mean you can spit on Christians all the time. You can just spit on them as they're doing their religious, their religious ceremony. That's the only acceptable time to spit on Christians.
So there's a time and a place.
To that's
be
the
off.
time when you're allowed to spit on.
Oh, got it.
The Minister of National Security.
And the kids know this. Look at the kids they love it. The little Jewish kids, they love doing this. I mean, that's what they're taught.
But don't forget, Matt, it's the Muslims, right? The Muslims are the ones who hate the Christians. Don't forget, it's really the Muslims you should be scared of.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. All right, man. Well, that's I gotta play this one that did come up in English. We showed that this would be a good one to top it off with, because every once in a while they tell us in English, and we played this to start the whole show off. And if you guys missed it, I think it's a nice little bookend for this segment. Let me just grab it from the folder again here. Oh yeah, this is it. So every once in a while they'll just tell us how much more valuable one Jewish life is. Apparently it's worth 10 million goyim. Oh wow. I wonder where they get the math. I wonder who's doing the math on this. I'm sure it's just a feeling, but I wonder if there is a measuring device to this. But they're letting us know this. Here you go, guys.
Now, after they kill one Israeli people, we need to kill all the people in Tel and Sarah, even Jit and Farata. Why? Because we don't want it to happen again.
It sounds like you're saying one Jewish life is worth hundreds or thousands of Palestinian lives.
Not million. One Jewish life, it's 10 million, okay?
That just sounds racist.
Yes, I know. But this is the truth. Because God chose us. Because of this, you are jealous.
These inflammatory views, rejected by many Israelis, are crucial to understanding the growing violence in the West Bank, which many extremist Israeli settlers see as land given to them by God.
I want to stop it here because I wasn't able to in the opening because it just played us in. But even BBC is pretending that this is an extreme. It's not extreme.
Well,
it's normal.
Well, here's the thing. This was done a while ago, right? You can tell from the quality of the footage that this is like old footage that's now resurfacing, right? And the truth is, yes, like the racist supremacist mindset has been in Israel the whole time, but it has gotten far worse since Benjamin Netanyahu first got into power, right? Because the prime minister before him, Rabin, the one who was killed by someone who just finished coming from a Netanyahu rally, he was actually in the process of at least trying to go in the motions of giving the Palestinians their own state, right? He had just finished signing I forget what the accords were called, but with President Clinton that were negotiated. And then right after he signs that, he gets popped in the head. And ever since that point, the extremism in Israel has ramped up to brand new levels. And now we're at the point where 60% of the population believes every man, woman, and child in Palestine should be killed. And 80% of the population believes they should at least be expelled. If not killed, they should be pushed out of the land. So that is ethnic cleansing and genocide. Like, there's no other way around it. So, so BBC can pretend, and of course now they'll hold the same opinion. It's not like they would change that opinion. Like if you ask a BBC reporter today, is that a common sentiment in Israel? They'll pretend it's not.
Yeah, they'll say this is just a random. You got one of the worst ones on camera. You happen to get him, but generally they know it's wrong. No, they regularly have viewing parties of torturing, murdering, and starving children as they're having barbecues. They have viewing parties of bombing South Lebanon and cheering about it live on screens that are public viewings. This is not extreme for Israelis. This is
not just
normal.
on screen. They watch it in real time. They set up their chairs on the hills and all that, and they treat it like they're watching a sports game. They pop beers and they watch the bombs fall on Palestine and Lebanon. And so, I'll be honest with you. I had no idea how bad it was until October 7th, and I started looking into the situation more. I've read multiple books on the history, since then, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. So,
and I remember October 7th, October 8th, for me personally, it felt like something is I'm having this weird feeling right now, and it reminded me of the same feeling I had when the lockdown started. It was the same, like something's off. Something's not feeling right. I wasn't a quote unquote expert of anything yet. I was a person of critical thinking, right? A person of something's off. Let me take a step back and look at this. What are you talking about? 40 beheaded babies. Where did that come from? So right away, I was like, something's off. And then RFK Jr. saying right away, give Netanyahu an unlimited checkbook and unprovoked. I'm like, something doesn't seem right. And so that was the correct call. And I urge people to keep that, understand that that's an okay. If you have that feeling, this weird feeling, and this is like the next time they do this, whether it's a pharma thing or whether it's the next fake genocide war, not fake genocide, but fake it's not a genocide. The next time they fake it, if you have that sunken feeling of something feels wrong here, let me take a step back and look at it. That means you're doing something right. That means you're not going to be somebody crying. We had so many people here, man, in LA. Oh my God, they were crying. Oh, those poor Israelis. Oh my God. And I was like, why are you crying? You just were told to be sad. This is right. You were told to be afraid for COVID. You're told to be sad now. Why are you sad? What are you seeing? Yeah, what are you seeing on your? I'm not seeing it. You just know it. It's in your.
Yeah. I think, at the end of the day, if you cried for October 7th, but you didn't cry for any of the massacres that were happening of the Palestinians before that, then you just are applying a double standard. It's as simple as that, because they had, before October 7th even happened, they had a regular practice of quote unquote mowing the lawn, which is just them going in and shooting Palestinians to prove a point, to make sure they know who's boss, they stay scared, and to encourage them to continue to leave. So, again, if you have any doubt that Israel is uniquely bad and uniquely evil, just know they're the only country in the world that is allowed to have immigration laws based explicitly on religion and ethnicity. And they still pretend that it's not like apartheid South Africa just because there are Arabs in Israel. No, guys. They're literally there as tokens so they can pretend that they have equal rights when they have strict laws, and Palestinians don't have strict laws, immigration laws that ensure it will always be Jews that are in the overwhelming majority over there, and Palestinians have no rights. There is no Palestine on the map today, and those people have no ability to vote in their own elections that have control over their borders. Israel controls everything that goes in and out of Palestine. It is an apartheid state, guys.
Well, they should have thought of that before they elected Hamas in 2006. Sorry, I couldn't help it. That's just one of the stupid ass talking points that you knew when you heard. I was like, what? That doesn't sound right.
Israel kills all the most effective peaceful people and the ones who want to build bridges, and then they funnel money, to people who, are honestly defending themselves. So, come on, guys, what do you think's going to happen? If someone has been mowing the lawn by killing your people for the past 7 decades, you probably want to join a resistance group too.
All right, I think that should do it on this one today. Good conversations today, Jay. Let everybody know where they can find you, what you have coming up, or anything else I forgot to mention earlier.
Yeah, so you can follow me on Twitter, right there at the J Scott. This Sunday we're going to be doing a Twitter space. I'm going to set that up, a little bit later today. So if you guys want to hop on stage and actually speak with Matt and I, we'll be hosting a Twitter space talking about censorship. And I would dare to say, is the left ready to talk about COVID? Because I think Fauci has created some more questions for people right now with all that plead the fifth stuff. So make sure you tune in on Sunday. It's going to be a great conversation. And most importantly, if you're tired of the duopoly and you are interested in pursuing other routes, like outside of the Democrat and Republican Party, I'd encourage you to get involved as locally as possible and to do it through a decentralized third party that empowers party members unlike any other third party out there. And you can find out more information about it at www.wtpnational.com. Just go to the website, punch in your zip code. You can find out what's happening. That's We the People National, WTPnational.com. So great work as always. Appreciate you, Matt. And yeah.
Excellent. And looking forward to the Sunday spaces. That should be fun. All right.
Sure. I'll get a set up later, everyone.
All right. Take care. Jay Scott, everybody. All right, guys, we have some more show for you. A lot more where that came from. You know what I mean? Appreciate all you guys' super chats, Rumble rants. I think we got a few. I'm going to check out the Rumble rants, get them set up. I think I saw one on there. I'll have to take a look. We're going to take a quickie. We're going to take a little quickie and be right back. What do we have coming up, you ask? Well, we have we're going to look at a Tyler Robinson update. That's coming up right after the break. Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. That's what Candace Owens is telling us. We tend to believe that. I wouldn't think he is. Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. Then we're going to be doing Talking Back with you guys. So that's Talking Back with Matt and you through the super chatting and the Rumble ranting. And we'll try to get to some of the other comments as well. We got a bunch of them from you guys. So we want to have that conversation. And then we're going to end the show with one of the old favorites. We haven't done this one in a while, but it's Apologies Long Overdue. And we're going to be looking at Stephen A. and Kyrie Irving. So that'll be the last one today. So lots more show coming up. Go grab a drink, whatever you guys need to do, return a text, and we will see you back here in about 3 minutes. Enjoy this little fun sketch clip show from this set that Jim Brewer did about COVID, specifically about COVIDians a few years back. One of the first to be critical about the propaganda and the manufacturing consent of the masses, how he had mass conformity during COVID. Pretty funny. And I think that's how comedy should be. And Jimmy Dore would agree. Comedy needs to be punching up. So Jim Brewer was one of the good guys. Enjoy this little clip show of his set on COVIDian behavior. And we'll see you back here in 3 minutes with more Homeless Left. Non-tribal approach to news, non-tribal approach to life. I'm Matt Weinglass. We'll see you guys back here in just a few.
Trust the experts. Trust the experts. Trust the science. Trust the science. CDC, CDC. Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. Mask on, mask off. 2 shots, 1 shot. Mask on, 2 masks. Comply, comply.
Thank you all for coming out and risking your lives. Who wants a shot? Who wants to see a ball game? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Wave your flipper. That's for you. Go see the ball game. Who wants to work again? That's for you. Who wants their kids educated? What's in the shot? It's safe. Don't worry. Don't worry. Ooh, 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 ooh. Go ahead. Get it. It's 6 foot safe.
social distance, 6 foot safe. 5 foot danger. 6 foot safe. 5 foot danger. If you're 6 foot safe, I'm 5 foot danger. I'm coming to breathe on you. I'm the grandma killer. Listen to the rules. Here come the governors. Bump, 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 bump.
We have no rules and regulations. We shall determine who is essential. We shall determine who may go at your house and who shall have a muffin. And remember, if you see any children playing uns outside together, report them and their parents. This is for your safety.
Okay. I guess that went on a little. Man, that was good. Is that interesting to see now? A little more we have some reflective, we're a little more reflective about that. We all lived through that. Whatever the side you were on. Maybe you didn't take a side. Maybe you just kept your mouth shut and stayed back. That's kind of making a choice too. But if you behaved like somebody that had to be that way and talk down to people and bully them, it's interesting to reflect on that now. It is. And Jim Brewer was one of the good ones that came out. And the reason the audience was laughing out loud was it was refreshing for them, because they were actually, first of all, they were allowed to be in the room because they didn't have to show their Vax cards to get in the room. Every other set from any other comedian, if you're going to a concert, any musician, any band, any event at that time, any event, you had to show your vaccine card to get into that event. I can tell you for a fact that happened here in LA. And I only got into events because, well, I had something else to show them that would look like so we did what we had to do. But that's refreshing to hear somebody actually do comedy the way it should be done, and to do it at the right time, not wait 6 years. This is very old. This is a reflection almost in the moment that it was happening. And that's how we have to be better at that. And I just wanted to say that, look, they're lying to us every day about everything. Everything's a lie. This whole show, we're showing you guys lie after lie, doubling down, even though it's right in their freaking faces. They're still doubling down. They can't stop lying. They can't. The best they can do is admit, oh, we did the best we could with the information we had at the time. That's all bullshit. That's not real. They know exactly what they're doing, and we just have to get better at calling it out sooner than later, not waiting so effing long. So you do it early, not later. You do it in the moment. You say something doesn't smell right. Let me look into it. Let me do my own research. Let me act out of principle. That's what COVID should have been. It should have been principle. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the vaccine was ineffective. It doesn't matter that it hurt people. Well, that does matter. But I'm saying independently of whether it worked or didn't work, independently of if it hurt people or didn't hurt people, or killed people or didn't kill people, independently of those questions that nobody knew until it happened, you should already have principle in play. You should already say it is wrong to make people do something they don't want to do. It's wrong to give somebody something that they have no way to know what they're putting in their body, because you're not showing us the information. You're keeping it secret. And you can't cut off alternate ways people can be healthy and tell us there's only one size fits all. Those are all, you say no to that out of principle, not because we were waiting to be right because the thing had to be bad. The thing could have been perfectly, effective. In fact, it could have been safe and effective. It wasn't. But what if it was? We're still right to resist. You guys understand that those are two different things. Your right to resist being forced to do something against your will, your right to resist censorship, your right to resist alternate treatment, your right to resist having a voice of dissent, a voice of an alternative method that wasn't one size fits all. You're right to stand up for that. And you're right to stand up for kids. You're right to stand up for people that shouldn't have lost their jobs. You're right for all of these reasons. We were right. We were right for not turning people down they're not allowed to participate in society. That should never be a thing. So let's at least learn from that. Don't ever let there's no situation where we should be banning people from their lives because they didn't do something that they were supposed to do. That wasn't given any sort of valid backup of why. How is forcing me to do something helping my friends and family? It doesn't. There's no logic to it. There's no logic to it at all. Okay, enough about the memory lane, and let's move on to today's. I can't believe this shit is happening. I can't believe they're lying about this. And what we're talking about is Tyler Robinson. So this is the type of narrative happening since the hearing. This is coming right out of Utah. Salt Lake Tribune says Utah prosecutors now say they know why Charlie Kirk was targeted. Oh, really? Now they know? I wonder what they came up with. Well, a new court filing argues that Tyler Robinson's personal life stood in stark contrast to Charlie Kirk's views and that it motivated the fatal shooting. This is what they're concluding in the Salt Lake Tribune after the hearing, the debacle of the hearing, which wasn't even, it was like a pre-hearing. By the way, if you guys were wondering, I'll tell you, I'll report on this right now. We know that as of today, they're adjourned, right? Court is adjourned. Tyler Robinson is in custody still, obviously, and they're waiting till September 1st. So it's basically 4 weeks until they will pick it up. So what's going to happen in 4 weeks? That's the question. That's the question. What's going to be happening for the next 4 weeks? Well, right off the bat, we are extremely, I would say, skeptical about how they're going to keep Tyler Robinson safe. And what we're talking about is, and we can't help but make this comparison to Epstein in the sense that what are they doing with it? Well, the Dipster reports the media is now saying that Tyler Robinson is suicidal. Oh, yes, of course he is. They've been saying that when they first had him in custody. Now they're cycling this shit again. Tyler Robinson is in solitary confinement. Why are they doing that? And the media is spinning the narrative that he is suicidal. More like it is Israel and the feds are trying to kill Tyler Robinson, just like they did with Epstein. They know they can't win this case and they are desperate. Pray for Tyler. Yeah, the more we look at the evidence or lack of evidence, the more we're seeing that there is no case here, and they would be much better off if Tyler was dead. And we told you guys there's a good chance that was plan A. The plan A was that Tyler was supposed to go out in a hail of bullets. For whatever reason, they weren't able to get that to happen. And it fucked up the plan that he walked right into the police department. And they're like, no, we had it on a text message that he was supposed to say, I'm ending it all. It was good knowing you. Bye to my furry boyfriend. I gotta end it all, like Thelma and Louise. It's not, but then he doesn't do that, and then they have to come up with a new text chain, and they did, and it was really bad. And you guys remember, it's really bad. It's so bad, and now it makes sense why it was so bad, because it was like a last-minute plan B. They had to, we got to redo the text and have him do the confess all, but I think I'm going to turn myself in. It just the whole thing. It was so bad. It was bad writing. It was bad writing. If you were in a writing class, you'd get an F because the teacher would say you're writing, you're giving us too much exposition. People don't talk like that, especially if they're running from the law. You don't talk like that. You don't type off paragraphs of exposition. It's not a thing. But CNN wanted us to believe that. So that's what we're working here. But what's going on with so Stu Peters He's saying, yes, so Tyler Robinson is declared suicidal. He's moved into solitary confinement as the case against him. And the broader Charlie Kirk assassination narrative is completely falling apart. And so he's also saying, yes, they're going to Epstein Tyler Robinson. And this looks really bad. Well, here's Candace chiming in right before the weekend, and she looked a little disheveled, to say the least. I think she got herself together now that it's, after the weekend. But this is Candace putting this out based on the fact that I think that we should be nervous on behalf of Tyler. This doesn't seem, something seems off here. It's a little unnerving, to say the least.
Okay, I didn't want to leave you guys on a crazy weekend cliffhanger. I needed to get that information out as soon as possible. Obviously, you can probably see that I received some information, a communication, which answered a lot of questions that the public has had about the story, or rather the non-story that we are getting from the feds. The push that Tyler Robinson is this lone shooter, which they're trying to establish as a fact. Some of the burning questions that we had, okay, well, if he turned himself in, how did he also not confess? I now have the answers to that. The main point, the reason why this information came to me, is because there's a narrative being spun right now by the media that Tyler Robinson is or was suicidal. That is not true. And that's a very scary thing when suddenly they're saying he's suicidal and, he's in solitary. And he's not suicidal. So that was the reason why this information urgently came to me. Obviously, I know a lot more, and I'm going to share it with you guys on Monday. I just wanted.
I don't like it when she does that. I gotta tell you guys, I don't like this slow roll, because that's what we're always calling them out for slow rolling shit. That's a technique. Getting people used to stuff. In this case, I don't think it's about her getting people used to stuff. It's the reason is a little different, but it's a slow roll with the sense of that she's got a rhythm of releasing content, and there's like a over the weekend, there's a Monday's coming, we'll get you guys. So just letting you know, there's a marketing element to it, and that's a little irritating. But keep in mind, and this is the most important part when we look at Candace, doing the hard stuff. She's not the only one doing it. We always have to look at the information. We always have to look at the thing and stop going after the person. I'm just making that point about her kind of her marketing, her brand, but it doesn't take away from everything she's reporting, and other people are reporting it too. Just pointing that out. So just understand that all that matters. Okay.
To vet some of the things that I heard, ask some more questions from people that would know, and just to make sure everything I say is above board. And obviously this lead led to more leads, and I want to give people a chance to respond. This is crazy. Nothing more that I can say. This is very serious. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that what we are being told has gone on is just not so. And this is really kind of going to begin, I think, to answer a lot of questions and many more questions that need to be asked. So I just wanted to let you know that what they're telling us about him being suicidal is not true.
So the end of what she's saying is a little more palatable for me. I think in the sense that she's admitting, like, hey, this is what we're doing, is it's an ongoing investigation. It takes time. I have to cross check. I have to get things right. I don't want to just blast stuff. And that part is true. And I wish she just didn't say the thing before about, I'm going to have something really spicy for you guys on Monday. Because that's not what she means to say. And I think she said it at the end. I think we want to take that in a way of, let's be careful with how and when and what we're putting out there. And of course, it's better to put stuff out on a Monday than a Friday. So there's that too. So, okay. With that said, let's look. We'll come back to what Candace has put out since this went out. We'll get to that soon. But right now, I want to go back to Stu Peters, because Stu Peters has done something pretty important, and he's connected the dots. And he did this with Garland Nixon on the Jimmy Dore show last week, which was pretty awesome. He's also talked with Sneeko. So he's had this discussion about connecting the dots with JD Vance being part of the cover-up at the literal crime scene. Here's Stu Peters talking with Sneeko. Listen to this. This all checks out. This is all very important.
And the next thing you know, here comes Vice President Body Snatcher. Like JD Vance flies in on Air Force 2 and takes possession of Charlie Kirk's body gets it the hell out of Utah before an autopsy can be performed, which is against Utah state law. Who made that phone call? How does the vice president, Peter Thiel's creation, how does this guy end up on Air Force Two picking up Charlie's dead body and playing air taxi for corpses? Like, what the fuck is going on here? But no, it was definitely Tyler Robinson. And then that AES, that Accurate Energetic Systems, 30 days after Charlie was killed, 2 weeks after I said he was killed by a lavalier microphone, 1 day after John Bray came on my show on October 9th, on the 10th of October, that place blew up.
Yeah.
It killed everybody inside.
How many, what was the casualty count of this facility?
Well, whoever was 16, 17 people were killed, 20.
If you don't know what he's talking about, we reported on this. Actually, I think we reported on it right before we heard that the place blew up. But they tracked back. This is the technology that was purchased by the U.S. government. There's an actual paper trail, the timestamp of purchasing this equipment, and the place it came from no longer exists, and people were killed. This actually happened. This is insane. It's absolutely insane. And you could, it was a bad, I guess, wrong place, wrong time. If you happen to be there, you're dead now. But talk about mowing down the evidence. As soon as we had that, right? As soon as we had the timestamp receipt of the U.S. government purchasing this technology, this microphone blow up technology, and now the place is gone. So just want to be clear that that's what he's referencing there.
3,000 pounds of explosives were detonated, and guess what happened at that exact moment?
What?
There was another special air mission flight, SAM 112. I'm not making this up. Go on any flight radar tracker, and you can confirm this for you. It's open source data. SAM 112 was a flight that was originating out of, guess where? Fort Huachuca. And it was going to Joint Base Andrews. And it was tail number 990404, which is the plane almost exclusively used by Pete Hegseth. And it took a scenic route detour to fly low and slow over eastern Tennessee, where Accurate Energetic Systems was on fire at that exact moment.
How did you just do that? That was
all of this is confirmed.
Do you have a teleprompter here?
No. I just have studied this shit. I know this shit, and that's what.
This guy's funny. He doesn't know that when you do journalism and you do research, sometimes you get facts in your head that you can reference when you need them. So that's fine. He's learning that it actually, and it does take some talent. You got to be able to register stuff, digest it, and keep it, store it, be able to pull it out. That's just basic stuff you got to do. So there's that. So he's learning. Sneako's learning. But as far as Stu Peters goes, making this connection to JD Vance, it's very important. Erica Kirk also likes the connection with JD Vance, and she let us know that. If you guys remember this oldie but a goodie from Erica. I guess their very first appearance on stage, it was Erica and JD together. Check this out.
Replace my husband. No. But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight, because he understands the fight that we're up against, and he can articulate that in a way that transcends. He's an amazing man.
I'm not comparing him to my husband, but man, he'd be a great replacement if I needed one. Really good one. Especially because Charlie was supposed to run for president. Now he can't. We had to kill him. You know why? He wasn't in line with our greatest ally. And my whole life I was supposed to be that first lady. Now I can still have this happen if we just do a little switcheroo, as you can see, a little switcheroo. And who knows, maybe I can do better than first lady. Maybe I can do VP. Maybe I can do that. I could get both. I could get the benefits of first lady and VP at the same time. That would be nice. And then if JD steps out of line, well, you know who's next. Now that is some real power awaiting me. So that's interesting that she can make that switch up so quickly. So there you go. We all saw that when that happened, but it has another new light shined on it now. With that, let's get to what Candace got us most recently. And this part's important. This goes back to the trial from Project Constitution. So Candace is revealing that, and this is the discrepancy on the rooftop. You guys remember we were playing the footage that the court said, oh, you can't see. We're only going to see the footage, and all the TPUSA people lying about, oh, we saw a clear image of Tyler Robinson. Well, why didn't you show it to us? Trust us. We can see him. Well, Candace Owens showed that footage that we weren't allowed to see, and it didn't look like Tyler Robinson at all. Then you have this guy, you have this officer Bagley, who his testimony was the shittiest thing we've ever seen, because Bagley can't remember anything. He doesn't know who he was standing with. He doesn't remember his face. He doesn't remember anything. Well, now it looks like Candace Owens has revealed that the mysterious rooftop officer, his name is Alan Robertson, and he's on a Brady list. Brady list is a thing that you're put on if you're an officer. You're put on a Brady list if you have an open investigation or something doesn't check out about your character or your ability to be trusted. So dirty cops, as it says here in this tweet from Project Constitution, possible dirty cop. Yeah, that's why you might be on a Brady list. So the guy that they were trying to hide his identity, that they were all trying to cover up, has now been identified. And this is due to the work Candace has been doing and the people sending her evidence that she's able to go through and release this stuff. So what we know is, yes, the plainclothes officer who was on the roof with Officer Bagley is, in fact, Alan E. Robinson of Utah State University Police. Bagley claimed under oath, and we saw this, that he couldn't remember the man's name. But the footage shows that Robertson was right there with him and appeared to be directing activity on the roof. Let's hear Candace break this down. Check it out.
Who does fantastic work, by the way, was able to put through a list of several things, question marks about Officer Bagley's testimony that don't appear at second glance to be, well, nothing but the truth. Take a listen.
So they describe a man with a badge and a pistol who went with him to the roof. The individual that fits that description is this red hat guy with the khaki shorts. He has a bag with a badge on it, and he was walking around with a handgun. The ex-account Muppet Masher identified the red hat guy as Alan Robertson and his friend in the blue shirt as Christopher Haycock. In the Life is Driving footage, you see him walking around and texting and making calls, and this really stood out to me because you don't see any other law enforcement officers doing this. Ultimately, Officer Bagley's version of events just doesn't line up with the available footage. So the question is, why lie? Allegedly. He fails to mention that the man in the red hat was the one that alerted him to the holster. He fails to mention that he had a conversation with the man in the red hat before going to the Losi Center roof. And it is interesting that they get there and conveniently his body camera just stops running. He says the battery died, but the camera had only been running for 27 minutes, and these body cameras are supposed to last around 10 hours.
Seems a little suspicious. You were already taking orders from him about the holster. You just didn't mention that throughout your testimony at all. Why are we seemingly providing coverage for a rookie? From Terrell Farnsworth to Officer Bagley, there seems to be an immediate understanding that this Alan Robertson character, who shall not be named, is calling the shots. It's as though he's like in command of the post-assassination operation. And you know what's funny about that? We decided to look into him, and that is actually what he did. But in the military, you see, Alan Robertson is actually a United States Marine. That makes sense. And according to his LinkedIn, he was the marksmanship instructor for the Marines from 2009 to 2014 at Camp Pendleton, which is in California. It's a Marine base. He's been deployed in combat.
Marksmanship instructor for the Marines. Interesting job title. Okay.
In Afghanistan, he was also deployed in humanitarian work in Japan for the Marines before he arrived into Utah. You know how I'm feeling right now about the Marines getting involved in humanitarian work overseas. But he was also a police officer just before going to Utah in San Bernardino, California. But something happened. It was very short before he gets moved out to Utah. Something happened. We don't know what happened, but we believe something did, because there was an entry made for him on the Brady List website. So if you've never heard of the Brady List website, It's a
So here we go. She's going to explain the Brady list so you guys understand that this is a real thing, and if you're on it, that means you're not a good dude. That means not to be taken seriously at all because you have some dirty shit on you.
a database of law enforcement officers who have a documented history of misconduct, dishonesty, or integrity violations, and the records are kept actually by prosecutors so that they can then share them with defense attorneys during a criminal trial. The reason is because the Brady list explicitly deals with an officer's credibility as a witness.
Okay, so we'll stop it there and just let you know. Yeah, the dates to keep in mind, or the date to keep in mind, is September 1st, and we're coming up on 1 year. It was September 10th, 2025. We're coming up on a year. And they're going to run this thing into the ground with the Tyler Robinson narrative. That's the plan. That's the plan. So we'll see if they are able to make it to that next day. We'll see if Tyler Robinson is being protected as he should. You should be protected. You're in solitary confinement because you're on suicide watch. None of those are good things. Those are all red flags. So obviously at this point, the prosecution would rather not have to continue with this hearing. There's nothing really working for them if they're going to be showing secret footage to TPUSA people who are going to come out, and it's sounding to me like October 7th. It's sounding to me like we're going to have secret screenings of October 7th, babies' heads in ovens, and then we'll just tell you that we saw it and it's really, really bad and trust us. That doesn't seem to work out because we haven't seen it. And if we can't see it, stop lying to us about it. But they're going to keep lying. They're going to keep doing that. And it's hard to say if we're ever going to get justice for this case. This is way bigger than Tyler Robinson. There's an element here that the mainstream is protecting. Obviously, every faction in Utah, in Salt Lake City, is protecting this narrative as long as they can. So we'll see what happens next. We'll keep an eye on this. But it's not just Candace Owen doing the work. It's these other journalists doing the job. And we like to recognize when people are doing this work. It's not about the people, it's about the actual work. So let's be clear about that when we're assessing any evidence as it comes through. Assess the work, not the person. That's what we're going to do. Okay, moving on. I think we can go ahead and get right into it with you guys. I know we've seen some comments from you on this last one, plus a bunch of others. So let's just start things off here. Talking back time. I'm going to play in the intro, and I think we'll get right to it. Here we go. It's Talking Back with Matt today. Today's show, we've been calling it They Can't Stop Lying. And what we're talking about is all of it. The media propaganda from the top down. It don't matter if it's CNN, Fox News, or MSN, BBC, B Now, B Later, whatever it is. We don't want to see them anymore because these people are propagandists. They're funneling these narratives to protect the billionaire donor class, and they keep us against each other. The lies that they're doubling down on, the lies about pharma and Fauci, the lies about protecting the COVID narrative, right? The lies about the Iran deal. There's a deal. There's a deal. There is no deal. There is no deal. The lies about Ukraine. Ukraine is winning. No, they're not. The lies about Charlie Kirk. Oh, yeah, the lone gunman. We're sick of that shit. The lies about that Trump's telling his own base right now about Flock and about the AI data centers, that we need them, that people are loving it, that they're calling him. They're calling me on the phone. They're saying, please bring me data center to my town. It's all bullshit. It's all bad. And what we're here to do is we're here to call out the bullshit from the beginning to the end. No exceptions. They're all in on it. We're not hero worshiping anymore. And I think you guys understand that and you appreciate that. And that we got to get it now, not later. We have to do it now. That's the key. The timing is the key. Not reflecting on it later. We do it as it's happening. And I think that's the point. And the Zionism too. This is the part. And I'll say we did have some good news today. I think you guys might have commented on it too. We'll get to this, but we did have some breaking news, and I'll throw it out there. it turned out to be good news, right? That the UK is now recognizing legally anti-Zionism as a legitimate philosophy. That's insane. That means that to criticize Israel is no longer a crime, or it shouldn't be, at least on paper. It's what it's looking like. And if the UK can do that, there's actually hope for the rest of us. So on that note, let's go into this. We'll try to be optimistic, or at least skeptically optimistic, that we actually made some progress today. So we'll take a little win for that. Let me get to you guys now. We did a lot of the super chats earlier, but I'll put a few more up on here. I like this one. I like this one for Citizen. We'll do it again. Why no one's talking about Obama Emanuel pizza parties? We'll get back to the pizza parties. And I wanted to add in, Citizen, it's also the hot dog parties, not just pizza. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, well, tune in next time on Thursday's show, or next Tuesday's show, Tuesdays and Thursdays. You tune in, guys, because we are going to tell you exactly what is meant by pizza parties and hot dog parties. We're just not going to get into it right now. But Obama is part of this. Hillary's part of this. Trump is part of this. They're all part of it. They're all in on it. Okay, thanks for that again, Citizen. And thanks for all the jewels, 10 jewels, floating heart from Leora W. You did a bunch of them for us. We like it. Here's a gold coin jewel. I think there's just little fun options there on the Super Chat YouTube page. So appreciate all that. Thank you so much. Let's see some of these other ones we had coming in. Look at this one again from Citizen. Trump and Yahoo crashed petrodollar in record time. See yen. Yes, we've been talking about this. We know that the petro yen is going to be the currency. This is what we're seeing. If you want to actively participate in oil trade, you're no longer going to be forced on the U.S. petrodollar. This has been a forced part of the world economy. It's been a rigged economy. This is since Nixon. Nixon did this. Nixon and Henry Kissinger, they set this up. This we are going to use Saudi Arabia as a muscle for us. That's going to bully every country, especially in the Middle East. We're going to bully them to use the petrodollar when they exchange for oil. That's how we were able to elevate our economy all these decades. It's not natural. It's not organic. Well, that time is coming to an end. And the yen, the petro yen, is going to be the currency that you're going to be allowed to use and not get murdered for it. All these other people we've murdered for trying to go away from the petrodollar, whether it's Saddam Hussein, whether it's Gaddafi, whether it's bin Laden, whether it's several people we've come in and destroyed the democracy process in Latin America. Several countries that have tried to get away from the petrodollar. Well, now times are changing, and you can do it. If you want to go through the Strait of Hormuz, you're not allowed to use the petrodollar anymore. So just so you guys understand, we're living through this change, and things are not going to back to the way they were. It's going to be a whole new world, and we'll just see. We'll respond and we'll make adjustments. But the days of the petrodollar are over. You can't fake it anymore. We don't have that ability to. So just letting you guys know that. Thanks again, Citizen. And Chris, we talked about the data center protesting, and I just want to say, yes, we are with you. We understand that there was a protest that shut down the data center by your father. We covered this on the last show in Salem, and unfortunately, they found a way around it. And so we feel bad about that. Obviously, we got to look into this some more. Keep sharing with us. Let us know what's going on. But this is what we were talking about. It's whack-a-mole. Just because you get one shut down, we're going to put another one up. Also, they're going to look for ways they don't have to shut it down. Even if the ruling went against them, they're still going to find ways around it. So the battle continues. Take a mini win, but keep fighting. We can never think that we won. They're always up to something else. So hopefully that fight continues where you're at, where your dad's at, Chris. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. We have Oh, another one from Citizen, echoing Jake GTV. Anti-Zio juice, our PSYOP. Purpose to state, see, we ain't all alike. We still deserve preferential treatment. Justice for Charlie. Lego. Man, the more we look into stuff, even the controlled opposition and the what looks like organic protesting or organic, it sometimes it's not, and we have to be okay with that, and it can be frustrating. But let's just keep acting out of principles. And we do love Jake GTV. We played some of his. He had a cool commercial. We dug out of his AI stuff. He's been sharing really cool stuff on his Twitter, and we know he had his YouTube channel demonetized, which was really, really unfortunate to hear that. So we feel bad for Jake GTV on that one. Let's see what else we got here from Leora W. Thanks for the super chat. If you think you can, you're right. If you think you can't, you're right. Henry Ford. Good advice there. And yeah, whatever you think is what it will be, I suppose. I wonder if Obama was inspired by that, right? The yes, we can. Henry Ford, maybe. Yeah, it's a line that works. It gets people to vote. But it is more than thinking, isn't it? It's more than thinking you can do something. You actually have to do it. The thinking is great, but we have to do better than feelings. We have to do better than I want something. I really want it. That bullshit. You guys remember that bullshit secret thing that Oprah pushed? That was such garbage. The Secret. That was garbage. Just so you guys know. I want to be rich. I want to have things for Christmas. If you're a little kid and you don't like being poor and you're a little kid and it's Christmas time, all you gotta do is really just wish to Santa Claus that you'll get a new bike and you'll get it. But you have to commit to the secret. The secret is commit to the feeling. Of course, that doesn't make any sense. How can a little kid in an impoverished area think really hard and wish really hard and want something really hard, and then all of a sudden they're gonna have a bike appear in a present, like they're gonna open it's gonna be under the tree Christmas morning? It's bullshit. That's not so that doesn't, feelings aren't enough. We have to figure out action. But I guess you could say it's a good place to start. But do not stop with feelings. Do not stop with hope and change. Do not stop with joy. Do not stop with any of these feelings that sometimes they're designed to make us stop and just trust faith. Faith is very little thing. It's a little thing to have belief. It's a much bigger thing to go to action. Go into battle. Wake up in the morning and say, it's time to go. It's time to effing go. That takes more than faith. That takes commitment and courage. It's not actually solely faith is not actually courageous just to believe. It's not. You have to apply something to that belief. You have to. If you don't, you're just sitting around believing. Yeah, you're just sitting around believing and not doing anything. And they like that. They like it when people are sitting around having good feelings. That's good, because then you can sit around and have everything taken from you while you're feeling good about it. You're feeling hope, you're feeling change, you're feeling that you're being represented because we got a woman in office, or we got somebody gay in office. We have a minority in office. That makes you feel good. I feel good. Yeah. How does that feel? The bank's getting bailed out. How does that feel? All the wars, all the people we're murdering. How does that feel? Do you have faith? Do you have faith in Trump? What does that look like? What does that fit? Do MAGA? Do you still have faith that Trump's playing 18D chess? What are you doing with that? Well, it's sidelining you. That faith is sidelining you. That's what's going on. They count on you having that belief. That's the thing that's being worked against you. So just understand that that's a control mechanism. You have I just believe. I believe he's got a plan. He knows more than we know. He's smart. And we did that shit with Bernie and we did it with Obama. That no more. Okay. We'll get on to some of the other ones now. We'll get back to the live chat here. Thank you guys all for tuning in here. Really appreciate it. Let's see here. Oh, here's another Ford quote, since we're on the topic, from Bob of Atlantis. I don't know the exact quote, but Ford said, if you got rid of the 20 richest Jews, all wars would stop. Pretty bold to say something like that. I don't know. Sounds very hateful to me, Bob. Ford sounds very hateful. Very hateful. After Epstein, I suspect he was correct. That's a fun one. That's a funny one. Okay. I love it. Okay, let's get back here. I want to thank. I know Gabrielle was on there helping us with the chat earlier. So definitely thanks, kudos to you, Gabrielle, for helping us out. Let's see some of the stuff from before. We have we talked about Fauci being thumbs up by Chris Cuomo, and so pulling the strings. Thanks for tuning in. Cuomo is backing Fauci because Fort Detrick was in his state and he deleted the 2019 records of the Green Springs care home that had COVID before the official start. That's why Cuomo is backing Fauci. Also, Cuomo's brother, we know that with Cuomo's brother, and he was trying to get that Emmy award for some TV COVIDian show he did, and all the people he killed in New York. And so there's so much shadiness with the Cuomos. I didn't believe his apology when he came out and said, "Oh, I guess I was part of the problem." But when you admit to being part of the problem, but then you're still protecting that we did the best we could with the information we had. Not good. All right, so we saw the RFK versus Dana Bash. You guys remember that one? A real Dana Bash crash. Yeah, that was a Bash crash for sure. Thanks for that, Donald Duck's mom. What happened to Convo Couch? Convo Couch is now Truthwire. Go check out Truthwire. Craig Pasta, Fiorella, Isabel. We go on there. I go on there and co-host sometimes, guest host with those guys. It's called Truthwire now. Convo Couch is now Truthwire. Thanks for that. And totally right here. The three auspicious when the experts plead the fifth. And this is what you get. This is what you get. Okay. Moving on here. What else we got? The bombs. We appreciate this. Yes, eco-friendly bombs for climate change. And it's always like, right? It's always like we believe in climate change is a big problem, but yet we're going to go create these man-made disasters. We're going to go blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. By the way, when Biden blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, that was the biggest man-made disaster, the biggest, I would say, carbon footprint. If you want to talk about carbon footprints and emissions, carbon emissions we've ever seen in any man-made incident in the history of humanity. The most carbon emissions ever happened. So if you're an environmentalist, you should be furious that we did that. And we did do that. Seymour Hersh reported on it. This is a accredited journalist. We've seen the evidence. We know that we did that. And we try to blame it on Russia, that they bombed their own, that Putin bombed its own pipeline, which is just as stupid as shit. Anybody would even believe that is insane. And then we try to blame it on Ukraine, but we did it. Oh yes, I agree, Gabrielle. Thank you. The multiple super chats from Citizen. Thank you so much. And we love that because we know that super chats are contagious. And that's good that people kind of work off of it. So we like it. We like that a lot. Thank you so much. You guys are all helping us with the algorithm, which we're loving. We're loving this. I didn't go eat my baby. Need some PDS. Yep. Thank you for that. How about you might have to settle for some what else? PDS. We need some PTSD. How about that? PTSD. Does that sound? We'll take that instead. We'll take that instead. What else we got here? That's funny. Tara, pretty wild. Thanks for tuning in. I don't recognize you. I don't know if you're a new viewer, but welcome. Flock these nuts. Love it. And this is we see a lot of this. We hear a lot of this. Leslie Stenta, thank you for tuning in with the Homeless Live. I worked in hospitals and hospitals for 30 years. I avoid doctors in hospitals. All trust is gone and my respect gone. And that happened to a lot of us. Kelly Jones, come on, Fauci, give me the ouchie. Give it to me, baby. Okay, what else we have here? Yes, we played you some Jake TV, Longmeadow. We did play some Jake GTV. We did. It was a funny little commercial. And his commercials, they're so much better than, you guys remember SNL? SNL would do a little commercial after their opening, and we always look forward to that. And that's just got so bad and dumb. I love them where Jake GTV punches up and calls out the shit. It's really funny, and it makes reminds us how bad Hollywood has come. It really does. It's so insane that we have to create our own content. Like, we have to create our own content. We can't turn on, those days are over. NBC, let's see what's on NBC, CBS, late night programming. Oh, what's on? Oh, those days are done, guys. We got to create our own shit. It's internet, man. It's YouTube. Occasionally there's an independent show out there. Occasionally that goes on one of these lesser known networks that can be good, but overall it's like we have to create our own shit now. That's where we're at. Oh, this is also from Leslie. Thank you. True about the lockdowns. My 3-year-old granddaughter has been getting sick many times in the hospital after COVID, and this whole long COVID thing that we see. These are vaccine injuries. Just to be clear, guys, long COVID is vaccine injury induced. That's what it is. People that don't get vaccinated, they don't have that problem. They don't have that problem at all. And it's too bad. Oh, on the breaking news, I knew we'd come back to this. Citizen, you're right. I had this. I'm as guilty as Matt. When I saw the headline, Jay showed us, and we're so used to bad news. And what we're talking about is that the UK has officially allowed the anti-Zionist mindset is a philosophical mindset that is now protected under law. Wow. And Citizen is saying, I'm guilty as Matt. As soon as I read philosophical, I automatically assumed the UK was banning anti-Zionism altogether. And it took us a second, right? That is very weird. And I'm going to go back, and I told you guys I'm going to put that. It's a breaking news story. It happened during our show. Jay brought it to us. We appreciate Jay Scott for tuning us in, because it's hard to keep up with minute by minute while we're live on the show. Like, it's hard to keep up minute by minute. But this is real. This happened. The UK has allowed this. We can now, if you're in the UK, like some of our viewers are, I know this. If you can now legally criticize a foreign nation. Why is this something to celebrate? Because this has been crazy that we haven't been allowed to do that. And now because of this, I guess it's called, it's the Equality Act 2010, not to be mistaken by any 2010 year. It's just the number is 2010. And it means it's a philosophy officially to be anti-Zionist. So it's so speech and language from that philosophy is protected. How awesome is that? And it took us a second to understand that was actually good news. We're just not used to too much good news around here, guys. I don't know. It's been tough. It's been tough. Okay, we'll get to a few more here, and then we have one more segment for you guys. It's a fun one. We have a apology segment for you guys. Okay. Let's see here. We can do Oh, this is funny, Bob. Grok called me anti-Semitic for asking it about the Greater Israel Project. You're anti-Semitic for asking. Man, Grok had some talking to, right? Grok had to get his mind right, as they say. So what are you saying, Bob? Are you saying that if I put this map up, am I being anti-Semitic for putting this map up? I think that's what you're saying. Or that Grok is going to tell me that this is sharing this map, that Israel, they promote this map. This is their goal. All parts of this is a majority part of Iraq and Syria. This is all of Jordan, parts of Egypt, all of this. Obviously, Palestine and the West Bank, they're all in there. This is what it's about. This is the Greater Israel Project. And you're saying that Grok doesn't want us sharing what Israel likes to gloat about. We're not allowed to. They're allowed to share this. We're not. Because all of their policy has been this. All of their war policy, all of their invasions and occupations and ethnic cleansing and strategic bombing of different towns, as they're doing all over the West Bank. They're completely destroying the West Bank. They're taking all of the property, ethnic cleansing it. They're having viewing parties right now regarding all of the bombs going off in South Lebanon. They're taking Lebanon, like literally taking South Lebanon. This is the map they're doing it for, on behalf of what was promised to them. And the rest of us are jealous because God chose them and not us. So that's why we're upset. We're not upset about the bombing and the murdering. We're upset because we're jealous. They got chosen. We didn't. It hurts. I felt like I wanted to be chosen. I wanted to be. And you guys are saying, well, why were you chosen with the wine glass? No, I did not actually have it's not a Jew, just so you guys know, but it has helped me a lot in my life. I'll tell you, being in Hollywood, it's gotten me nothing but doors open for me having, and it's so hard when people think you're Jewish. It's so hard. I get special favors. I hate it. I hate it when I cut in line to get into a meeting. I've been in meetings. I've been all over. God, I've been in meetings every studio in this town. I've been in meetings, and I don't even think I realized at the time that I was able to get in the front of the line because of my name. Just so you know, that happened. I've not once have I been discriminated for having a Jewish name, and I'm not even Jewish. But it's so bizarre. If anybody thinks that it's not a thing. It's actually the opposite. It's a VIP card, especially here, especially in Hollywood. It's a total VIP card. I'm just letting you guys know that's what it is, and it's been fine. And I feel bad for people who don't get those opportunities because it's not right. It's not right that there's a certain group of people that get these free things handed to them because of their personal suffering. It's weird. Anyways, so it's all VIP status. It's all it is. It's VIP status. Okay. Okay. We'll do one or two more, and then we got to get to the last segment here because we're heading on. We're almost getting to we're at the 4.5 hour mark. So we'll do the last one here in a second here. Herb Green, you're talking about the gold standard going down. It was coming down as soon as they invaded Vietnam. Exactly. And that's why you had to enforce the petrodollar. And I'm going to be clear on this. If Nixon and Kissinger did not go make that deal with Saudi Arabia in the 70s, if they did not do that, this would have been the end. Yes, right at Vietnam would have ended the petrodollar and the gold standard. It would have been over. So you have to force your way. You have to force it to stay in play. And they got another good 40, 45 years out of the deal, right? That's what they got. But it would have been gone. It would have been gone. Right at Vietnam, for sure. For sure. Okay. Let's do one more, and then I'll throw some more up, guys, on the final one. Of course we gotta do some super chats here. Thank you so much, Snorky. Biggest that we know of. Biggest that we know of. Did I miss the rest of it? Let me see if I can find it. Is there more to this? Let's see. Biggest that we know of. I guess we'll have to go with that. But thank you so much, Snorky. We'll see if anything else comes through there. Oh, we got another one from Leor W. Thanks for the super chat. Much appreciated. Okay. Let me just check the Rumble really quick. Checking the Rumble. We got to check the Rumble. I don't think we're getting we used to be getting the what do you call it? The Rumble raids over from we got some Rumble raids from Due Dissidents for a while. We haven't got one in a little bit, but we'll see. Maybe we can work that out again. Okay, we do have a Rumble rant. Let me just get it over there from the Rumble page so you guys and I do appreciate this. And we don't want to let these ones get brushed aside by any means. And I love this reference. This is great. This is a good one. Thank you for the Rumble rant. This is from Efuso on Rumble. I like this one. Okay, I'm going to share it as the banner. Here we go. Efuso. The Art of the Deal is a fantasy novel, and I know your reference because when we brought Craig Pasta on, he was reading the book. It was a funny little bit he did when we brought him in. You guys can go back and check it. It was pretty funny. But yeah, he's like, I'm studying up on the Art of the Deal because I want to know what this 17D, 18D chess game is looking like, because apparently we're like 1 day away from a deal. We're like 1 day away, like literally. I could smell it. And why would Trump lie to us? I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's a businessman. He's a businessman. Oh, we got one more from F. Huzo. Let me grab it real quick. Okay. This is also from F. Huzo. Thank you so much. From Rumble rant. Will we have a trifecta of extremely old and senile brain dead presidents? Who will be the next decrepit president? That's funny. Brain dead presidents. So we're two for two. Who will the next one be? I know the left really, the Trump is a Nazi is a unique type of emperor king. He's not unique, only other than in the sense that he's loud and obvious about it more than anyone's ever been. I don't think he's going to be known as the decrepit, senile president. I think Biden gets that. So I don't think this is. I don't agree that this is a trifecta. I think that the next one will be just as horrible in a different way. I think they all kind of carry their own kind of reputation. There's similarities for sure. Obviously, policy. And by the way, guys, let's be absolutely clear. The distinction between presidents, we're just talking about branding. We're just talking about personality. We're just talking about who they're talking to. What is their base? What's the demographic? You talk to audiences differently. The media spins it differently. These are different brands. That's what it is. But you want to talk policy? 100% same policy. They all have the same policy. How fast you do it, how long it takes you to get it done. Those are different elements, different gauges, but the same policies, the same war machine, right? The same pharma capture, the same taking away our First Amendment and Second Amendment and Third and Fourth and Fifth, the same surveillance state. Every president. Can you name a president since before Bush? I mean, Clinton surveillance. It's consolidate the media, right? So Clinton's consolidated the media. So very few people can own. So you had this conglomerate of ownership that was very minimal, and they happen to be a certain type of person. I can't say what type, but that's what Clinton did. Bush initiated the beginnings of the war on terror and the surveillance state when we talk about the Patriot Act and Homeland Security. Obama upped the drone program, right? Obama pushed the drone program, more wars than any president before him, and murdered more people than anyone before him. So that surveillance state mechanism went up. After that, you had the first Trump. Maybe the first Trump took his foot off the gas a little bit, but he was still pushing for Israel first policy that first term. We just weren't paying attention, but he was doing that. And then before you know it, it was time for Operation Warp Speed and, taking everybody's bodily autonomy away and locking down and censorship. And we saw a lot of censorship with Trump. And then Biden went to the next level. More censorship, more wars. Let's fund a genocide. Let's fund a proxy war. Let's censor anybody who has a problem with it. And now we're back to Trump with more wars, more censorship, more deep state, more pretending fighting deep state. But all you're doing is pushing the technocrat state and the digital ID policies that lead to a total global surveillance state and more endless wars that never stop. All the same policies, just different packaging and different branding to different demographics. So back to the question. I'll put it up one more time just because I want to full circle back to it. And thank you, Huso, for the Rumble rant. Will we have a trifecta of brain dead presidents? Who will be the next one? And my answer is no, because each one will be known for a little different thing. And so Biden will be known as the senile guy that couldn't. What he was a grandpa who couldn't. He meant well, but he just didn't know how to get off a stage or finish a sentence. Trump will be known as the guy who was just probably the most, I would say, narcissistic, financially driven sellout, lack of any sort of human characteristic at all, more than anyone, and the loudest we've ever had, the most obvious. No intention of covering anything up. Everything's right out in your effing face. Take the highest bidder. I'll whore myself out for the highest bidder. That's what Trump was going to ultimately be known for. I will whore myself out for the highest bidder. Oh, Miriam Adelson, whatever you want. Come in and bend me over and fuck me in my ass anytime you want in the White House. You can do that. I literally will cancel all of my meetings, all my plans. If you want to come in, bend me over, stick a dildo in my ass. That's what Trump will be known for. So what will the next president be known for? We'll have to see. But they all have their thing, right? They all have their thing. Okay. I think we're good there on Rumble. I appreciate all you guys with the rant, Rumble rants. And let's see. I'm just gonna check YouTube one more time. Yeah, if anything else comes in, we'll get to you guys soon. I think great point. Let's end with this one. I like this from Chris H563. I think the anti-establishment left cut Trump too much slack and didn't pay attention to the things he did his first term. Anti-establishment left. I guess you're talking to us here. I don't think we cut him too much slack. We never were ever planning to vote for the guy, so that's not really a thing. As far as being critical about him, I think it's become more apparent to us that a lot of the stuff he did the first term does line up more with what we're seeing now. He wasn't as loud about it, or we weren't paying attention, or we didn't see the effects as much. So I don't think it's a matter of cutting him slack. I think that we're trying to understand it. We're trying to understand the timeline. So I do appreciate this. And I think that we all have to have that self-awareness and self-reflection. And when things happen, like the Butler shooting, we have to respond accordingly. We have to say, that looks weird. What's going on? Were they trying to kill him and then they failed and then they bought him after, or was he in on it the whole time? It's looking like he was more or less in on it the whole time. We're okay to evolve our assessments as time goes on. It's okay. But we're never cutting anyone slack. We're going to hold everyone freaking accountable. At the same time, it's okay that we can learn to evolve our opinion about, moments in time and who was in on it, who wasn't, was something like when we go back to Bernie. When was Bernie being honest? And then when was he not? Was he ever being honest? So we're always allowed to go back and look at the timeline. I think that's important. So let's not punish ourselves for reassessing timelines. I think it's healthy to go back and look at the timeline. I think it's healthy that we all do. We should go back all the time and look at how did we get here? What were the Obama years, the bailing out? What was that? How did people not see that? How did people not see the way he treated people in Flint? So we can do that with Obama's 8 years. We can do that. We can go back and do Clinton's 8 years. What was the timing with Lewinsky? What was that? Was she a honeypot? Looks like she might have been on behalf of Israel. We didn't know that. So we can always, let's look at the timeline. We're not doing a disservice to us to go back and reflect. And we're never, ever, and I don't care if you've ever done it before, let's never, ever do it again. Let's never, ever go light on anyone. Let's never, ever hero worship anyone ever again. If you ever did it, don't ever do it again. Always be critical, right? ABC, always be critical. We will continue to do that, and we'll continue to reflect, and we might continue having aha moments. We're not going to figure it out in the actual moment sometimes. We have to go back and ask questions, reflect, look at that timeline. That's healthy to do, but nobody gets off the hook. Nobody gets off the hook. All right, cool. I'm glad we established that. All right, let's move on, guys. I think we're ready. Let's just jump right into it. I don't have an intro for this yet, but I don't have an intro for this topic. It's a series. It's another one of our series. I have to come up with one, but it's a fun one in the sense that since we're talking about reflecting, let's talk about reflecting on the way people behave during COVID. And I'm not bringing this up. We'll tell you who brought this up. Somebody decided to bring this up and have a moment of reflection. And we're talking about Stephen A. Smith. If you guys don't know Stephen A. Smith, sports commentator turned not politician, but he talks about maybe wanting to run for office, but he's now into politics and he has his own political show. He had Tucker Carlson on the other day. Tucker Carlson had to educate him on how imperialism works and how extremism works and how there are elected officials and elected leaders that like to murder people with their legislation. So that's an actual thing. Okay. So Stephen A is learning. That's what we assess. Stephen A is learning. He's learning how the world works. Well, what did Stephen A learn most recently? Well, apparently Stephen A was watching the Fauci hearing. Did he learn something from the Fauci hearing? He might have, because he felt inclined to come out and speak about it. And particularly about how he treated somebody that we've covered on the show. His name is Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving wasn't treated very well by a lot of people. And Stephen A was one of the people in the sports world. If you guys don't know Kyrie Irving, NBA player, one of the greatest. And he was treated like shit during COVID. He's the guy that they all agreed, let's beat up on him and make him look like a total piece of shit, selfish asshole who didn't want to get the vaccine, which means he was being an asshole. And Stephen A was the loudest voice. You want to talk about loudest voice? He was the loudest voice from that bullying that was happening in the sports world at the time. And it was so loud that it resonated into outside of the sports world. So you don't even have to be a basketball fan to know that this was happening at the time, if you guys were paying attention. So let's get to the story. Leading report tells us that Stephen A. Smith has now publicly apologized to Kyrie Irving after calling him selfish for refusing the COVID vaccine. Okay. Well, we call this segment Apologies Long Overdue. And this certainly is long overdue because this bashing and bullying started 6 years ago, particularly about 5 when they were mandating this in the NBA and everybody had to get it. And if you didn't get it, you weren't allowed to play, especially in different cities had different rules. And he was playing in New Jersey at the time. And New Jersey had the same rules as New York, which was you are not only you're not allowed to play, but you can't play if you are in other cities that also. So if you travel to Golden State, because all of California was just as bad, you weren't allowed to be in the building in California. I think in New York he was allowed to. In New Jersey he was allowed to be in the building, but he had to be in street clothes in the audience, which makes no sense. Because why would you be allowed if you had the contagious disease that killed people, as they told us that if you had COVID, you were going to kill people. You weren't allowed on a basketball court, but you were allowed in the audience in street clothes where you're sitting next to people a lot closer to them generally than you would say that on a basketball court where there's a lot more room to move around. Anyways, none of that made sense. So we're happy that Stephen A did some reflection. Let's listen to the apology and then we'll talk about it. Okay. This is so after the Fauci hearing, Stephen A went on his own not on his sports show. This is his new like political show where he can have this little moment of reflection. All right, here he is. Stephen A, apologies, long overdue. Here we go.
One size never fit all with this virus during this pandemic. But yet there were many people encouraging folks to do it anyway. Kyrie Irving wasn't one of them. In my opinion, particularly hindsight-wise, it didn't make him stubborn or selfish. It made him brave for his willingness to stand up and say, nah, I'm not doing that.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right there. Did that do something to you guys? Did you get a little chill? I got a little chill. And I've heard this a few times, and I'm getting a little chill. I think that little chill comes from the fact that we don't hear this at all, ever. Nobody does this. So on one hand, it's unique he's doing this. I'm not going to say brave, but I will say he's in his own lane. No one else is doing this. But again, it's 6 years later. So he's not getting fired for this. Kyrie was doing something that he was willing to lose everything for. Never play basketball again. That's what he was willing to do. And Stephen A is now saying that was brave. But at the time, he was saying that was he was a piece of shit for doing that. Okay, well, let's let him keep going because he took the time to do this. This is not his sports show. He should be doing this on ESPN. He's not. This is his own. This is Sirius. Look at this. Is Sirius XM. So what's happening here is he created his own space away from the sports world where he can say whatever he wants and not get fired for it. So you understand? Stephen A is not risking anything from being on Sirius XM. He's not imposing the ESPN brand. ESPN is the brand that he did impose his bullying and shaming and attacking and advocating to end. He was preaching about ending Kyrie's career and the guy should never play basketball again. He did that on ESPN's platform. So just know where he's at right now. He's on his own Sirius XM. Just pointing that part out. But go on with your for whatever reason, it's a very open lane that he's in here. Not many people are in this lane that are at his stature. So it's a weird feeling. It's a weird sensation hearing this in that regard.
It's just a time for reflection and look at things differently. And with Kyrie Irving, that should certainly be the case. Especially now, after what we witnessed on Capitol Hill yesterday. And when I see anything about the Rona, as they say, the coronavirus pandemic, and I see anybody testifying, and every time I see further suspicions coming to light about what it entails, I think about him. I'm just sorry. It wasn't intentional. It was what I believed.
It was intentional. And it is what you believe, but it was intentional to cause harm to Kyrie Irving. I just don't feel like he's owning up to all of it here. He's not. Okay. Well, and I'll play some more because he goes on, but it took him to the Fauci hearing to realize that he had that principle actually mattered. Why does it take for Fauci to plead the fifth 100 times for Stephen A to realize that he acted like a total asshole and actively tried to ruin this guy's career and smear his name? Why does it take Fauci for being the asshole he already is? He already was. We didn't actually learn anything new at that hearing, just to be clear. Maybe Stephen A did. Maybe these was new information for him. Okay. But it doesn't change principle. Principle is you have to have that from the get-go. And Stephen A didn't have it. So he's saying it's unintentional, which is bullshit. But he is saying, I'm sorry. Okay. He's saying, I'm sorry. All right, go on.
And I didn't even believe there wasn't stuff that was suspicious about the vaccine. I always vibed with Kyrie Irving about that. I just felt that in the end, I was a leader at ESPN. He was a leader for his NBA team. And to get stuff flowing towards normalcy and recapturing our quality of life in this world and in this country.
How did that work out for you? Did we go back to normal? Is it fun? Is it fun not knowing why everybody keeps dropping dead and having these problems and health problems, and that we keep allowing Pfizer and Moderna continue to push this dangerous mRNA poison on people? Does that what normal are we back to? We're not back to any normal because you went along with it. We'd only get back. The only way you could get back to normal is if everybody behaved like Kyrie. That's how you get back to normal. You say this is effing bullshit. That's how you don't get back to normal by compromising everything you are because you don't want to deal with it. You don't want to think about it. Just do what they tell us. Take your paycheck. Come on. Come on, Kyrie. I'm ESPN's paying me. NBA's paying you. Can you just go along with it and stop having any problem? Just come on. Hide your head in the sand. Roll up your sleeve. All right, fine. Just keep. All right, continue with your apology. Go ahead.
That it was worth taking a chance. And every time I see additional information oozing out of Capitol Hill or anywhere else, adding credence to the suspicions that took place, I think about him. I think about the Aaron Rodgers too, who's a good dude. His personality might not be everybody's taste, but he's a good man and a future Hall of Famer and one of the greatest NFL quarterbacks in history, who has always deserved better than how he's been treated.
By you. He deserved better from you. That's what you're saying, right? You bullied these guys, and now they're good guys. Were they good guys then, or are they good guys now? Or you didn't? What? It's hard to process this. What are you saying? Are you saying they were always good guys, or you didn't have any way to know they were good because there was no way to tell? You didn't have principle to apply then? It doesn't matter. The suspicion, he keeps saying the suspicion of these vaccines, which if I were him, I'd be absolutely petrified if I took 17 of these things, which it sounds like he took as many as they. Yes, master. Can I have some more? Give me another. I'd be petrified if I were him having 13, 14, 15, 17 of these things. But that's not what we're talking. We're not talking about the suspicions of the thing they forced you to get that you thought you should never question. You're questioning it now because of the things you're seeing. But we didn't need to see those things to know it was wrong. We didn't need to. We didn't need the excess deaths and the horrible side effects from this thing. We didn't need that to occur for us to be right. Kyrie didn't need this thing to destroy people's lives that took it to be right. He was right because we were willingly destroying lives of people who didn't take it. That's what he was right about. And that has not changed. There's nothing on Capitol Hill, and Fauci can say or not say that can change. It's already known. We know it. Why? Because we have principle. And you don't destroy people's lives because you want to punish them for not going along with what they told you to do. So he realizes this now. Okay, go on.
So I think about him too. But again, no one more than I think about Kyrie Irving. Sometimes it's not about intent. It's about the impact of one's actions. And when I think back to how I felt about how selfish I thought his inaction was when it came to the pandemic and the vaccines and the boosters and all of that stuff. And then you learn more about the harm that it has done to the human body. And you're reading about Fauci and the diary and how he had chest pains and they thought it was some form of cancer. And then it was some pulmonary infarction. Ultimately, you recognize the fact that these vaccines have harmed some people.
Well, they've harmed a lot of people, and I know Stephen A is feeling a little uneasy about that, and that is in the diary, and it's good that he's telling his audience here that Fauci also got sick from the vaccine, and he read that, and he's probably going, "Oh shit!" But that, again, that's not what the thing to be to apologize for. That's not the thing. If people killed themselves by taking something that they shouldn't have taken, that's not that's not the compass to gauge whether it was right to force it to someone or not. Those are two separate issues. The vaccine doesn't have to hurt people in order to be right about standing up for your right to bodily autonomy and not losing your job. So does he understand that? He might, but that's not what he's doing here. He's not telling us that part. And why? Because if he did, he'd have to attest for the fact that he hasn't said shit for 6 years. And he's only doing this now because of the hearings, because of the diaries. And nothing new was discovered. Nothing new has been discovered in the diary. It's the same shit. We knew all of this. We knew about the cover-ups. We knew about the erasing people, and we got to keep the message of the gain of function. And we know about the masks, and we knew that Fauci, just like Trump, just like all the rest, they're all narcissistic assholes who love to be in the spotlight. There's nothing new that we learned. Just to be clear, Stephen A thinks there is. Okay. He learned all this new stuff he didn't know. Okay. All right. But you're sorry that the vax hurt people. Now you're sorry. You wouldn't have been sorry if people didn't get hurt from the vax. You still hurt. You still hurt Kyrie.
It ain't for everybody. And you think about how we were told it's for everybody. And one of the few people that stood up publicly and was like, nah, was Kyrie Irving. That's our fault. It turns out that no matter what the truth is behind all of this, Kyrie Irving did nobody wrong. We did him wrong.
Yep.
I did him wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, I'm sincerely sorry. I just thought it was important to say that. And all of those people in the sports world. You deal with the preponderance of evidence that's presented to you and you come up with a perspective. It certainly doesn't mean you're always right. And I'll be damned if I'm always right. This is the latest evidence pointing to that. Doesn't mean that Dr. Fauci was totally wrong just because he pleaded the fifth 111 times. It means there's grounds for suspicion. And that suspicion alone justifies the skepticism, the cynicism, and the doubt that came along with the Kyrie Irvings, the Aaron Rodgers, the Novak Djokovic's of the world. They weren't as wrong as we thought they were. At the very least, we can say that. And that alone warrants a sincere apology to all of them. In my case, especially Kyrie Irving. That's all I want to say. Other than, just means I need to do better. I'm not alone.
Okay. Well, there it is. A very safe place he created, not on ESPN, talking about these three guys were right. But I want you guys to be careful about how this is being presented and understand that Kyrie and Novak and Aaron Rodgers, in that order, three of the most courageous people we've seen in sports come forward and deal with the bullying and the shaming and the booing and the being banned and punished and millions of dollars lost. By the way, they all turned down millions of dollars and you know, missing out on opportunities to win championships, especially Novak. He was like banned from tennis. They're not right because Fauci is lying right now. They're not right because people are having vax injuries now. They're right because they stood on principle. And you don't need Fauci to lie in order for them to be on the right side. But Stephen A is presenting this as if it's because we're suspicious now. But he's not connecting the dots. We should be asking if you're saying, Stephen A, that there's enough evidence now to cause doubt. Therefore, they were right 6 years ago. We had the evidence that there was doubt back then too, but why were you not paying attention? So are you also saying that you chose to ignore that? Yeah, you chose to ignore the suspicions they had. And you chose to ignore basic principle, which is you can't make me do something I'm not comfortable because you didn't have the ingredients. You didn't know what you're putting into your body. You had no idea. You had no idea what you were putting in your body, Stephen, because Pfizer tried to hide that data for 75 years. So you didn't have informed consent. That didn't just come out now. You knew that when you took it. You knew that when you took it. So is the apology accepted? We haven't heard from Kyrie. We know that Aaron Rodgers has accepted this apology. He seems like a good guy. On behalf of Kyrie and himself and Novak, he accepted the apology. We'll play a clip of that. He had some fun. I think Aaron Rodgers had some fun with this in his last appearance in this. He had a lot of people listening to this clip from the other day.
Murderer because I was platforming Aaron Rodgers, who was making the decision that was best for himself. So as soon as I see all this start happening with Fauci, I knew that, boy, you were certainly having a time because your name was slandered. You were called a murderer. You were called a lot of things. And
I was endangering my teammates and this and that. Now look what happened. We talked about they suppressed early treatments. They lied about where it came from. Tony Fauci's writing in his journal about, I don't want to, create any vaccine hesitancy if I tell them what the actual stats are. How many papers have been written? How many McCulloughs and Malones and all the great doctors out there who actually did treatment on the front end and repurposed drugs that are the safest profiles in the world. But no, Tony Fauci pushing his medicine just like he did back in the 80s. And now, when you have an auto pen pardon,
hey Jay, you know what happened.
You have an auto pen pardon,
2 minutes.
but and you can't answer one question.
Hey, now real quick,
not even your name. Give flowers to Stephen A. Smith, my old friend Stephen A., because he was man enough to actually admit and apologize to Kyrie Irving.
Yes,
so I got to
there you
give a
go.
shout out to my guy, Stephen A. You are not a coward. I appreciate you.
Okay.
That crowd is very confused back there. They didn't know they signed up to be here. You can tell that they didn't know they were going to be getting into politics at this event here. So Aaron says, okay, I accept the apology on behalf of Kyrie. We haven't heard from Kyrie yet. Again, he seems like a pretty whatever guy. He's not taking the time we're taking on this. I don't know if I would, if I was Kyrie, I don't know if I would accept this apology. Because it's safe, and he's not taking any risks. Stephen A is not taking any risk doing this. In fact, it's the opposite. What Stephen A is doing is he's helping with his own legacy. That's what he's doing. He's getting it bookmarked. He's getting it time-stamped that he had a problem with the Fauci hearing, which he should. We all should have a problem with that. It was horrible. So he's getting himself out there on a timestamp in a very safe place that's not ESPN, because he cares about legacy. And it's funny that it comes down to legacy, doesn't it? Because these three guys, I showed you, these three guys, Novak, Kyrie, Aaron Rodgers, these are guys who they were told that they didn't give a shit about their legacy and that they're ruining it. When really the irony is that they're the ones that are going to be known as heroes and courageous. Stephen A is not going to be known as a hero or courageous. But he did get his little time-stamped apology in there, just after the Fauci hearing. So he's good. He did his part for his legacy. Let's look back at October. I want to do this before we end this. This is important. For those who never saw all the bullying, you're just going to don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. I got an actual airing. I'm going to play for you right now from October of 2021 on ESPN. This is how Stephen A was behaving to Kyrie. I want you guys to watch this. This is sport. This was in the sports world. This was allowed on ESPN. This type of bullying and berating was allowed on ESPN. Stephen A should go on ESPN and apologize because he brought it to their network, and now he's only apologizing on his little safe space on Sirius. So let's take a trip down memory lane. This is Stephen A bullying the shit out of Kyrie, and all of his newscasters are backing him up. So don't think for a second they're waiting to chime in and say, Steven, you're going a little too far. They're loving it, and they can't wait to double down when he's done with his little monologue. Enjoy.
Your position on Kyrie change?
Yes, it should change in regards to Kyrie. It should be even worse than we originally imagined. You know, I have to be, and I try to be, incredibly careful, fellas, in terms of I try to focus on what you do, not who you are. People make mistakes. None of us are flawless. All of us have made mistakes. We'll continue to make mistakes. None of us are perfect, and we get all of that. But I've been covering the NBA now for almost 25 years. I mean, this is some of the stupidest nonsense I've ever seen. Just flat out stupid. So let me get this straight. So if the reports are true, because we don't know whether they are or not, okay, but let's give credit to Sham and others who have reported this. It is what it is. Let's go with that, okay? If it is true, Jay, if it is true, Marcus, so you don't have a problem with taking the vaccine, your position is that you're going to sit up there and compromise the championship aspirations of an organization you signed on to represent. You coaxed Kevin Durant into signing on to represent. You played the role in coaxing James Harden into signing on to represent. You're going to compromise all of that because you want to give a voice to the voiceless. Really? And how is that going to work out for you, Kyrie Irving? You're going to disappear from the game of basketball? Who the hell is going to be interested in what you have to say when you have proven that you can't even be trusted enough to do your damn job? A job you volunteered for. This ain't the military where you were drafted. You chose to play basketball. You chose to enter the NBA. You chose to sign that contract as a free agent to go to the Brooklyn Nets. You chose Brooklyn as your destination. You chose the Nets franchise to represent. You asked KD and James Harden to come on board with you in Brooklyn to establish your own legacy, and then you leave them hanging. Because of what exactly? Your own individual principle? I am not calling Kyrie Irving stupid. Kyrie Irving, I happen to believe, is an intelligent brother whose heart is in the right place. But now you've regressed to an alarming level of self-righteousness. It not only makes you look hypocritical and untrustworthy, it makes you look what I know you are not, which is flat out stupid.
Okay, so what he's doing here, he's not just attacking Kyrie for what? Putting principle first? For what else? Being a voice to the voiceless? These are, as far as Stephen A was concerned, these are things that are reprehensible. How dare you put a voice to the voiceless? How dare you? So he's not just attacking Kyrie. He is setting an example for anyone else out there, any boss or manager or coworker in any other business, yelling and shaming and belittling their employees into either getting something they don't want to have in their body or losing their job. That's what he's doing. So he owes an apology to everyone, not just Kyrie. Kyrie was being the voice for those people that don't have the ability to, they lose everything. They lose their, so when they, so Kyrie inspired people to be courageous while Stephen A inspired people to be total psychopath assholes, because that's what they're doing. If you watch this, when it was airing back in 2021, if you're on the side of Stephen A, you will be inspired to behave just like this to your staff and people you work with. And I'm sure a lot of people were affected by that. But hey, continue to talk about how principle doesn't matter, and being using your platform for people who don't have that platform and representing them. Keep telling us that that's bullshit.
It's the stupidest thing that I think I've encountered with NBA play. Like, you gonna sit up there and not play and not take a vaccine that evidently it's not you. You don't have a problem with it according to the reports. You just want to give a voice to the voiceless? Really?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to stop myself, Molly,
let me say something.
Marcus,
Let me say something about
Jay,
hypocrisy.
I'm not going to say anything else right now, because I'm scared. Oh, I'm actually scared for the rest of the show.
Okay.
And it wasn't what I might say.
All right.
Go ahead.
Jay, before I come to you, because I know you have information on this subject, I just want to say, Stephen A, when you bring up the issue hypocrisy, I think there's two issues that stand out to me. One, he wants to be a voice for the voiceless, but we haven't heard from him. So if you want to stand up, you have to speak out on these issues so we understand. We can't just, hear a story and we're not even sure whether it's true or not. And the other piece is that he's upset about people losing their jobs. But what about all the people that lost their lives during this pandemic?
God, no.
That's another piece of hypocrisy.
And as we know, that's a bunch of bullshit now. But even still, what does that matter? He doesn't want people to lose their jobs that don't have to. There's nothing is making that happen except we're doing that to people. It's not a virus doing that. It's policy doing that. So somebody died from a thing, therefore you have to lose your life, lose your well-being. Makes no sense. And of course, being a voice to the voiceless is something you should do if you have a platform to do it. How dare any of them criticize that at any point? And I don't care that it was in the middle of the chaos and people didn't know. We didn't know. You acted like assholes and you knew you were doing it. And it doesn't take a hearing 6 years later for you to realize that you were acting like assholes. It's not good enough. People watch this and they behave the same way at their work, and they ruin people that they ruin the lives of people they worked with too. Because of this, these people, they all owe everybody an apology. All their audience, they need to go on ESPN like yesterday, and they need to, like, these fucking 4 people need to go on ESPN and apologize for this freaking airing that they did that affected a lot of people. But they're not done. Let's play a little more of this.
So those are the two issues I struggle with. I love a philanthropic heart, but it just doesn't seem to be consistent here, Jay.
Yeah, SA, I want to go back and dig into something that you said, an imperative word you mentioned earlier, that was legacy. And a lot of times as a player, you sit around and Swagoo, you know this, you think about throughout some juncture in your career, what is the legacy for me going to be? How am I going to be remembered? Because for me, I remember Kyrie Irving having a legacy shot when he made a clutch three-point shot.
Oh, you guys are going to love this if you don't know. Yeah, he won the NBA Finals. It's something that people don't get to. It's a big deal. You take the last shot, you win the entire thing off of a shot. So he was known for the shot. So watch this asshole make a word pun with shot. You know it's coming. Here we go.
To beat the Golden State Warriors in the 2016 NBA Finals to deliver Cleveland their first world championship. And as I sit here today, October 13th, 2021, I'm seeing that legacy turn into he's going to be remembered for the shot that he didn't take.
Oh.
And I would really hope.
Yeah, you're actually right. He will be remembered for the shot he didn't take because that took courage and conviction and principle, as we know. That's what it takes to do that. So you're telling us you knew this was going to happen, and you were on the wrong side. All of you assholes were on the wrong side, knowingly. You're talking about, oh, how dare Kyrie stand up for principle? How dare he stand up for the voice of the voiceless? How dare he think of his legacy of being the guy that's going to be known for not taking the shot? So you actually were right about all that. You just chose to be on the wrong side. You all chose that. You all need to apologize to this ESPN audience. That's not going to, but we know that's not going to happen.
That Kyrie, as much as he wants to fight for people that are being mandated by companies to take the vaccine, how he decides to continue to elevate his voice, if that's what he believes in, if the report is true and that's what he believes in, he needs to continue to utilize the platform of the NBA to raise his voice, to continue to talk about that. Because he needs to spend more time thinking about what is the legacy of Kyrie Irving going to be? The shot that I made back in 2016 or the shot that I never took that if I decide not to take will end my career and end my platform and not allow me to have the opportunity to continue to be that voice for the voiceless.
Isn't it so interesting? I cannot believe watching this now that they actually understood it. They actually spelled it out. These guys, they knew exactly what he was doing. And they weren't okay with it. Everything he said is exactly what happened. And you guys chose to be on the wrong side. And you chose to represent that and influence because you all have platforms. You're on ESPN. You have followers on Twitter. You have people that watch what you do and they go and implement it in their lives. And they did. And lives were ruined because that aired on ESPN in 2021. Lives were ruined because of you guys. So I don't accept this apology on behalf of Kyrie. I won't do it. I think it's bullshit. I think it's great. Oh, nobody does it. Feels good. Yeah, it feels good to hear something that no one ever does. Do you know what else feels good? Do you know that when people are abused by their abuser, do you know that they tell us that if there's a period of time where the abuser stops hurting them and starts giving them a little caress? Oh, you're my good little victim. I'm not gonna abuse you today with violence. I'm gonna caress you on the cheek. Do you know they say that feels good when their abuser caresses them? Feels like, you love me, you want me. That's why you've been keeping me in your basement for fucking 2 years, and now you've been beating the shit out of me, abusing me, and now you're gonna show me affection? Yeah, it feels good. Stephen A's affection feels so good because no one does it. Because most abusers just do the abuse and they don't do the, I really do like you. You really are a good person. Let me caress you. Let me show you my affection. F that affection. I am not, the more I see this, no. F this. And I don't care. Look, if they were doing this left and right, I think you guys would be more easily understanding what I'm saying here. I think it's confusing to us. It's that chills. You get the chills at the beginning when he starts the apology. and you go, wait, this is weird. And this is what victims feel. Why is my attacker caressing me on my cheek? It feels weird. I'm not used to this. What is that feeling? Wait, that felt kind of good. Huh? What? F that. Stop caressing our cheeks. Stop it. Just because no one else is doing it, don't fall for this shit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. And let me put one more nail in the coffin on this, because this is apologies long overdue. This is happening way too late. This is 6 years after the fact, 5 to 6 years after the fact. But we'll end on one more thing for perspective purposes. So you guys know about the perspective here beyond COVID. What did Kyrie Irving, and why is Stephen A obsessed with Kyrie over everyone else? Why especially Kyrie? Let's think about it. Because Kyrie has been on the right side for other things too. He's been on the right side for Palestine. He's been on the right side for anti-Zionism. He stood with the press. He's worn press shirts at NBA games, all-star games, representing the murdered journalists by Israel, by the Zionist-controlled NBA. He walks right into an NBA game with a press shirt on. You know what else he did? He did this. On his social media with 20 million followers, he changed his profile to a Palestinian kid trying to read a book while IDF soldiers are eyeing him out to murder him. He can't go to school, so he has to read. This kid has to read a book on his own with a barbed wire sitting there. There's no classroom. The classroom's got blown up. All the teachers are dead. Kyrie made this his profile pic on his Instagram page earlier this year. That's the courage Kyrie has. And Stephen A knows this. So he's got a lot more work. Stephen A has a lot more work to do with his apologies. But you can feel in his voice, he's obsessed with Kyrie. He's obsessed with this guy because Kyrie gets it right every time. And Stephen A is on the wrong side every freaking time. And Kyrie doesn't, as the other dude, Jay, was saying, no, he doesn't obsess with legacy. All you guys, all the other sports people, they all obsess with legacy. The LeBrons and all them, they obsess with legacy. Kyrie doesn't think about legacy. Kyrie thinks about just being a good person. And I'm going to leave you guys with this. This is Kyrie being questioned about this, about why he's doing what he's doing back in 2021. And he'll tell you, I don't spend time thinking about those things. I just think about being a good person, being a human being. And it's refreshing to hear this from an athlete. So this is the guy they chose to attack. This guy.
Perception of yourself.
That's another root of human struggle, worrying about other people's perceptions about who you are. Like, why would you ever care about that, you know? And I think that I fell victim to that in my past, of worrying about things that I can't control. You know, if the people understood what words could do to a human being, especially where we are in today's society, then they wouldn't be invested in that. So I'm not here to dispel anything. You can continue to ask other people around me about what they think about me and continue to write about mood swings. Like, you know, human beings have mood swings. Like, you go home and you're not happy with things, or you're mad at something or you're happy. That's a mood swing. It's okay to be human. Like, I don't have to be perfect for anyone here, nor do I have to be perfect for the public. So I'm not here to dispel any perception. I'm just here to be myself.
What a thoughtful dude. He could do this, and he knows what he was signing up for. Every time he stood with the people. He stood for the people that had no voice, whether it's the unvaccinated or whether it's the Palestinians, whether it's anybody that is a victim and can't represent themselves. He always was on the right side. He's always been on the right side. So that's why Stephen A is obsessed with him, because he knows that. He knows that he's the bad guy in this storyline. And not even a little 5-minute apology on his own safe little show is even scratching the surface of what Stephen A has to account for. I don't think he ever will. I think this is enough for him. He did the thing. There's a lot of people like Aaron Rodgers who say, yeah, he's cool. That's great. He did that. And he checked some boxes there. And that's it. Now he can move on. But none of these other people are going to say shit about this. And I'm going to just let you guys know, Look, apologies feel good sometimes. They do. And sometimes they're very, very sincere. When people really go deep, they can be very effective, and we can accept those ones. But when people scratch the surface, you don't have to accept those apologies. You don't have to. Even if this little bit of it is sincere to a little bit of it, if you're just starting, it's like, let me know, Stephen, when you're really ready to go there. I'm glad you're ready to start the program, right? You're starting the program. You're on step 1. Good for you for step 1. But as far as apologies long overdue, is this sincere? Let me put my thumb out on this as we do this. This is how we end the segment. Is Stephen A sincere? Yes. But is he going deep enough? Hell no, he's not. That's why I'm going thumbs down on this. Is this apology? Is this accepted? No, we're going down. No way. He's just started. If this is a book report, you get an F. You barely started the first sentence of the first paragraph. You got a lot more work to do, my friend. A lot more work. You're just starting. So good luck with that, Stephen A. The rest of us will continue on with our consistency, with our courage, right? With our conviction, and above all else, with our principle. Okay, let's wrap the show up, guys. This one ran a little long. I know that one particularly, but I'll cut these up, get them out there for you guys, and we'll get this out. I see some reactions to that segment. I'll put them up on the closing. So let's just go ahead and wrap it up. Okay. Thank you all for being part of this 5.5 hour show today. It was a long one. We'll put the segments out for you guys to share out any ones you guys like. Don't forget to check your subscribe button. Check it. Make sure that you're still subscribed. You're liking, sharing out. We do appreciate all the comments, all the feedback. Let's keep the discussion going. We'll be back on Thursday with more Homeless Left. Same time, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern. So that'll be Thursday. Thanks to Jay and Pasta today. We're going to have some other guests come in. We'll tell you guys later. I don't know, but you can follow us on Twitter, and I'll tell you guys what to expect for Thursday's show. And then, of course, Jay mentioned this earlier. Sunday, we will be doing a Spaces. It'll be starting at 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. We'll be going a couple hours, 3 hours. I don't know, but we'll have a lot of different people checking in on that one. Well, a lot of familiar voices will be coming in. If you guys haven't done Spaces, follow us on X. And you can get the announcement when we go. I know that Jay's setting this thing up today or tonight, so you'll get the notification that the Spaces have gone live. It'll be this Sunday, so follow us on the Homeless Left or on at Matt Weinglass on X. And you can, if you've never done a Spaces, these are fun. This is more kickback. It's audio only. So, but we're going to get people to come in with us. We have some guests lined up, so it'll be a fun afternoon on Sunday, and then we're back the following Sunday or the following week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then I'll announce this. This is a little bit of ways, but the following weekend, August 15th, I have been invited as a guest speaker to this event in Chicago by Caleb Maupin. This is happening. We'll be there on August 15th in Chicago. It's for the Center of Political Innovation. It's the actual convention, the official national convention happening in Chicago. All of this, the Center of Political Innovation, this is all anti-imperialism, all mobilization, bottom-up movement. It's going to be a great event. Other great speakers coming. I'm so happy and humbled to be part of this, and we'll be on the stage in a panel that night on August 15th. So if you guys can make it out there, great. If you want to register and you're in Chicago, go to the Twitter account, Center for Political Innovation. There's the @RealCPIUSA. And all the information on there, you can get to the website from there and how you can register for this event. Again, I will be a guest on the panel that evening on the 15th, Saturday the 15th in Chicago. So thank you guys. Just wanted to put that out there. And we'll see you guys back here on Thursday for another episode of The Homeless Left. Until then, we're going to leave you with, this is a fun one. We're going to leave you with a little national anthem gone wrong. Oh God, this is a stinger. This is a stinger. But enjoy nonetheless. If you haven't seen it, this one's been making the rounds. It's a women's baseball. I guess they started women's professional baseball. Not a good start. Not with this national anthem. Enjoy this. We'll see you guys Thursday. And remember, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Power to the people. Free Palestine. We'll see you guys next time.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Still there.